brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't
6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hope you're having a great day so far. I say great morning, but some of you, for you, it's not morning because there's so many ways to watch and listen to the show, and we'll take you however we can get you. A busy show on tap today. We have Dr. Lou returning to kick off college football season. Even though we've had some college football games, it's officially week one with college football, and so Dr. Lou will be in studio to break it all down as only Dr. Lou can. I understand we got us some leprechauns. We got us a dream involved. We've got new coaches that we're going to talk about. Just some teasing from Dr. Lou, but he will be with us today, so you don't want to miss that. No RBU today with Labor Day weekend dead ahead. It's a 4-day weekend for most of the staff. Greg will host the best of on Friday, and then it's a Labor Day replay on Monday, and then we're back at it on Tuesday. So we're going to have a great time today and get fired up and ready to go. And over to my left, you hear him screaming off mic. It is one Mr. Greg Burgess. What's up, buddy?
Hey, man, what's happening?
What's happening?
What's going on?
Well, let me just say one thing, Greg, and I laughed pretty hard yesterday, and you didn't hear it. But just behind the curtain kind of stuff, Greg and I, we get the weekend show and different things. We upload it to where it's sent out over the weekends and all this kind of stuff. And we're tooling around, and it's leaning up against the Bible study yesterday. Mm-hmm. And as Adler said, it's not just a Bible study in here, it's a church.
Yeah,
there's so many people in here, so many men here to watch Rick's Bible study live in person, and then it's of course sent out and everything else, but there's people in the studio. Well, here they come. They're piling in, right? They start piling in about 30 minutes prior.
I want to thank Don Day for my bag of peanuts.
That's what I heard. We come through.
Oh, really?
We come through, and there's so many guys here because when you come out of the production room, you have to kind of skirt the studio and kind of walk. So we're walking through, excuse me, sir, excuse me. I'm holding a laptop, excuse me, sir. And when we get to the studio door to go into our office after wrapping up the upload and all this kind of stuff, it's now, 5 minutes till 12.
Yeah, we had to go.
And so, it's about start time. Matter of fact, Rick's even come over to the board and getting settled, getting ready to go. And all of a sudden I hear, as I'm, Don Day. And I thought, well, we'll have peanuts tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And, buddy, you have been tearing them a new one.
Thank you,
today.
Don. Good peanuts.
Let me just tell you, Greg is off in it.
Yep.
Huh?
It's good stuff.
I heard peanuts from the door. You had already left the studio far enough to where you couldn't hear it because I barely could, and I started laughing. I'm like, boy, if Greg could hear it, he might have come back in here and asked to go ahead and give them to me.
Absolutely. I would have run in here real quick.
He's like a peanut dealer.
Huh?
Because it's not just you. There's a line of guys. Give me mine. Give me mine.
Everybody.
Give me mine, Don.
He's got
Don, I love you, Don. Give me mine.
He's got his own little audience.
Yeah.
So well, good deal. I like it. I've done eat about half the bag.
Right. Have an uncomfortable question for some of the men that come. Are you here to listen to the Bible study or get your peanuts?
Ooh, that's a good point. Well, they still get a good message.
They do. But
whatever got them here, fine.
All right. So also snail mail. Every now and then, some of you mail us stuff, and we when we remember, we go check our mailbox, yes. and there's always some stuff in it. Most of the stuff is just junk mail, but every now and then it's a little card, maybe a postcard. Some of you go, hey, I'm traveling and love the show and all this kind of stuff.
I've even gotten birthday cards.
Oh, birthday card, everything. And every now and then there's some books from authors that I know are coming. I'm expecting them. But then every now and then we get something that none of us were expecting. And you had brought up the little rubber duckies and Jeeps and why people put them up on their dash and all this kind of stuff. And that was a big discussion if you missed it.
I didn't know about the duck and the Jeep combo.
No.
People, they enlightened us.
The little yellow duckies, little rubber duckies.
Little rubber duckies.
And I understand someone sent you one.
In
the mail.
A package on my desk.
Okay.
I didn't see who it was from or nothing like that.
You didn't read where it was from?
I don't think it was
just
on
ripped
there.
it open?
Yeah. I don't think it was on there. Anyway, so I'm looking at some rubber duck. I said, oh, we got one of them rubber duckies that we were talking about. Yeah. Well, then I look at it. It's not just a rubber duck.
Oh, it's not.
It's a rubber duck giving you a hand signal.
Oh.
He's letting you know how you like that. And so I thought, well, that's pretty cool right there.
It's not the old number one either.
No, it's not. So I'm not going to put it on the dash of my truck, but I will put it on my desk.
Okay.
In my office.
That's
and
funny.
It will be greeting everyone as they walk in the door. So whoever sent it, thank you so much. Awesome.
Yeah, at quick glance, you think, oh, look, it's a little rubber duck.
That's what I did. I said, oh, yeah, we're talking about them ducks. Hey.
Hey, wow.
Okay.
So he's in traffic.
He is. Yeah, that's right. Maybe I do need to put him on the dash.
Maybe
I
you
can pick
do.
him up and point him at people.
And then the duck's doing it, not you.
That's right. So I can't help it. He's mad.
It wasn't me. It was a little rubber duck.
A little mad duck. But, yeah. So whoever sent this, that's awesome.
That is funny.
Yeah.
He's so proud of it, too. Whoever sent it, he's carrying it around like it's...
I had this and peanuts on my desk when I got it. What more could you ask for? When you talk about getting the day started.
Oh, me. All right, so we kind of, we just talked about it, and we've been teasing it all week. The countdown has, it was here last week, but, we were getting into Dublin and Florida State and Georgia Tech, and it was a good game. That did help because it got us all fired up. But there's some big matchups this weekend with college football, but then everybody's excited about hey, what does my team look like?
Yeah.
Pick your favorite team, your university, and you just want to know, what does it look like?
Even if you're playing a smaller school and you're not, you go, well, yeah, but we got to see how we look. We got to see, who's playing where, the new guys.
Yeah.
Get a little feel. Don't, if you're playing a team that you should beat bad,
right?
You still feel good if you go, well, we did what we were supposed to do.
So this is kind of the most enjoyable time of year because there's some fan bases that played in week 0, and you're already frustrated. Yeah. But for the majority of us,
Florida State.
Right now, everybody's kind of excited.
Oh, yeah.
Because right now, nobody has a record, and everybody thinks they're going to be good.
And don't forget, Florida State's lost. Georgia Tech. Okay, I can live with that. But now somebody this weekend will be playing a smaller school and it'll get beat. It happens every year.
Yeah.
Now, imagine if you're in that position. You're a big school,
right.
Power 5, and you get beat by one of the lower levels. And it happens all the time because everybody's got players now. They may not have the depth you have,
right?
But all the schools, they got players.
Everybody's got players. And if they don't lose, it'll come down to like fourth quarter, 2 minutes left, or a field goal that's missed or made or whatever that will come out to be that you get by. And everybody's like, oh, man. And then the whole week will be how bad you are.
Who was it that it was? I saw it on the TV, and they were talking about, they were saying in non-conference games that that we won't play anybody that has Dakota in their name. South Dakota, North Dakota. He said, because they'll beat you.
That is the worst thing to do. If you have
Dakota in your name, we're not playing.
That's the worst thing to do. But we'll get that cranked up today, and we're looking forward to that. It's just fun. We have a lot of teams in markets that we're in that have games today, and so that's pretty cool. We have UAB. They're playing today. Jack State's playing today. And then tonight, I say today, tonight, is for the ACC network. You got NC State and Western Carolina. On the SEC network, you got Murray State and Missouri. Now, Missouri, everybody is just screaming about how good they're going to be. And
will they live up to the hype?
I don't know, but they're starting the year at 11. I know that's the meaningless poll that you make fun of, the preseason one that we just are assuming just by roster and who's returning, how they're going to be. Kansas is playing, and Utah and Southern Utah are playing that late. So that's kind of your Thursday, August 29th games at a glance. But then we get cranked up on, I know you hate Friday night games, but Temple and Oklahoma are playing. So Oklahoma's now in the SEC.
The college needs to stay out Friday. And to be honest, I don't like high school on Thursday. Yeah. But it happens.
And Thompson plays tonight.
For the second Thursday in a row.
Is it up in Nashville they play?
In Nashville.
Okay.
Lipscomb Academy.
Oh, yeah.
They played them 2 years ago when Dilfer was the coach.
I was about to say that's where Trent
Dilfer. Yeah, and then they actually beat Thompson. It was a close game.
Uh-huh.
I think they picked a fumble up, went 99 yards with it for the game decider.
Yeah.
But, so they're still in non-region play. So they'll be in. I have to watch it on the NFHS stream.
Okay.
Which is a little iffy at times.
Yeah, but hey, you know what? Now with technology, at least it's available.
Yeah. Now it may shut down right in the middle of it.
It might, and that'll be frustrating. You'll be talking out loud to it, and at least will tell you to be quiet.
Yeah, she will.
But that's tonight. So we have a lot to discuss, but it is kind of funny because right now everybody's excited.
Yeah, man.
Until after week one.
Off.
And then fan bases get frustrated.
Yeah.
And by week 3, they're saying fire the coach.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, right now though, we're all fired up and looking forward to Dr. Lou being on the show. About 2 hours from right now is when he'll show up and get ready as only Dr. Lou can. We'll see. Hey, going to be a good show today. We're going to be fired up.
An absolute must-have this fall, Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds, especially since they now feature active ergonomic design, multi-point connectivity, and active noise cancellation. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement all skin tones, and the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. Right now, you'll get 20 to 40% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's right. You'll get up to 40% off everything. Can't pay the IRS, receiving threatening letters. It's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation to call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGBOX. That's BIGV as in voice, OX to get your discount. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. Although fall is coming, the weather's still great for outdoor fun right now. What's your favorite activity? Golfing, maybe boating, tennis? Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, check out Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Give it a try at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4 to save on your first order. Tell them that Rick sent you or head to rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it, so they offer a 100-day free trial. Don't want to take my word for it? Well, they've got over 12,000 5-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigvox to save 20% on your mattress order plus a free gift, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Can't pay the IRS, receiving threatening letters. It's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation to call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/big Big Box. All right, picture this. A stranger with a crowbar pries open a window, a fire breaks out in the kitchen. In moments like these, every second counts. That's why you need Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe 24/7 monitoring agents act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm, assessing the situation, and sending emergency responders. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 20% on a new system today. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox and save 20% on your new system. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can also text that. It comes out to be 866-932-3244. A couple of texts in the break that we can see. People are enjoying you tearing them peanuts up. They're watching you. Of course, they can't, hear you anything, but the camera stays on the two of us good ones while we're in the break, and we forget about it. Yeah.
I do.
How many years have we done this with TV, you think? You know how I am
You
with
guess.
years.
I'd like to hear your guess.
4
6
years.
months?
Yeah. And we always forget. Nobody, you are being seen. I know we have to tell you that a lot with some of your gestures, but people enjoy
Sorry
watching
about
you. Those get that. Matter of fact, some people say you make them look really good. Wish they had one.
They are good.
But you're not going to share your Don Day peanuts.
Nope.
Sorry.
Forget it. Put your own order in.
All right, so the Saban Verbro, is it Verbro?
VVRO, Verbo.
Yeah,
Verbo.
Verbo. Is it Verbro?
Verbo.
Verbo. I don't
Isn't
know how you say it.
VRBO.
How you say it?
VRBO.
How you say it?
Verbo.
Verbo. There you go. All right.
Verbo.
Anyway, his new commercial, we are aware of it.
That's funny.
And it's funny.
That's a good
funny
one.
stuff. And we'll have to watch that during the show today and just give them a free commercial
And
because it's good.
Bud Light's trying to rebuild their image.
Yeah.
And they got that comedian Shane Gillis.
Uh-huh.
And I will be honest, it's a funny ad.
Yeah.
It really is.
They're trying really hard. Are people back drinking that again?
Oh, I don't know.
It's
I
Verbo.
haven't seen any.
Verbo. I'm putting an R
Verbo.
after the B.
Yeah.
It's before. Yeah, no, I'm. It's
Verbo.
Verbo.
VRBO.
And the commercial is, and this is kind of their new thing now, is they show everybody in handles, and they're like, why not? But with Verbo, gosh, Speedy, this is what it would be like.
Yeah,
It's
it's like
it's a pleasant stay or whatever. So this family goes to Saban's house apparently,
he's renting it
and
out.
he's letting them stay there, and they booked it, and he's there and giving them rules and stuff.
Pretty
It's
funny.
really, really funny.
And he actually, he's his acting's getting better, I guess, from doing all those. When he first started the Aflac commercials, you're like, oh, coach.
Yeah.
But
He's gotten good.
His acting's getting a lot better.
Yeah,
In this particular one, he's really good.
Yeah, and he's willing to kind of play to.
Oh yeah,
Play.
He gets it.
Yeah, he gets what everybody thinks of him.
Yeah, it's funny.
and loves it. So that's good. Verbo.
Okay.
I know. So on the Bud Light thing, are people back to drinking that?
I don't know.
I don't know. I have no
I'm
idea.
talking about I haven't seen any reports. They kept showing how their stock had dropped and all this, and I don't. I doubt it's recovered fully.
Right. But you know how people are. They get all fired up about it, and then
They came in.
slow
I think
fade
Kid
back.
Rock's already back drinking it.
Is he really?
Yeah.
He shot him up.
Yeah,
Remember?
yeah, I think he's already back.
So they got a new commercial, and you think it's
funny.
Okay.
It is.
We have a little bit of controversy, y'all. It has to do with Shohei Ohtani and his dog decoy. Only Greg would do this.
I'd like for him to speak just a little bit of English.
Yeah.
He's straight up interpreter. If you don't have the interpreter, you're lost.
Well, I'll tell you this. Have you seen the picture of the road leading into Dodger Stadium?
I have not.
People lined up for 7 hours to get into the limited edition Shohei Ohtani bobblehead giveaway. I think they had 40,000 to give away.
See, that tells you why he got that contract he got. He draws people.
And we'll have this because send it to Adler. But video shows the long lines around Dodger Stadium, and
waiting on a bobblehead.
Lined up.
I mean, when was a lot of times they'll have a cap of after so many were out. Does it list that? How many
40,000.
So they did give 40,000.
Yes, it says the Dodgers had 40,000 bobbleheads to give away to the fans after selling 53,527 tickets to the game. So you had to be the first 40,000, I guess.
Okay, that's
a lot.
First of all, that's a lot of bobbleheads.
Yeah, it was Shohei Ohtani bobblehead night, and so. But anyway, you just see hundreds of fans lining up to get the collectible, and and it was like up to 7 hours of people in line before the game started.
Question to you.
No,
Is there
I do
any
not.
Baseball, football, any athlete that you're
but I mean, you're talking about currently alive. I mean, we're not going back to
yeah.
Okay,
Or
because
no,
all of a sudden Babe Ruth came back alive and he's here.
We didn't have bobbleheads when he played.
Right. That's why I'm asking your dream. I just don't want to know what it's like.
I got a Steve McNair bobblehead when I was going in the Titan Stadium one time by signing up for a credit card.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you just had to fill. You didn't have to take the card, but they just wanted you to fill the paper out. And if you did, you got a free bobblehead.
Saw that documentary on Netflix about Steve McNair. Huh?
Yeah, is it as vague as everybody said?
Well, it's not really vague. It does kind of leave you hanging a little bit, but it makes. Well, I think the reason why it kind of leaves you hanging is because the investigation is closed, and this was their findings. But and the private investigators a little bit of a bip, to the police department and those that were detectives that were investigating everything.
Holes and everything.
But he is he does bring up a good point. About where the gun was purchased or was it purchased, and her connection with the guy that's a convicted felon that has a really bad record. So there were some good things that were brought up. But back to Shohei, the story besides people lining up for the bobblehead was that his dog Decoy throughout the first pitch, and that bothers
How you say that in Japanese?
Well,
Decoy. That's how you say it.
Decoy.
Yes, how you say it in Japanese.
And I know that
That's
bothers
his name.
That bothers you because he didn't throw anything.
No, he didn't
had
throw
a
it.
baseball in his mouth and he ran from the pitcher's mound to home plate.
You know, I love dogs. Okay, I'm on record for that. But all he did was play fetch with his dog. Now, okay, that's fine. But what wasn't the announcer like the best one ever and all this? Guys, the dog didn't throw it.
Yeah,
he played fetch,
and that bothers you really. Did you really want to know what it sounds like?
The only difference, Shohei, whatever his name is, didn't throw it and him catch it and bring it back. He was on the mound, and the ball was out in front of him, and he went and grabbed the ball and took it to Shohei, whatever.
Right. Shohei Ohtani. Yes, correct.
So technically, it really wasn't a first pitch.
You did want
if he'd got about 3 feet from him and slung it with his head, I'll give him that.
So you did want to hear what it sounds like in Japanese?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Oh. 素晴らしい見事な始球式でした
Decoy.
That's you. Thanks for joining us tonight. That's Decoy.
I was telling you on my way in, I was listening to there was a sports show and they were talking about that and they were playing the footage of it and they were interviewing him after the game. And when you do that, you have to go through the translator, you know. So you'll hear him ask the question, then you'll hear the translator go, and then you hear him answer back. So he said, how long did it take you to teach him that? And the translator went, and all of a sudden, Oshani said something. The translator turned around and said, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
That was his answer.
You're just like your dad. You just called him Oshani.
Well, whatever. I can't have, he's got a weird name. Boy, he can play ball, though. I give him this. That son of a gun is a phenom.
What about this headline, Greg? Does this
his
any
dog
better?
didn't throw the pitch. I'm just for the record.
Shohei Ohtani's dog delivered one of the best first pitches ever.
No, it
How's
wasn't
that?
one of the best first pitches ever.
Because it wasn't a pitch. That bothers you.
I tell you, maybe a different one, but not the best. Because he technically didn't pitch it.
Yeah.
The dog, we trained the dog to pick a ball up and bring it to his owner.
Yeah.
Which is not that hard. And on the line, if you're looking at tricks that dogs do, that one ain't that hard.
Right. Now, I will say this though: a dog could freak out and not mind you with 50-something thousand people in there, and freak out or take a dump like the other one did.
That other one bowed up right there in front of him.
So the fact that it actually ran to him and gave him the ball was pretty impressive.
Yeah, but it's not the best ever.
So you don't think it was a pitch?
No, it wasn't a pitch. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts. And AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Whether it's back to school season or just the end of the summer, now's the time to be getting back into a routine with those items you're going to be using every day. An absolute must-have for me this fall, Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds, especially since Raycon's everyday earbuds now feature active ergonomic design, multi-point connectivity that lets me pair with two devices at once, and active noise cancellation. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. And that sounds good to me, but Raycon sounds even better because seriously, the quality of these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. So if you're not convinced, Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee for easy return, so give them a try. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's right, you'll get up to 40% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. All right, so picture this. A stranger with a crowbar pries open a window. A fire breaks out in the kitchen. Deadly carbon monoxide leaks into your home at 2 a.m. In moments like these, every second counts. And that's why you need Simply Safe Home Security at simplysafe.com/bigvox. They have 24/7 monitoring agents who act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm, quickly assessing the situation, sending emergency responders to your door. With exclusive live guard technology, agents can even see and speak to the intruders in your home, warning that the police are on the way. With no long-term contracts or cancellation fees, Simply Safe earns your trust every day by keeping you safe and satisfied, but never locked in. So no wonder Simply Safe has become best home security system by U.S. News and World Report for 5 years running. Join countless listeners who found peace of mind with Simply Safe. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox. Save 20% today. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health, or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G and then V as in voice, O-X to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, we
They said Shohei Ohtani's dog's flying
Shohei.
planes. he's flying planes now. It's unbelievable.
Somebody said they took him into custody after fetching the first pitch. They said they caught him betting on the game. I don't know what that means. Oh my gracious! We
here's the
got
deal.
so
Hey,
many good texts
He
coming
actually
in.
ate dog food. I mean, it was a great trick. I mean, come on, y'all. He was fetching. I mean, I liked him being there.
Yeah.
But I wonder if he barks in Japanese, if it's like different, since he's just around people who speak Japanese. You ever wonder that?
Goodness gracious alive! I'm just going to move on from that one, Greg. You're not getting me in that. All right, so we have a couple of stories here we want to hit, and the discussion we had as the music started was pretty good. I did see where Pat McAfee has hinted that Aaron Rodgers is going to return to his weekly appearance after the Jimmy Kimmel fallout. You remember? That's kind of why he stopped doing it, and they had to kind of cut ties. But now that he's back, and we'll get to see the Jets again, and see if he makes it more than one series. As he's coming back from that Achilles.
Will he lead the team on the field like he did last time and make a big deal?
I don't know.
I'd be afraid to.
I know. And I have tried so hard to go into the Bears Hard Knocks, and I just can't do it. I don't know why.
We've stayed.
I know I would like it, probably, because I love
don't-
behind-the-scenes stuff, but it just doesn't – I don't know.
I've only watched 2 episodes.
Right.
I think 3's out, so I'm not that far behind. But I'm like you. I've been doing this a lot about the past 5 years. I start out. I used to be just all about it.
Yeah.
And then for some reason I fade.
Yeah. Well, that was the hype surrounding Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets.
Yeah,
is
that
that
helped.
they had Hard Knocks leading into the season opener, and golly, y'all, there was so much hype around it, and then he come out and
We've already covered it, but it is the biggest case of can't have nothing
you
I
can't
think
have-
I've ever seen.
and the coach's face.
Oh,
That's what if
what
he
the
if
fan-
he could have been mic'd on the broadcast, he would have said, "Man, you can't have nothing."
What about a full stadium?
Yeah.
People just
Golly.
couldn't believe it. Hey, I'm coming on field. I'm carrying a flag.
Right.
Look at this.
So we had a discussion as we were coming back, staying with sports, that Patrick Mahomes, his wife, has been under fire because how dare her, Brittany Mahomes, has liked posts supporting Trump and the Republican Party. Well, everybody was all upset. Like, hey, well, hold on
you
now.
can't hang out with Taylor Swift.
You
and do
can't do
that.
that. You're friends with Taylor Swift. You can't be liking anything Trump.
You're technically a Swiftie.
Well, now she's provoked a fresh fury of new hints about her views on Donald Trump. In her most transparent post yet, she basically was liking and more posts and made it pretty. It was pretty prominent that she supports Trump and Vance for 2024 in the election coming up.
And she has
well,
the
the
right to do
the
that.
Swifties who just aren't having it. They're furious.
Why can't you just? We're not going to agree on everything in life. Why can't you go? Well, I disagree with you. I think this candidate would run this country better. You think the other. We disagree on that, but there's a lot of other things we can talk about and that we probably agree on.
Yeah.
You know, they act like if a celebrity or anybody gets caught liking a pro-Trump thing, that it's almost like a gotcha. See, got you, caught you. I'm exposing you.
Right.
Like it's some horrible.
I just don't know. It's sad that we have gotten to a point where we just all can't. Hey, if she wants to like that, don't mean we got to write her off. Can't we all just, if it's her and Taylor Swift in the box and they're watching the Chiefs game, can they not still enjoy each other's company? They might politically be on different ends of the spectrum, but good night. I love this comment right here. She also liked another message of support after she incited fury for intentionally liking a post from Trump about the November election. Well, when you like something, when you like something, aren't you intentionally liking it because you have to like it?
Were you supposed to come out and go, I didn't mean to do
I
that.
liked it, but not intentionally.
It was an accident. I really didn't like it, but I act like I did. Or I accidentally hit the button that said I liked it.
That's it. Which
again, for their mind to go there, oh, well, you must have accidentally did it. No, I didn't. Oh, well, you must be canceled.
Yeah, good night. Which that led to when we said we were talking off air about the Swifties, and Greg said, "I wish your name was Swifty instead of Speedy."
Yes.
Okay. We
had someone the one time that thought your name was Swifty.
Yeah, and I told him, I'm like, well, sometimes booking with the show and stuff, I'll just go with Calvin because it's less confusing, especially if they have no idea who we are.
Yeah.
Because when I would go with Speedy, they would say Stevie. or Steve.
Okay.
And sometimes, me with secondhand and being uncomfortable, I would stay with it. Yes, sir.
I did that same thing, and it must be something about the way I say my name.
Right.
Because several times, and this sounds like you're in this boat too with yours, I have been asked, what is your name? And I say, Greg. And they go, okay, Gary. I worked for a man for a year who called me Gary, and I answered to it because, one, I was scared of him.
Yeah.
He was one of them bosses that didn't put up with no junk. And I was like, I just started working at the power company. I was 19.
Yeah.
And I just answered to Gary because my first day there, he said,
That's
now,
what
what's
he
your
said.
name? And I said, Greg. He was, okay, Gary. And so I thought, well, I'll just be Gary. So about a year, I was a Gary. and that's not the only person that's done it. Well, there was another lady that worked the switchboard at the office when I was a janitor there, and she thought my name was Gary. Same reason. But the other guy I worked with knew my name was Greg, and he heard her call me Gary.
Yeah, so that's...
And he went there and said, his name ain't Gary. And I'd been answering to it.
Now, we always get confused with, staff and all. But on the old saying I'm Speedy, I don't know why it sounds like Stevie. I have no idea. But I can't remember
Stevie.
I can't remember the guest. But it was a prominent one. We've just booked so many people, and I thought, hey, we're kind of prior to the pre-interview stuff. We're kind of like we don't have any secondhand. The conversations are great back and forth. He's kind of my buddy now. And then on air, he goes, yeah, I've been talking to Stevie.
So you thought,
I thought the whole time
we're close.
I thought we were close. And he called me Stevie. I'm like, so this whole time he doesn't even know my name.
We were at the golf at the Regions after we'd done the show there. Me and Helms were there. And a guy that came up, he obviously not a huge listener of the show.
Yeah.
But anyway, hey, man, it's been a while. Good to see you. He goes, the guy that works for y'all, old Swifty. I said, you mean Speedy? Yeah. Speedy. Swifty. I said, well, it's pretty swift.
Yeah. Swift.
Nah, but I several times in my life, when someone's asked me my name, they've come back with, okay, Gary. It must be the way I say Greg.
I guess so. And maybe we just don't open our mouth when we talk. We got lazy mouth, I know. Maybe it's hard to. But, I'm clearly saying, there's a P in there. I'm not saying Steve or whatever. It's Speedy.
Okay, thanks, Stevie.
Thank you, Stevie.
Been great. Yeah, I was talking to Stevie prior to the interview. I'm like, it just crushed me.
Here's the dilemma. When you're in that situation, like I said, I chose not to correct my boss.
And I didn't either.
That's what I'm saying.
I didn't either. I just rolled with it.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Stevie. Thanks for being with us, man. Oh, me. All right, so we're moving on. But anyway, that kind of splintered off from the Mahomes deal. And he said, I wish your name was Swifty. But anyway.
That guy asked about Swifty.
Yeah. You had gotten an email, and I know since Helmsy left and went coaching full-time at Jack State, we have not done questions from the audience, but we do get hammered daily about questions of would you rathers and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. You said you had an interesting one that might create conversation.
Yes,
what is this?
A QFTA.
Okay.
Also known as from Eddie Doty.
Okay.
Well,
Eddie.
He keeps us.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, Eddie?
This is Stevie here.
Yes, Gary. Here's the question. What was the last place you were thrown out of?
Ooh.
Thrown out of. Asked to leave.
Like asked to leave, like you got to go.
Let me think. Now, college years are going to be vague.
Let me ask you a question. Can this count if you get kicked out but then sneak back in?
Oh, I know where you're going.
Kiss concert?
Yes, you were thrown out.
Yeah. Oh, was I?
Yeah. You were physically.
Yeah.
You actually were like flying in the air out the door like they do on TV.
Shirt torn and everything.
I was there, and it was one of your best ever.
You and I made contact.
It was unbelievable.
I remember making eye contact with
me, you, and Ace Frehley.
Yes.
You were right next to him.
Yeah.
And I saw security. The best part, and we've told the story. I'm not going to go into it.
Well, but
they were taking you off, and you broke free and went back.
Yeah.
You remember?
Yes.
And then we thought you were in jail.
Right.
But again, added twist, you snuck back in.
I did.
Now, your shirt was ripped.
Yeah, it was. So we were at a Kiss concert, and for some stupid reason, I don't know why, Terry still, it's like, why did you put me in this situation? I break from the group. We're enjoying the concert. And I had this really dumb idea.
You didn't warn anybody.
No, of just getting backstage, jumping up on the stage and screaming Rick and Bubba. And
you got it out.
And I did. Now, the stage was a little higher than I thought.
Please understand, You didn't just count. You were H. Freely is like with this microphone. You were this close. He almost had his arm around you.
Yes, I know.
Because he didn't care.
And back in the day, he was my favorite too.
Okay.
Before all the controversy and all that.
Yeah.
And so I guess that's the last time I was officially kicked out. But then they kicked me out, and I didn't know that some of my I would say friends, but maybe annex friends that work security. That company was hired, and they had worked a lot of security for different events that I was actually supposed to be hosting, and they couldn't believe I'd done that to them. They were like, Speedy, how in the world? They were power pushing me out, you know.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't they let you in an area that normally wouldn't let people because they trusted you?
Yeah. Well, not in this one. No, this case, I just acted like I was supposed to be there and just walked past people.
You sure did.
And did the fake phone call thing, you know, got where I needed. So I guess that's my official last time.
I'm in like row 5. So we had great seats. We're looking up, you know, we're that close. And all of a sudden, standing beside H. Freely is you, screaming in the mic, Rick and Bubba. And so I'll say, so that's definitely.
Yeah. So how about you?
I can't think. We probably got thrown out of a bar or something later, but I'm going to go with, I remember this.
Anything as an adult, or are you going way back?
I'm going way back.
Okay.
I was probably, whenever, I was under 17 because you had to have a parent to get in a rated R movie.
Oh, okay.
17,
all right.
under
You get busted,
17.
huh?
Yeah. We bought tickets to go see something. But we snuck over to see Blue Lagoon, because we'd been told there was nudity in it. So here comes the usher.
This is so honest.
Here comes the usher with a flashlight. And we had to walk out in front of everybody.
Little William Gregory.
Hey, y'all get out of here. We had to go back over and watch like Gus the Kicking Mule or whatever it was.
You were so
It looked
excited.
cold. Once we sat down, we thought we had it made. And I saw the movie later. It wasn't even that good a movie.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Well, you were excited then, though? Thought you had you something. That's real talk.
Hey, y'all get up. Get out of here.
Hey, wait, hey, what are you doing? I wish I could have seen your face when that flashlight hit.
It's terrible.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-902-5454. 800-902-5454.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its head-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
And Doug. Customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. After that, you can also save me, as I'm currently hanging from the edge of a cliff. To recap, number 1, customize and save. Number 2, time allowing, save me. Shoulders separating!
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Fall's almost here, but weather is still beautiful. Still time to enjoy the outdoors. Everyone's got a favorite outdoor activity. Maybe it's golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, long walks. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have an answer: Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily 100% drug-free supplement developed by doctors that's been incredibly effective, even life-changing for so many people. It doesn't just mask pain, it helps your body fight pain naturally. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. In about 3 weeks, you'll know it's working because you feel the difference, whether it's the neck, the back, joint, muscle pain. Relief Factor can help. Give it a try and visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4 or go to ReliefFactor.com. Tell them Rick sent you or visit rickandbubba.com. Here's less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Whether it's back to school season or just the end of the summer, now's the time to be getting back into a routine with those items you're going to be using every day. An absolute must-have for me this fall, Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds, especially since Raycon's everyday earbuds now feature active ergonomic design, multi-point connectivity that lets me pair with 2 devices at once, and active noise cancellation. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. And that sounds good to me, but Raycon sounds even better because, seriously, the quality of these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. So if you're not convinced, Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee for easy return, so give them a try. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's right, you'll get up to 40% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh,
All right, it is 7 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the program is sponsored by amac.us/bigvox. That's BIG, V as in voice, OX. amac.us/bigvox. And, you know, in just a few short weeks, we've been talking about this. You can't run from it. Talking about the politics of of our country and the fact that we have an election coming up. There's a lot of things at stake for our country.
Yeah, it's pretty important.
The economy, global conflicts, border security, parental rights, you name it, national debt. And it can feel overwhelming, but if there was a simple way for you to unite with others and fight against the politics and the policies that are harming our beloved nation, would you do so? Well, you can by joining amac.us/bigvox. The Association of Mature American Citizens is what AMAC stands for. You're joining over 2.1 million patriots who are committed to saving the country we love. Besides being part of this community, it costs just $1. Think about it. In today's, inflationary times, just $1 makes you part of this powerful movement, and it just costs $1. AMAC stands for the values of its members and fights every day to protect the individual liberties outlined in the Constitution. And as a member, you'll enjoy over 100 discounts with companies that share your values as well, including an array that will save you big time when it comes to travel, plus receive a subscription to the bi-monthly AMAC magazine. It's a wonderful way. It's a wonder why AMAC is offering such a great deal, but it's just here for you. It's just $1. So call right now and get enrolled and make sure you become a member at AMAC. You can go to amac.us/bigvox to join today for just $1, and let's stand for America and make a difference with your money. We always talk about that. You know, man, I hate to put my money towards this organization and this organization. Well, it kind of feels good to know that you're supporting someone that supports your values as well.
AMAC.
We have continued our conversation in the break about getting kicked out of places, and it's been very entertaining. Let me ask you a question. I'm not gonna like shut the show down with this, but just a technical question that I know is it's a waste of time to look at you and ask. So really, I'm asking the audience.
Okay.
If there's a way, because there's people that there's Geek Squad people out there, and I mean that with all due respect, that can fix anything, and they know it's an Apple product. So I'll say that, but there's a big push around the house, and tell me if you're this way. I know Lisa is into redecorating and upgrading around the house, but we have come up on boxes and boxes and boxes of stuff, of just framed pictures that we've never put up.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, why are these all in boxes? I mean, these are great pictures of family history, and there's areas upstairs in the hall, between bedrooms. It's just empty space, and it's like, hey, this would be cool to just put them all up.
Yeah, we're in the same boat.
Yeah, so we're kind of in the process of figuring out who we want, and everybody's sending now Blue Lagoon stuff to Greg. God, what could be even better is if they put your face on him.
It is.
Oh, is it?
I think so.
Oh, it is. Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry. All right, the text option of 866-932-3244 is precious right now.
Like Quinn Ewers.
I did not notice that. Y'all can do anything.
That is
Y'all really
funny.
can. Brooke Shields and Greg Burgess, the Blue Lagoon.
Look, kick off our Stevie and Gary. Stevie and Gary
coming back. Anyway, we're going through the process. Well, picking up some of the boxes. This is how much we are behind. The boxes when we moved 5 years ago, there's still some boxes in the bottom of closets that we just were trying to get rid of.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, I don't know if you remember this, but it was a iPad Mini.
Yeah.
It's not as big as an iPad, and it's bigger than your iPhone Pluses and Maxes and all this.
We've covered it on the show.
Yeah.
Phones and pads go from, it's cool to have a small one to a bigger one, now a big one.
Yeah, well, the Mini is in
between.
That
was when it was sharp. Look how little it is.
Yeah, but it's bigger than a phone, but it's not as big as an iPad, but it was an iPad Mini. And the boys got them when they were young, like 10, 11, 12, as something something. No, it was just something to have. I think it was a Christmas gift. Well, we found one, and it's in excellent condition. I'm talking about really good condition. So I was like, oh my gosh, I've been thinking about trying to help Rick when it comes to playing music. He's always on his phone.
Yeah, and he'll mess it
And
up.
we need something that's stationary that could be sitting in here that's not too big, and it would be perfect to sit right here and never leave. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna power this thing up and see if it holds a charge. Well, it does. It is in excellent condition. But there's a password to unlock it so I can erase it
This thing about
and
10 years
then
old.
just restore it back to its original and then bring it in here as a fresh iPad that we can just hook up to tune in, iTunes, and then just rock and roll.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yes, and it is perfect.
Got a problem, though.
Here, we got a problem. So I text the boys and Terry in the fam. We have a family group text. Hey, found this Mac Mini. Okay, it's not a Mac Mini, Speedy. It's an iPad Mini. And whose was this, and what was the passcode? Any hope? Well, they all come back. Not mine, not mine. JC comes back. Oh, that was mine. I can tell. It had a Bible verse on it. He goes, I know that was mine.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, any hope of a password?
Ooh, that's a lot to ask.
I know it's been 8 to 10 years.
I mean,
any
I
hope?
tell you one I said last year.
Well, he starts sending them to me, and every time I try, it's not the right one, and it kicks me out. You got to wait 15 more minutes. You got to wait 30 minutes. And so I guess my question is, to all you Geek Squad folks and can fix anything,
help me.
Is there any hope?
Somebody help Daddy.
If we can't remember the password of getting around that at all.
So it keeps locking you out, wait 15, wait
because
20.
every time I try, it says I got to wait 15 more minutes.
That's a great idea, though. Rick can even log into his iTunes. He'll have all his music,
and it's
all
right
his
here.
playlists.
And it's the
one
perfect
problem.
Adler.
One problem.
It's the perfect size.
It's hacking time, guys.
Hey, Stevie can't get in it. I need help.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Rolling down the track, baby. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour on the Rick and Bubba Show has begun. Kickoff hours behind us. Starts with the national anthem. We're off. Here we go, a brand new hour. Kickoff hour is done. The kickoff hour is done. Speedy and Greg knocked that out for you. Eddie Van Adler now joins the gang with the YouTube experience. Hello, tubers. Whether you're watching the show live or archived, we're glad you're here on our YouTube option. Maybe you're catching us on America's boldest radio stations, 63 stations strong. Carrying the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Maybe you don't have an affiliate and you don't have access to YouTube, so you are a TuneIn app listener. That's fine. Glad you're here. Maybe you're an archive person. You're watching the YouTube archive. Are you listening to the audio archives on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel? That's good. Glad you're here too. Live or archive, never again do you not have access to the entire show every single day. A lot to do on the program today. Dr. Lou will join us. He is making his college football appearance today. Apparently, he has been with the show for almost 18 years, if you count his internship and all that. He's done Dr. Lou for us for 15 seasons, and he'll be here to do that, and we'll talk about his legacy on the show after he gives us the college football update. So that's coming today, too. Your phone calls, yesterday's Wednesday Bible study archive is now available on the YouTube and podcast channel as well. Let's bring him in here, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates, thank you for being here for 30-plus years on the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Let's go. Hey, Bubba.
Hey.
Hey. Well, here we go. We're off and running. College football starts tonight. We had week 0. I don't know what to do with week 0. They call it week 0, so now we're week 1. And like I say, we'll kick all that off today, and we'll get ready. Some big matchups coming up this weekend. My goodness. You know, one of the things that hit me that's going to be a little weird for those of us that are college football fans, and I just saw it going in to get me a cup of BuzzBox coffee today. I looked up on the screen, and not CBS, but ABC is showing me their college football lineup, and of course, you know this is the year,
new year for the SEC.
This is the year they have the SEC, and that's just a little bit. It feels a little weird.
Well, it's kind of a throwback to when we were kids. You know, they used to cover a lot of the SEC stuff, but after the Supreme Court ruling again back in the early '80s, everything changed, and the NCAA lost their ability to run roughshod over these TV contracts. And I don't know if you've ever seen a story about that. It's very, very interesting how we've got the current coverage we have in college football.
Yeah, it is.
It wasn't always this way.
No, it wasn't.
And so that's real interesting. You ever get a chance to look that up. And, of course, close to home, Rick, the Jack State Gamecocks kick it off tonight. 7 o'clock against Coastal Carolina. We'll have TV coverage on the CBS Sports Network. That's different than the main CBS. You need to go look that up. And,
is that the streaming app?
Yeah, they have you can get it on streaming on several outlets. And of course coverage with the Gamecock Radio Network beginning at 5 o'clock.
You got it ready to go?
Ready to roll. Now I think I'm gonna sit in with Paris a little bit early on.
Oh, that'll be fine.
Just for fun.
I love Mike Paris. I think that'll be great.
You talking about a guy who's one of the best play-by-play guys ever,
absolutely,
anywhere.
Absolutely.
And, you know, he's been doing that like 40 years now. Can you believe that?
How about, I sometimes I forget. So one time I was his sideline reporter. And then I did 2 seasons, I think, of color commentator.
Yes.
Yeah, so I've actually been his color guy. I forgot. That's so long ago.
Yeah. And
that was before the Rick and Bubba show.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. That was and poor old Paris. I mean, that's you. Let me put it this way: in those days, because that was before Jesus. In those days, do you remember the running joke? And Eli, another guy you're working with, would always tell us when Kenny Stabler was the color guy.
Yes.
He said he would just casually ask, as pregame was going, anybody got a snake sighting?
About to kick this thing off.
Can anybody confirm that Stabler is on the ground
somewhere?
And so it was very similar to that. Paris was like, anybody got a Burgess sighting?
Here he comes.
Mullet blazing, Jack State cap on, and I'd
put looks sleepy.
Looking sleepy.
It's 11 o'clock kickoff. We're in trouble.
And an odd smell, but we're off and running.
And back in the early days,
check that Coca-Cola cup for me.
Back in the very early days of that, I was involved with the network, getting that going, getting it started originally, and was doing that back when your dad won the national championship, which played into this show. How we got started.
31 years, baby.
A year, I guess, there's a year or two before that is when I actually hired Rick to be the sideline guy.
Yep, weird.
And then I had to call you one time. They wanted me to call and get on you when you had an open mic.
That was that is on me because it should.
You remember that call? I said, "Hey, Rick, you're killing me, man. Don't give me no meeting."
It was your killing me call, and I knew I was killing you, and it is on me for not. I shouldn't have said what I said about what I thought was a bad spot, but somebody's got to pot me down. I mean, what am I doing up? Why am I potted up?
Considering clearly it was bad.
I don't know if you've noticed since those days. I don't think Jack State's had a sideline.
No,
guy.
They have not.
I think you were the last one.
I think that. Oh, that's right. They had what was his name? Greg, Mike. Golly, he's so mad at me right now. I sang at his wedding.
Rick.
Joe Whitmore.
Joe Whitmore. Yeah.
Joe was sideline.
Yeah, he did that for a while.
Yeah, he came back. I think that's right.
I think he did.
Can you say that?
I think there were so many scars from when you did it, though. It
no question. And I would do things, and Paris would just. The one that he loves the most, of course, that spot was a bad one, but the one he loves most is because in those days you couldn't really communicate with the sideline guy. It was kind of like, if the sideline guy cut his mic on, you thought he had something. That was really it. You couldn't communicate.
Right.
And so anyway, I didn't know. I could hear them. You know, that I had to. I don't know how I heard it. What was I listening for a radio?
You're
maybe
probably listening off air.
Off air. Look, and all of a sudden I did not have anything, and I guess he thought I did. Okay, Rick, you got something? And I said, no, Mike, sure don't. Back to you.
Back to you, Mike.
There's a ball game going on. Sorry, Mike. I'm just kind of watching the game.
No,
now.
I don't.
I don't. And then one time I claimed that when the cheerleaders ran behind me, that one of them goosed me.
Yeah.
Hey, now.
And you know, Mike was part of that all-star lineup at WHMA AM.
Yes, he was.
She worked at. I had to come down and go through the bullpen every now and then.
Yeah. Ask Parrish if he
From
remembers.
TV.
Ask Parrish if he remembers on HMA me setting his sportscast on fire.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Joined by retired Army General Ken Strafer, who is in Washington, D.C. as we speak.
Friend of the show, and we're glad that the General could join us this morning.
And you met the General while we were in Orlando, is
yes,
that right?
On the Rick and Bubba trip.
On the Rick and Bubba trip. General, welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to you all. And for all those people out there from the South, I want to let you know that the sons and daughters of the South are really representing us well in that land of sand and dust.
Well, they always do, don't they?
They do. You got that right.
Well, is there anything new, or is the information we're getting from the press pretty accurate?
Well, as far as I know, and this morning I got a briefing at 11:30 in the Pentagon, so I can update you later this afternoon as well. But it looks like, again, Mr. Saddam Hussein lied to us about all his weapons of mass destruction and other things. You well heard this morning that there was a UAV, Iraqi UAV, in the form of a Cessna 172, that moved from Iraq into the Marine positions there and crashed. So that was one of the lies. He had a weapon that was more than a 50-mile range. He used some of his Scud-type surface-to-surface missiles against us this morning. Thank goodness that the Patriot batteries that are protected, by the way, from the National Guard from the state of Florida, were able to defend the friendly forces, the coalition forces that are in place there. So, we're seeing the battlefield prepared. I might add that soldiers of Special Forces soldiers from Fort Bragg and Fort Campbell, Kentucky, took their positions last night around 9:15 Central Standard Time. And we're actually in place this morning as the sun broke over there. And they're in their high positions, looking out there, preparing the battlefield, providing intelligence to General Franks and his staff as we get ready to go to Phase 2, which should occur within 24 to 48 hours.
General, let me ask you a question. The Scuds or the surface-to-surface missiles, have we confirmed that it was just high explosive warheads, that there were no chemical or biological agents in those or the Cessna plane? Because we had heard they had refitted these Cessna planes to basically be poisonous crop dusters. Have we heard, is that confirmed either way, what was on those?
No, I don't think, Bill, really they've gone up there and looked at the aircraft. Right now, I think they had it pretty well protected this morning when it went down. They have some good Marines out there in MOP 4, that is the high-level gear with their protective masks on, just observing it until they can get a chemical unit out there, and then they'll move forward, and they're probably at this hour actually at the site of the aircraft looking at it to figure out what was on board. But you don't know. They could have it remotely detonated. But I will tell you this, too. I'm sure you've probably heard it, or if you haven't, well, they've already started to surrender. The Iraqis are coming over in small, picking them up and moving them to the south to get away from the battle area. Now, you got to remember, in this battle, it's going to be a little different. You're in Kuwait, so you're about 50 miles further north towards Iraq than you were in 1990-91. So the battlefield is really condensed. You don't have a lot of area to move around, so there's going to be a a different type of stroke to this battlefield as we go out there and we begin our ground operations against it. It's going to have to be very fast, very hard hitting, and it's going to have to be a larger front than we had in 1990-91.
What about, we also got a report we had a helicopter go down. Everybody's okay, but they had to crash land this morning. Is there any update on that?
The aircraft that went down apparently had some sand in one of the filters, and it jammed it. It didn't go down. It actually had a hard landing.
Okay.
Everybody got off. It immediately became a target for...
The two men throwing towels, bedding, and rugs down the stairs. All...
Here we go, 22 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. Dr. Lou's still to come. All right, so breaking news. We did not know this. I don't know why Greg has kept this to
Well, now
ourselves.
don't exaggerate.
All right, so let me set it back up for
Greg,
us.
you just said in the break something that none of us knew.
No. All right, so we're
never even heard.
So here's what we're discussing. So
Well, there's a reason.
Jacksonville State University, and I asked Bubba earlier, Speedy graduated there, I graduated there, Bubba graduated there, Greg attended for a couple semesters, and our dad coached there for 12 years. So we have a lot. Bubba grew up in Jacksonville. We're immersed in this school. So anyway, and I asked Bubba today, I never have, even all the years of dad coaching, I know teams have something they shout. What do we shout? Do we shout stay cocky? I know we do the hand signal.
Well, there's
what's our shout?
There's several shouts out there, Rick.
Yeah, okay.
And
some
of them are kind of reserved for the stadium.
Okay.
Yeah,
but anyway, so we were talking about the play-by-play person that was there most the entire run. I think there was one run when a coach came in and took Mike Paris off, and that didn't last very long, and he went back. One of the best play-by-play guys.
Back by popular demand.
Ever, and I did some color commentating with him, did some sideline. We talked about that. Bubba ran the network for Jack State football where he and I interacted, and I was killing him and didn't and he said, hey, you got to watch it.
It's kind of probably an overstatement.
Well, but you put it together.
Yeah,
I remember that. Yeah.
I was doing something.
You put it together. And so we're all just kicking around about all the different people that have worked with Mike Paris as color commentator and including my brief run. And all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, Greg says the following statement.
I just said that there was an opening for the color position.
You said, y'all may not know this.
Yeah.
How do you not tell us this?
No, but listen, there was an opening for the color spot, okay? Right. It's before Ray came back and went, they tried a few, some better than others. And he did just ask me if I was interested.
Wait a minute.
Now, I'm sure I would have had to have tried out.
The voice of the game.
He didn't say, hey, Greg, you want this? He didn't do that. Would you be interested? And I'm sure I would have. And I was intimidated. I was like, no, man.
Why would you not be interested in being the color commentator for the Jack State Gamecocks?
And Mike's upper level. But anyway, it wasn't like, it was just, hey, would you be interested? And I was like, well, yeah, no. I don't think I'm qualified and all that. But anyway.
So was there a time, yes or no?
And then I heard some of the people that actually did go in there and try it. I thought,
you should have tried it. I'm going to say this again.
They had to bring Ray back. Ray does a good job.
I'm going to say it again. Was there not a moment in time where Mike Paris said, would you consider it?
Yeah.
That really happened.
He wasn't saying it was yours. Would you be interested in it?
Wow.
Seems like I was working at the concession stand at a high school basketball.
But why did he not tell anybody that? You've never mentioned that? The many times we brought up Mike Paris.
Y'all are going to blow it. Y'all are going to blow it out of proportion. Like I said, did he offer me the job? That ain't what I said.
Now I'm mad at Speedy.
That's not what I said.
How can Speedy?
Because I thought his brother knew.
You're right.
But I mean.
But why didn't you run in and say, Rick, you know this?
Yeah, he's told me before in passing.
But Greg, how long you been on this show?
16 years.
And you haven't just casually mentioned
that
I almost got started as a color guy with Mike Paris.
So unqualified that I didn't even bring it up.
Well, here's what Bubba and I are mad at. We acted like we were the first one to ever give you sports broadcasting. When we were with the XFL.
That was my first.
With the Birmingham Bolts.
He should have told us. I could do this if you need me.
How about a resume with Mike Paris?
The XFL was a long time ago.
Yeah, I was going to say it hadn't happened yet.
The funny thing about the XFL
is this has happened after XFL.
Yes. Oh yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, obviously he heard the job.
Way past that. Rick, I was still at the power company when XFL.
Remember,
I would be like in San Francisco covering the game, and then I'd be at somebody's house hooking the service up that Monday.
Can we tell the story about the XFL and the Bubba Box yet? Has
Of
that
course.
gone far enough?
What are they going to do to us
Have we
now?
ever told that?
Which part?
Which one?
What are they going to do to us now?
Which story, Bubba?
Are you talking about
About how we got the Bubba Box.
Oh.
Oh.
No, that's
how
we
got it.
That ain't gonna, there's no.
Have we told that?
Not on the air.
No, I don't think
How
so.
about there's no way you can get any repercussions for that?
No, that's been
There's
so
no
long
way.
ago.
Well, I'll just say this. I think I know why the XFL didn't make it the first time.
Okay.
I'll say that. If they did all their money management like they did with us,
Right.
I thought you talking they made it the whole year.
I'm telling you. I thought you was talking about when you left the kid at the hotel and we were already
No,
we were in Sausalito.
We're at Giant Stadium
That
trying
was
to get it going.
that was one of the more stressful days in my life.
Did it ever hook up the first time in work? Remember, it would get tragic.
Listen, when I heard ISDN was dead, y'all may have heard me shout.
Right.
Wherever I was. I was so glad.
Well, there were a
that was
couple
over.
things when we were the XFL play-by-play team for the Birmingham Bolts. Bubba Box is what Bubba put together for us to be able to do the broadcast with everything in it we needed. And ISDN lines is how we connect to the network of stations and from the press box to the world. And there were a couple of them. There was the one in San Francisco, and then you're kind of leaving out the time how we got on the air in New York.
We had a show to do. We had a job to do.
Right.
And I was going to get us on the air.
You got us on the air.
And I did get us on the air.
You certainly did.
And
Now their soccer team struggled to get on the air, but we sure were.
They wasn't using it.
Yeah, we found one.
They
spare.
wasn't using it that day.
No,
we
they
found a hotline that we
Had a
used
bill
because
for it.
ours was not working properly or something.
The ISDN line, just
But back
the
to the
technology
Bubba
has progressed since then, but that was a nightmare, not just for the XFL, any on-location broadcast.
Not
it
very
was,
dependable.
it was, oh gosh, we got to test the ISDN line.
I'd
I'd have to
rather-
go days ahead.
Oh, I remember.
Do you want to talk about how we got the Bubba Box? You want to just tell everybody?
Well, I just think it's interesting from a business standpoint.
Mhm.
So when we were brought on to do that, there was still, we didn't know exactly how we were going to do it. And we had a discussion with the guy in charge of the team, and I told him what he needed to rent and how much it was and all that stuff. And, or have buy. I told him what they needed to buy to have the broadcast set up they needed. And he said, well, we don't have money to buy it, but we can rent it. And I said, well, there's nobody that rents this stuff that I'm aware of locally that would be easy to get this from. And he said, well, we got to find somebody that'll rent it, and I can pay this much for it. So I said, well, do you mind if I go buy it and you just rent it from us?
There we go.
And he said, yeah, I don't care. He said, I just have to rent. I can't buy.
Mm-hmm.
So... we put it
believe that
together,
bunch didn't stay together.
and the rent on the equipment that we charged them and they paid was more than it cost by the end of the season.
Correct.
So they would have been better just to buy it. That's
Right.
And I know it was an accounting thing, what they were doing, and
But it
all
wasn't a
that
very
good
good
stuff.
accounting thing.
But still, it's real money when it's all said and done. And if they were wasting money like that on us in one team, no telling what else. And then just on the radio broadcast,
Yes.
which was a tiny, tiny part of it.
Right.
There's no telling how they spent their money on other things. I'm shocked they made it the whole year.
And don't forget, you had that nice wireless system, and then all of a sudden after the first game, they banned sideline reporters. So we would sneak down there and do it anyway.
Yeah.
But you remember that? They had all the stuff, and we
I
were
forgot
sounding
about
good,
that.
and they banned it.
It was the best wireless mic setup that's ever been created.
By the way, a lot of people want to know, did Chris Stewart, who took over for Eli Gold at Bama, ask you to do color with him?
Rick, a lot of people don't know it, but yes. We interviewed him on Sports Czars one day.
He just
and
asked
did.
if you'd be interested.
It's all about
we used to work in the same building.
Yeah.
so.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For follow-on aircraft, F-15s, F-18s out of the Navy there, and F-15s out of the Air Force, to take it out because it had all that sophisticated electronics gear for night vision and communications that we just don't want to get in the hands of the opposition there, the Iraqis.
General, we still do we still feel like we're going to see this all-out assault, an effort to shock the Iraqis into a quick surrender. Is that still what we're hearing? I mean, that's
Yes.
what's been in the press, so I don't know if that's accurate or we're just getting a little fake and we're rolling out on a bootleg.
Well, Bubba?
Yes, sir.
That's an element of war. You want to go out there and you want to kick them in the pants and keep kicking them in the pants until the guy says, stop, my tail feathers are all bloody. You don't go out there and just, pamper them and be wimps. And Americans, sons and daughters of the South, they're not whips. They're going to get out there. You got members of the 20th Special Forces out of Birmingham over there, individuals. You got units sitting there in Afghanistan providing relief so that other soldiers can go into Kuwait and then eventually attack into Iraq. This is a proud moment to be an American. We are just defending freedom at all costs right this morning. You just can't say enough about those members of the Air, Navy, Ground, and Marines that are out there. They're wonderful people.
What about as far as the surrenders? We know we've already got that going on, and we really haven't even gotten into the more extreme phases of this. What is kind of opinion with those of you that are in the know that will the people on the out, will they be surrendering, as some people are thinking, by the thousands, and then you get down to the core of it all, and who do we think will fight and who do we think won't fight?
Well, that's a good question, and the answer is clearly Saddam Hussein is using this time around. He's used more of the regular Army types that he has in the Republican Guard and other divisions that he controls. You will probably not, I will predict you will not see the massive surrenderings that you had in 1991 where you had cameramen out there from CNN and a lot of the other popular stations with cameras on their shoulders, and Iraqis thought they were weapons and they were throwing their hands up saying, I surrender.
Yeah.
We did see, though, this is a little humor here, we intercepted a supply of war materials from France to Baghdad yesterday. I guess you heard that.
No, we haven't.
No, that's the first we've heard of that.
Yep. Sets of white sheets.
What a good one.
Yeah. When I heard France say today, if they see chemical weapons, they may join us.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Just stay at the house.
Yeah. I compared that to when your wife asked, would you mind taking the kids with you? And you said, no, what I'm going on right now, they would just be a hindrance. That's what I feel about France. Look, why don't y'all just stay where you are? You're just going to get in the way.
That's right.
General, let me ask you one more question. I know you're busy, and we really appreciate you spending a few minutes with us.
You and your listeners down there at Y94.5 are friends. You can call me anytime.
Well, we may do it. If we do not start the massive attack tonight, which I know we're just
Life with Relief Act. Yeah, come on with it. We're back. Dr. Lou kicks off college football coming up next time. Field of Greens. Guys, I love getting the feedback on Field of Greens. I just had blood work done, and the doctor said, hey, double thumbs up. Burge, I don't know what you're doing, but keep on doing it. And we just had a listener who said they had the same experience with their doctor. And when you're talking about Field of Greens right now, it's really quite simple. The body runs, its best when it has the right fruits and vegetables. And I don't know about y'all, but I have a real hard time figuring all that out and working that into my daily diet. So the beautiful thing is that Field of Greens does that for me. And it is delicious. People are saying, you know what else? Getting better sleep. Your stomach works better. Why? Because your digestive system is getting the things it needs. Your heart, your lungs, your liver. If you'd like to find out more, go to fieldofgreens.com. You get all the nutrients you need. It's 1 or 2 scoops a day. I go with 2, but for some people, 1 is plenty. 15% off plus free shipping. If you go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX. They got some new flavors too. The wild berry, Sherry does that. I do just the green one with the stevia, and then there's also a strawberry lemonade that just came out. Fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BIGVOX. Get 15% off and free shipping. And let me tell you something. It's one of the best steps I've taken on my health, and going into 60, I feel better going into 60 than I did going in at 40. All right, so let's talk about some other things. Football is starting. You're going to get a lot of college football today. If that's not your thing, we apologize. We're just hyped about it. On the text option at 1-866-932-3244, we are getting inundated with, have y'all seen Nick Saban's new commercial?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't. Speedy has. Greg has.
Yeah, I showed it.
Can I tell you, I'm loving the new. I'm relaxed.
Oh.
I'm not tensed up. Nick Saban.
I agree. Totally agree with that.
Did you hear him? And I don't know if it was a reel or an interview, but I heard him talking about the fact since he's retired, he did not realize that he was in such a rush all the time.
Yes, I did see that.
But said he was always going to a meeting, to something, to a recruit, and it was just a constant. And he was in such a grind, he didn't even realize.
Yeah, and I think that was the conversation I had with him at Greystone. We talked about that. You were already playing at the time, and that's when I awkwardly invited myself to the lake. That didn't land.
Right.
But anyway, so he has this commercial. But sometimes when coaches or athletes are asked to do a commercial, their acting is pretty bad. Mm-hmm. He seems to be warming up. Greg, you said his acting in this is actually
a lot better.
It's a lot better.
The Affleck, them were tough.
Right, those are hard. But he's kind of warmed up to it. Now this brand is what?
Now, he's not Sir Lawrence Olivier, but it is better.
It's Verbo.
Of all the people, what?
Verbo, VRBO, and
now that stands for vacation rental by owner, right?
Yes. Thank you, Bubba.
And clarify.
Not something I would do. I find it creepy, but yeah.
Yeah, and they've had these commercials coming out where people are in handles, and then it goes to, but if you rented from Verbo, this is what it would be like.
So their whole angle is you better use us, or you may end up with a terrible situation just randomly renting from somebody.
Right.
I got it. Okay.
Right. And so the latest version is Saban is renting the house, and a family pulls up, and he gives them instructions, and it's a handle.
Oh, it's funny.
And then it goes to what it could be like if you rented from Verbo.
Okay, I got you.
All right.
Oh, is there a pool?
Check-in time is 3.
It's 2:55.
I know.
Is this what he's doing now?
Have a seat. As your host, I have some rules. First, no showers longer than 5 minutes. This isn't a spa. There's no streaming, only cable television.
Any games for the kids?
No games, no fun. The kids aren't even allowed in the house. That's the rule. There's a great barbecue outside, but don't touch that. How'd you guys get inside? 2 flush maximum per bathroom visit.
Yes, Coach.
You guys got about 10 minutes because this is daddy time in the tub.
Meanwhile, at a Verbo, when other vacation rentals make you share your turf with a host, try one you have all to yourself.
Daddy time in the tub.
No, actually, the kids are not even allowed in the house.
They're allowed in the house.
How about it's well written, too?
That's funny.
That's a rule.
That's a rule.
Look
right here. It's right there.
5-minute showers is not a spa. That's good stuff right there.
I like the Ghostbuster signs through everything. I know, like kids, Ghostbusters.
No fun zone.
No.
So VRBO, I've actually never done that. I'm more of an Airbnb guy.
Yeah, baby.
I like it when the owners are looking at me, through the windows.
Cameras in the bathroom.
Yeah. But y'all, this VRBO commercial's gone super viral. Everybody's watching it. This story has just come out. Property owners, they own and run a VRBO, says some guests flooded their home.
Oh.
I got a news package if you guys want it.
What do you mean? They flooded their home?
Yes,
Oh,
they
no.
rented it and then flooded it.
That's not good.
All right, this is from WMTV4 or something like that.
All right.
So every time you took a step, water would be squishing out from the floors.
The aftermath of a bad night at a vacation rental in Sheboygan Falls. Owner Ashley Deutsch is still trying to process what happened and why.
We woke up at around 4 o'clock in the morning from all of the notifications we were getting from the camera outside the door.
Drinks in hand, stumbling and slurring their words.
Why are you in the streets?
The sink was clogged with pizza and things that they might have had at dinner time.
And they left the water running for hours.
640 gallons of water.
You can see in the camera footage the two men throwing towels, bedding, and rugs down the stairs, all soaked. And later devising a plan for how to cover it all up.
Right now, I get this. We can say we woke up to it.
It's so frustrating to hear them trying to come up with lies to excuse their behavior as he's wringing out a towel with his feet.
The rental wasn't the only thing damaged. The downstairs unit was hit even worse.
I bet it was. All right, so there you go.
Wow,
But,
so it just flooded,
yeah.
flooded through the ceiling.
Yeah.
Oh,
like
man.
they were trying to say. Yeah, look, I know.
I'll tell you what we can do.
I know that.
I love you, man.
How out of it do you have to be not to see the water running
Stupid.
out of the sink?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, but this, I see both sides of this. You know, I know that when you rent someone's place, it's their place, so you got to follow their rules. Back to this, so there's trying to do that at being the renter or rentee, and then the renter. I mean, people gonna mess your property up. I mean.
Sometimes,
and I understand you doing it so you can pay your taxes and kind of help you with the expenses of it if you're not there all the time. But man, people have no regard for people's stuff.
No, they don't
I
take
mean,
care of it.
and it just seems like it's more trouble than it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
More bad than good. And unless it's a place you never used, and then if they mess it up, you have insurance on it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's a place you care about, like you want to go there sometimes,
Right.
You know, I just don't think. I know it'd be financially the wrong way to go, but I think in the long run, at least the property's not tore up by a bunch of drunks. You know, you go, hey, they helped me pay my taxes, but now my place is torn up, so I don't know what really was.
Well, you know, a lot of places won't rent to kids under a certain age,
right,
or they won't rent it during spring break or something like that. You don't expect that out of two grown men, you know.
Yeah.
In today's society, they'll keep in mind, Bubba, let's say that those men are in their 30s. By today's standard, that means they're still in their 20s.
That's true. That's a fact.
Maybe they're teens.
Yeah. Remember, everything is stunted now. A 17-year-old is really a 12-year-old. You know, it's all stunted now. And grown men, you talk about, what was that movie that came out a long time ago, Failure to Launch?
Yeah.
Boy, there's a lot of that out there right now.
Yes.
I mean,
I thought that was a rocket movie.
But that would have been a good title for one, wouldn't it? I mean, there was a time if you were reached a certain age, especially as a man, you would go, it really is embarrassing to still be living at my parents'.
Right.
It's embarrassing that they're still providing me food and things, and I'm just kind of down here glomming off of them. But now it doesn't seem to bother people. I mean, one time you didn't need to tell your kids to get out because they had some self-awareness that this is not appropriate. And it would embarrass them to go out and tell anyone that was their situation at a certain age. And so these men are acting like a bunch of stupid college kids.
That's why Saban has all the rules.
That's why Saban has all the rules.
That's why we have the rules.
He doesn't look so unreasonable now, does he?
Right.
No, he doesn't.
No fun here.
That's right.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Away from sundown in Baghdad, Why would we be waiting? What exactly are we looking to get into position, or what would be one of the reasons that we don't just go ahead and do it?
Well, this is what we call battlefield preparation phase, and you really don't want to send people in when you can send in these Tomahawk missiles. And as you know, it was a proud moment to hear that we launched over 40 Tomahawk missiles from frigates that sailed out of Jacksonville, sailed out of Norfolk, and other southern ports to go ahead and join in. And one of those ships that fired their first Tomahawks last night was the USS Pearl Harbor. And that was done intentionally just to let Saddam Hussein and all his political types and his public relations guys know America doesn't forget those people that come after us. We honor our war dead. We honor our veterans here. And we would rather use a Tomahawk, which is just electronics and high explosives, to go in there than humans right now. We're taking out communication centers. We're taking out potential bunkers that he has over there. And we're taking out his radio and television stations. No offense to Y94.5.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I noticed we took over the radio part, and we just left the TV for him, since we know how influential radio can be.
Yeah. That's right.
Just a joke.
Right. Well, you also know that they closed all the Kmarts over there now.
There it is.
You heard that?
Yep.
And they're now targets.
General, we may be hollering back at you, okay?
Hey, well, anytime.
Hey, let me ask you, General, this is Speedy. Let me ask you one question. What's in Washington, what's the feeling as far as how we rate the success level of this war on getting Saddam Hussein? We might not ever know if we've killed him. We might not ever know where he is.
Speedy, you'll know.
I mean, they say he's got 5 or 6 lookalikes. I mean,
we'll get them all.
I figure we'll kill them all, won't we?
Bubba, let me tell you, Speedy, let me tell you something. 1991, there was a chance, however.
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell you this. Saddam Hussein was running around in women's clothes.
Oh, really?
So, if you see somebody carrying a Victoria's Secret catalog or something like that, it might be him. Just be suspicious of that.
Yeah, I saw him address. There he is now. We're watching the TV.
He has a blonde mustache.
He has a blonde mustache and
is
glasses.
That one of his lookalikes?
And I've never seen him look like that.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be changing around. I mean, he literally wore, an Arab woman's costume in 1991, and that's shades of somebody that's a little sick there. That's really concerned that he won't survive. And we had him on the run. Just a couple more hours, and we would have probably caught him. But whatever the political will is, the military at that time was just responding to the military dictates of the leadership of the country. And then, now we got Mr. George W. there. He's not going to fool around.
Yeah, I mean, this guy they're showing on TV, it looks like he's a lookalike. Either he's a lookalike or the guy who was interviewed by Dan Rather was a lookalike.
Yeah, somebody wasn't right.
They sure don't look like each other.
Right. Well, there's also, lookalikes out there at Bubba, too.
Yeah, I know. We get that all the time. General, one more thing quickly. We were talking a little earlier. We're a little put out with some of our leaders who are still voicing opposition to this war now that it has begun. I'm speaking specifically of Tom Daschle, of Jimmy Carter, of some of the folks, Bill Clinton and his camp.
McDermott.
Jim McDermott from Michigan. That stand in First Amendment, and that's part of our freedom and what we're fighting for. But just from a class standpoint, from a historical standpoint, I don't ever remember this happening after a conflict has begun. Surely there'll be time to debate that afterwards, but we're just a little put out with some people's reckless use of the First Amendment.
Well, you're absolutely right, and I would defer to Mr. Will Smith and his comments about the Oscars. The next weekend here, it's inappropriate to hold him, and he was going to be a presenter, and I think you all know that he is not going to do that.
Right, we had that story.
Did you? Okay, well, I would just defer to what Dr. Phil said yesterday on NBC. If you heard what the news flash was there, he basically says, folks, I don't care if you're Democrats, Republicans, or Independents. Put it aside and support the men and women. Would you do that?
There's time for that before and after, but not during.
Yeah, Mr. Daschle is trying to run for president, but this is the wrong time.
And how about a terrible decision on his part if he wants to get there? I don't see us electing someone who was downing this effort in midstream.
Yeah, on another note, if you are going to try to raise a ruckus, be a captivating speaker.
Yeah.
Don't be boring
not
like he.
Like
I mean, my gosh, when he's talking, even people who agree with him go, gosh, I don't. All right, so we're looking at the text option, and some of you are saying that the flashbacks on the YouTube option are blurry. If y'all knew how we got those and how they're being shown.
Oh, they talking about those?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're blurry because somebody did VHS tapes of broadcast on Turner South.
Yeah.
And then they...
And it wasn't high def.
And it wasn't high def, and then they saved it. And then the person put together a YouTube channel of showing all the old Turner South things. So I wore a watch then. I wonder how long it lasted before it stopped working.
Oh, yeah, look at you.
But anyway, so they're not going to be very high quality. First of all, HD didn't.
And they've deteriorated.
Didn't exist.
They think that was the live show?
And it's a recording of off of VHS tapes.
Yep.
So, yeah, you're not going to have a lot of quality there. It's just more of the, can you believe the things we're seeing? And they're so blurry and they're so hard to see, and we've all changed a good bit. Bubba does not believe that is Speedy in the last flashback.
I didn't. I mean...
Well, it's so blurry, you couldn't tell.
You know how we always joke any guy that's a white guy and bald looks like Speedy.
Yeah.
And that guy looks like him, but I didn't think it was Speedy. I really didn't.
Now someone says, no, the current YouTube Live is blurry. But for other persons,
that's your internet connection.
The other person said the flashback. Here's a new person. Well, if it's blurry on the right now, like we're talking to you live, current, that's going to be on your end. It's got something to do with your streaming. Maybe you need to see a doctor. When was the last time? When was the last time your sugar was checked?
It may have cataracts.
So
reboot.
If you're watching on YouTube, click the gear. There's that little settings button. Yeah. Click the gear and make sure you're on an HD streaming setting. You can dumb it all the way down to like 240 pixels. Go click on HD, 720, or 1080.
Attaboy, Adler.
Oh boy.
So that is Speedy, Bubba.
Oh yeah.
That is Speedy. I know you can't believe that, but that is him.
Well, we haven't seen it. Go to a close up of that person.
That might take me. A
so
second
are we
to find
debating
it.
if it's
Scan
me?
through it.
Yeah,
okay. I just want to see the close-up.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Bubba is.
Because I thought
Bubba
it was
said
you
it
until I
ain't you.
saw the close up, and I thought, well, that ain't Speedy. Who is that?
Right. Yeah, it is Speedy. The blurriness is. I know what you're. It's kind of having a hard time with. His head doesn't look like it's shaped right. But his
head was a little off.
Yeah,
Well, how does that head not look right?
That is Speedy.
Bubba, I'm
That's
just
back
younger.
when he was coloring the
Now
goat.
it looked.
No, buddy, I was just younger. I didn't have gray.
You're right. He had.
But it wasn't black.
Yeah, he had.
There's
I was
got
trying
to
to
be
hide the
a
gray.
better shot.
Should we talk? Should we hear him talk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so this is going to prove it's me.
Guys, I would never not think that was me.
I love how that.
I'm not sure who that is.
It could be.
I'm getting
None
on
of
that
this
now.
is funny, but sometimes it's entertaining when the anchors are live and they're trying
right,
to
it's not
make
him.
something out of nothing, and they had talked about what we are just
All right, that's
saying
enough. That's
for
good.
about 30 minutes, and
Young
every one of them
That's
wanted
good.
to hear.
Wow, your voice sounds so
a long
young
time
and
ago.
fresh.
It was a long time ago.
You were hitting puberty then.
Young Calvin. Young
actually, I
Calvin.
wasn't.
No, you don't understand. Bubba was adamant that wasn't you.
I know.
I mean, he called me a DA.
I heard it. No,
Right. That's
look,
after he asked me, and I said, "No, that is
I
me."
stand corrected. It's Speedy.
But isn't that weird though? The way it looks.
I'm just playing the odds. If the Rick and Bubba show was on then, there was a bald guy
there were
with a
other bald
goatee in it,
people.
I figured it probably
There were
Speedy.
other bald people with goatees. In all fairness,
How many people do we say? Hey,
How many have you had
that
on the
was
show
Speedy.
though? How many
so
have you
many.
had on the
You
show?
wouldn't believe the bald goatee
Bubba,
people we
when
have
I
on
see-
TV.
They're everywhere.
When I
Trent
see
Dilfer's
these,
the only one y'all have had.
when I see these old
I don't
ones
think it's
here,
him.
Bubba, bring the stash back.
Yeah.
Never bring on number 12 out.
Please bring it
I
back.
still got 12.
You got on 12?
Yeah, I still-
How'd you get around
I
the
did.
CPAP with the stash then?
I don't think I was on it early on.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, you weren't sleeping good those
No,
days.
no, not
He
like
looks
now,
tired.
buddy.
Not like now.
No problem sleeping now.
Boy, we loved wearing jerseys back then.
Oh.
We had them on every day.
I'm gonna tell you what. When we get down to the final few shows of this year, I'm jerseying it every day.
Every day.
And if any of those I can find, I'm wearing them.
I do have a
Speedy
box.
I
in the
had a bunch
baseball
of them.
one.
I think a lot of them didn't
Tucked.
make it.
Tuck. That's for me to tuck.
Yeah. Well,
So I tucked a jersey. That's what I did.
when you tucked a jersey, could you believe it when you saw it?
No.
When we were backstage, like I told it the other day, on the anniversary tour, and he goes, "Oh, so I tucked." He was pointing himself on the screen.
Right. You know, you see yourself back then, so that's what I
Oh,
wore,
I was
or
thread
that was
to
my
tuck.
style, or
Yeah.
wow. So, golly, but
Oh.
everything comes back around. It is so funny. to just see my boys and what they're wearing now. And I'm like, so everything's coming back. Everything.
That's what I wore in middle school. What are you doing?
Yeah.
It's so weird.
Wow, so that baggy is in, okay. Because, baggy jeans back then, buddy, let me tell you.
Buddy.
I wore me some baggy jeans.
Did you?
Oh, I tugged with
Stonewashed.
Jinkos.
Stonewashed.
I tell you, young Greg Burgess, because I was too fat, but young Greg Burgess, he put them Jordashes on.
Oh, yeah. Jordache, you sharp now.
See, when you were a fat kid, none of these things were available to you. And
you got to get that husky.
See, some of y'all got to live thin.
Rick, you were in tough skins for years.
I got to live thin. I think, honestly, I think I was thin for 2 years.
Yeah,
there was like
tall and thin.
There was 2 years. That's it. All the rest of it, I had to live the life of a fat person.
Maybe 3.
Right. And when you're a little fat kid, there's nothing for you. It's almost like people in those days didn't expect fat kids.
There I'm tucking again. Look, there I'm tucking again. I think, is this when the table falls?
DJ games, yep.
Yeah.
That's what we were watching.
I don't know.
Rick, that's what we were watching.
Are you upset?
Look at my big old belt, too. I had a big belt.
Are you upset with yourself for tucking that jersey?
Yeah. Back then, though, I felt like...
if you didn't tuck, you were considered sloppy.
Yeah.
But you know how now...
It's different.
Right. I hate to say this, but you know how now...
Fashion finally twisted in our
Rick,
direction.
I was on TV. I had to neaten up.
Yeah.
Okay, you was on TV. I had to tuck his in.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, you didn't have to worry about Bubba not tucking in.
What's that on your side?
It wasn't no way.
Earpiece.
But when, nowadays we all expect, I hate to say this, we all expect to see the fat kids. But back in the day, it's like when I'd come in as a fat kid, they're like, "We didn't plan for you.
We got nothing for you here."
You remember how many jeans? You remember how many jeans they would have normal, and then the husky rack had like 3 pairs.
That's it. You remember? I think I said this in the past. I'm not making this up. You know what my choices were, Adler? Go ahead and enjoy it. You never had to live as a fat kid. Do you know what my choices were? Would you like there to be a little stripe on the back of the pocket or no stripe?
Stripe or no stripe?
That's it. And they would even say, I'd be over there. Mom said, "No, we need to find some jeans for him." And they would look at me and look at Mom. They go, "Well, there's a husky section." And that was just a word they found out that they didn't want to say fat. We have a fat kid section, and you go over there and they just be two pair of jeans. That's it.
Do you remember the Imperial Reading Company store? The factory that made the jeans was in Oxford, and they had a store that was connected.
I forgot all about that.
Factory direct.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh.
Now, one leg was shorter than the other, stuff like that.
I remember watching Greg. I remember first time he had them Jordache jeans on. I thought, what would that be like?
Oh, man, yeah.
And
I was really small.
Hey, walk in as a fat kid and ask somebody if you can find the Jordache.
Did you ever come to Did you ever come to Jacksonville shop at Mountain Graphics? They had their store where they had their overruns and seconds and all that.
We had that in Oxford too. World of Flowers. You could go in there and they had factory jeans and shirts and
it's called World of Flowers.
Yeah, they sold flowers too.
I remember the Incredible Kitchens.
Goggins family.
Remember the kitchens? Wouldn't it? They'd be a little something
with it.
They'd be a little something wrong with it.
Just a little something off.
Yeah. Like all of a sudden you go.
But that ain't me. That's Rick.
But listen,
that's Rick.
Wait a minute. Is that Azad? Why is the alligator backwards?
Yeah.
I got a deal on the kitchens. It's facing the wrong way. That's 40% off.
I'll take it. One sleeve be just a little bit short now.
Wait, this alligator's got a duck in it.
I'll tell you what that is, 40% off.
Then I'll take it.
Oh, I bought a bunch of stuff from there.
You know I did.
Life is a fat kid.
Mountain Graphics, forgot about that, Bob.
Rick, you were really... You were ahead of your time.
I was ahead of my time.
You would be just a normal kid now.
Yeah.
But back then you were kind of like a freak or whatever.
How about this? I was a fat kid when being a fat kid wasn't even cool.
I know.
Wow.
I'm so sorry.
And Mountain Graphics moved to
now everybody's
right
fat.
there.
Now, 75% of people. You would be just a normal person.
I don't know whatever became of it, but I remember the printing business he had up there.
Yes.
And,
oh, yeah.
His dad was a neighbor of ours, and we went up and saw that. Pretty impressive. First time I'd ever seen screen printing.
Oh, you couldn't believe it.
With all the
technology, man.
Yeah. I mean, they were doing it manually back then.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I got a Jose Cuervo shirt at one of those places. Mom wouldn't let me wear it. I thought it looked sharp.
Oh, man.
I shopped at Gap Kids until I was in college, so we all had struggles.
All my shirts were adult themes because they were for adults.
Rick and Bubba.
A presenter, and I think you all know that he is not going to do that.
Right. We had that story.
Did you? Okay. Well, you know, I would just defer to what Dr. Phil said yesterday on NBC. If you heard what the news flash was there, he basically says, folks, I don't care if you're Democrats, Republicans, or Independents. Put it aside and support the men and women. Would you do that?
There's time for that before and after, but not during.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Daschle is trying to run for president, but this is the wrong time.
And how about a terrible decision on his part if he wants to get there? I don't see us electing someone who was downing this effort.
Yeah, and
in midstream.
Yeah, on another note, if you are going to try to raise a ruckus, be a captivating speaker. Yeah. Don't be boring
Not
like he. I mean, my gosh, when he's talking, even people who agree with him go, gosh, I don't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah, well, he's, Tom Daschle, unfortunately, when he was the majority leader, he did the same thing there, and just that the liberal press carried him forward, and thank goodness we had some people who went out and said to him, hey, we need to change this. Everybody went to the polls and voted in the next party, the Republican Party there, and all of a sudden, he became silent, says, I'm going to support these guys, I'll work with them. I haven't seen it yet, and it's unfortunate, like you're pointing out, that we have people that are still dissenting when the time is to shore up and keep the morale going of the American people.
General Strafer, thank you for joining us, and thank you for your service to the country. I know you're still very much involved in Veterans Affairs and some other things as a consultant, and we appreciate what you do for the country. We had Armed Forces Appreciation Day here on the show yesterday, and certainly thought of you, and we appreciate what you're doing. We will call you back as this goes on.
Bill and Bubba, you
much, General. We're going to put you on hold. Speedy wants to holler at you, okay?
Roger that.
Okay, there he is. And there is Army retired General Ken Strafer, and he'll tell you straight up what's going on, how he feels, which is always important. Unfortunately, thanks, the name of the show is Bill and Bubba, but that's fine.
Or he was just referring to me twice.
That's fine.
Look, he's got a lot going on.
I know. Look, my dad's name is Bill. It's close. We'll be back 14 minutes past the hour. We thank him for his information and letting us know what the folks in the South are doing as part of the effort.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
19 minutes. All kinds of information there. We got a lot of requests to play the Somebody's Praying Me Through song again. Now, look, let me once again, because I know the email last night, a lot of you have gone out and bought the CD from the man who sang the song Praying Me Through. Let me have that right there. It's I hope he's got Alan Asbury. Now, this CD is available, and he is performing tonight at the Metro Church of God. But I will say this. The song on this CD does not have the testimonials on it, and we told you that yesterday. Some of you didn't get that part of information. You got it, and it's a great song, and I would be glad to have the CD anyway. But those of you that are wanting the copy that has the testimonials on it, there's information on our website at rickandbubba.com. We realized that doxology.com, which is the record company, it was not on there yesterday. I think the guy told us they thought it would be on sometime today. Okay, which that was also information we got yesterday.
Right.
So the website has the ways that you can be available. Is that the best way to put it?
Yes. Go to the website. It will link you to theirs. You need to take it up with them. We were just given this. Other than that, we don't have information.
Yeah. rickandbubba.com has all the informational links that you need to find out when this song will be available and how you can get it.
Also, the two pictures you've been requesting, Saddam with the Dixie Chicks and Hitler in Paris.
Also, on upcoming events, two things. It shows we were supposed to be at a remote today in Pelham, Alabama at Tire Pros. That has been canceled because of the current situation with the war. And we don't know about our scheduled appearance tonight at a roast at Vestavia Hills High School. No one has given us information on that. They probably are still trying to get together and decide what they're going to do. We'll let you know whether we're going to be there tonight or not. If you have tickets, as far as we know right now, it is still on. So, but if we get information to the otherwise, we'll let you know.
And Roxanne, and
or to the contrary, I guess is a better way to put it.
Yeah. You know how the protesters said they were going to start going nuts once Bush said it was on? They're doing that.
Is this going to make me sick?
Yeah, it'll upset you.
Oh my gosh! Somebody quick! I need a carbonated drink. Another Coke, please.
It'll upset you a good bit. It's happening in San Francisco.
Thank you.
A small group calling itself the Black Bloc Protesters. Black Bloc Protesters engage in violence by trashing buildings. They dress in black, they cover their faces, They claim their violence should be overlooked as it doesn't compare to the bombings in Iraq.
See how stupid that is. Bubba, that is even so stupid I can't even give it anything. Can you?
No.
You know what I'm going to give it this?
Of course, the police are gassing them right now, but that's okay.
As it should be. And how about this? If you're proud of your protest, take your mask off. I don't understand this thing again of, you know, I got a right to express myself. You do as long as you don't break the law. And if you're proud of it, take your mask off. Right?
That's how I feel.
San Francisco isn't the only place. A group of anti-war demonstrators are gathering in Virginia, preparing to cross into the Georgetown section of Washington, D.C. What they want to do is disrupt traffic today, get in everybody's way so that no one can drive anywhere.
Well, they don't need to. I wouldn't get in the way down here in the South. Y'all better keep it above the old Mason-Dixon line. Because I'm going to tell you what, you step out there on 65 and somebody may never even touch the brake.
Nope, you'll just be a bump.
Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studios. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here. And say hello to Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
Yes, thank you so much for being here today. Bubba, we have Dr. Lou coming up this hour. We'll get you ready for week 1 of the college football season. Some great matchups coming up this weekend. What does Dr. Lou have to say about some of the coaching changes and the season? And then we'll actually talk to former intern Firestone, who became Dr. Lou. And
Patrick Campbell sent us an email. Patrick is like the official timeline provider for the show.
Yes, he is.
Because he remembers things that we don't.
It's amazing.
He said that Lance Firestone Ingram first performed his Lou Holtz impersonation on the 2009 Big Year Ender, December the 18th, 2009.
Odd that he would know that.
He can say anything, Rick. We can't dispute
His first official appearance
That's a fact.
as the new Dr. Lou was on September the 2nd, 2010.
Okay.
So he did it going out in 9 as an intern, kind of as a joke.
Understood.
Then came back full bore character the next year when we kicked off football. And if I remember correctly, and I may be wrong, I was at a tennis tournament with his brother Rob, and Rob started doing an impersonation of Coach Lou Holtz.
I did not know that.
And I thought,
sibling rivalry.
I thought that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Oh, if you think I'm good at it, you ought to hear Lance do it. He's really good at it." And I think that's how we asked him, and he started doing it, if I'm not mistaken, because I remember us getting on him saying, "Why didn't you tell us you could do this while you were an intern here?"
That's fuzzy. I'm not disputing it, and it seems plausible.
And look,
I thought he just called in one time doing
don't believe me. I thought that wasn't Speedy a minute ago. But
that's a good point.
By the way, Patrick Campbell.
That's how I remember it. We'll ask him.
Patrick Campbell says he knows the exact day that Speedy was sitting there, and he can confirm.
That was Speedy.
Listen, I'll tell you this. If Patrick Campbell says it wasn't Speedy, it wasn't Speedy.
Patrick Campbell, would you find the date that Bubba shaved his New Jersey housewife mustache?
That'd be good.
What was our final show that he had that mustache?
Man, I wish you still had that.
It'd be.
We kind of track it up there with the replays.
It'd be snowcap now, though, wouldn't it? All gray.
Oh yeah. Sure.
So,
white. What you talking about? Gray.
That's right. Speaking, we were talking about, this is when something on our show that we've been researching for the last decade or so. Why does anybody smoke? And I understand that people who are addicted to nicotine, they're struggling and they're addicted to it. Still a little gray with all the information we have on cigarettes. How does a person start smoking now? Not you were smoking back before we knew everything we knew and you're addicted to nicotine and you've had a hard time getting off of it. I'm talking about like somebody who, like, say, a month ago said, I think I'll start smoking. Mm-hmm. With everything that we know about it now, it seems, but major American retailer has announced it will no longer sell cigarettes. Are y'all familiar with Stop and Shop? That brand?
Stop and Shop.
Yeah.
Seems like I've seen it. There's not many around.
Convenience stores.
They said they will now stop selling cigarettes and vapes this week as part of its dramatic commitment to community wellness. Now, this doesn't mean that people can't just go get cigarettes somewhere else, but it's just there.
Okay, wait a minute.
And the
Wait a
vape
minute.
thing
I,
is really...
I understand if you don't want to sell cigarettes. I got that. But the Stop and Shop is dedicated to community wellness.
Unbelievable.
Have they walked up and down the aisle there of anything else they're selling?
Where does
listen, I understand if you want to take a particular item out for whatever reason. Really? That's what we're going
Just
with?
say we're taking that out.
Well, you shouldn't use that phrase because it opens you up for what Bubba just said.
Oh.
So are we going to run up and down the aisles and now think about everything here is not good for people? Because there's a lot.
Yeah. Out with the sugar daddy.
The healthiest may be the hot dogs on that little roller that's been there for 2 days.
That's great.
I'd like to see a time limit on when you pull them off.
Just reminded me about the Kobayashi thing coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What time is that Monday?
2 p.m.
Central. On Labor Day?
Yes.
Tobacco products are going to be removed from all 360 of the stores across the Northeast starting this weekend. And they said it's been embraced by the American Cancer Society, as you can imagine. But they're showing some pictures of there's apparently, I don't know who Charlie Hull is. It looks like it's a female golfer.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. She smokes.
And she's out there on the ninth tee just smoking.
Smoking away.
Again, which is another reason why golf's not a sport. You can smoke, still play it.
That's true.
So anyway, so that's a step in a direction, but I've always just been perplexed. But then I guess somebody could come back and say, and this is me just now debating myself, I guess somebody could come back and say, well, what's the difference? And this I can relate to. What's the difference? Do you not know how bad some of the processed foods are that you eat? But you eat them anyway. Mm-hmm. So just because you know that this might be bad for you, what if I just want to smoke and I enjoy smoking? There's a lot of things people do. They do just because they enjoy it, whether it's bad for them or not.
Yeah, I mean,
so I guess that would be the answer, right?
If you want to smoke, smoke.
But what I'm saying, the tobacco products, it's not I'm not for banning it and all that. If it's legal, if people want to do it, they can do it.
It's hard to find a place that they'll allow you to smoke.
It is. It seems to be a tough life for a smoker.
Yeah. But it seems like a lot of it, they're saying, hey, we need to get rid of tobacco because it's bad for you, but they're just adding marijuana back.
I know.
Yeah. I don't think
Doesn't make any sense.
To me, it's not what you're smoking. The fact that smoke shouldn't be in your lungs.
Yeah, that can't be healthy.
The lungs are kind of designed for air, like clean air.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah. So, I mean, it could just be no more complicated than human beings do things they enjoy, whether it's bad for them or not.
Yeah.
And I certainly can understand that. I've done that myself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that may be the answer, because we've done a pretty good job of demonizing the cigarette.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, if you smoke, you're almost like a leper. I mean, people are like, announce you're a smoker.
Like you look now.
You ever seen those poor sons of a gun at airports and they've got them in that cube?
Yes, and it's fogged in there.
My goodness. My goodness.
And then you go,
can't even see them.
Then you flash back and remember where you could smoke anywhere, and you go, how could we smoke? I mean, they
smoke on airplanes,
anywhere. Doctor's office.
The doctor
had ashtrays.
The doctor would be smoking while giving you an examination.
Yeah, absolutely.
They smoked on talk shows.
Everybody smoked.
And what's funny though is
they'd
more
offer
smoke
you a drink
than
and a smoke when you came in. That was standard.
The smoking on airplanes, guys. Can y'all imagine being in that tube and everybody's lighting up?
And we got live fire all over the place.
How about your house? People just smoking in your house, and it just stinks.
Oh yeah.
But we didn't think nothing of it.
No.
When I was
used to it.
When I was a kid, they had a smoking section in the restaurant.
Oh yeah,
and it's just right there. It's just these booths, those booths. We're in the same room. What are we talking about?
Well, there was
we
a time
were kids that they didn't even have that.
No smoking section. Everybody could smoke. Any booth.
Look, in our high school, we had a smoking hall, which was a sidewalk with yellow paint around it.
Yes, you had to bring a note from your parents that you could smoke.
And there, I mean, it looked like somebody was burning firewood over there. So much
but when you
smoke
go
coming
to these old restaurants, and we got one near the farm that allowed this one particular restaurant allowed smoking up to like 3 weeks ago.
That's the one Big Love.
I know the one you're talking about.
I'm exaggerating, but it has been relatively soon, last few years.
They were holding out.
Well, and if you ever wonder about if it's bad for you, just look at the drop ceiling.
Oh yeah.
You look up at the drop ceiling and you see that old brown.
Yeah.
And you're just like, that's my lungs.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
hey, look, back when I was DJing in the clubs, okay, and it's been a minute, and I asked Rick when he knew it was time, when he gave it up, what was the cause of it? And he goes, oh, you'll know.
Yeah.
You'll know when you're ready. And the time I went back in there and I started seeing things I'd never seen before. and the people smoking and just the smell and all the other stuff going on. And I knew, hey, it's time, you know. But the smell of the clothes the next morning when you woke up from the club and the bar,
a lot of smells.
The smoke smell of it just sitting there that was just in all your clothes. You couldn't hardly wash them enough to get it all out.
Greg and I, when we were playing bands and playing bars, your clothes would smell like a smokestack, and you'd be coughing from everybody smoking out in the audience.
Yeah, where are
really
those pictures coming from?
I don't know. What's that? Some guy on the text options doing pictures and putting your face on people.
That one, he's got a microphone.
Have you seen, we talked about Blue Lagoon earlier when we were talking during the kickoff hour, and somebody put Greg's face on it.
I saw that. That's funny. We'll be back. Dr. Lou's in the mix.
Dr. Lou.
We'll get an update from him here before the hour's up. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In the road.
That's right. Somebody will say, wow, I hope
and your black mask.
All you'll get in the South is somebody saying, I will go see if my alignment was messed up.
Right.
Other than that, I'm still rolling.
My tires are out of balance.
How about this isn't the right time to be dressed all in black with a mask on?
Bad
Hello?
timing. How about
well,
this?
These are people who wanted to overthrow our government for years. So
hey, how about
I'm not
this?
shocked.
Let's say I was even, and they're being funded by, socialist, communist parties. If I was even in this group and I was at the meeting, I would say, I thought we were going to protest, not show the world we're Igmos.
Yeah.
I don't know that this is the time for us to be doused in black, hoods over our heads, disrupting traffic.
Igmos.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, I don't know that you should be dressed in the uniform of the Republican Guard. That's not a good call. Would you?
Bill O'Reilly said it best himself. The one reason I'm upset is not only because of what they're doing, and I disagree with them, but they're pulling the attention away from the local authorities that needs to be focused on terrorism and protecting the ports and protecting these landmarks,
the bridges
around. And instead, we're pulling all them to block off city blocks to where these people can have freedom to do all. And it's just totally disrupting the focus of the local authorities. And I mean, for that, that's putting our lives in jeopardy.
Well, look, they want to be communist. I say we round them up and we drop them in some communist country.
Sure, Cuba, they'd love to have
How
you
about
on
this? We send them to Cuba.
They're going good. Y'all head on out. The workers' paradise.
Right.
No big deal. We'll give you the ticket.
Hey,
we'll fly you in there.
Y'all want America to be a communist place? There are communist countries.
Yeah,
go there.
Sure.
You can have what you want. You don't know, but we don't make people stay here, do we?
No.
Did something change I didn't know about? We make people stay?
Well, Rick, they're idiots. That's why.
Yeah.
It's just.
So now they say breaking the law. Hey, see now you're getting away from a right to say how you feel. Now you're veering off the path a little bit. Come on down here and stand in traffic. We'd love to have you.
Well, Rick, it's all an emotional response. None of it has to do with any logic.
Well, it has to do with an agenda that they want to overthrow the government. That's the bottom line.
And have been that way for many years.
Thank you. All right,
There's probably, what, 10, 12 of them?
Roxanne, thanks for the IGMO update.
Thanks.
Thank you.
San Francisco, but hey, what do you expect?
Hey, we need to get a theme song.
Yeah.
We need to get a theme song for IGMO updates. What can we've got, and we play the song and Roxanne sits down and gives us an IGMO update. I mean, because it's going to happen, y'all. This is just the beginning.
Yeah, there will be a number of IGMO updates.
Sure.
Okay.
In every major city in the U.S., there'll be an IGMO today.
Keep in mind that they're able to go protest because they don't have jobs.
All right, here's one.
You remember that.
Let's look for the great song from Beck, I'm a Loser, So Why Don't You Kill Me?
Oh, hey, by the way, that is brilliant.
That is a good one.
Right. Beck, I'm a Loser.
You're all over that, Rick.
Let's find that one.
A classic.
So why don't
you're all over that.
So why don't you kill me?
The song is coming up.
Yeah,
next second.
We got to have it now more than ever.
Beck?
No. Somebody's praying me through, complete with testimonials. How do you get a copy of this recording? There's a link on our website for all information. 26 minutes past. We'll be right back. There comes the phone troll music. Are you ready? America, it's your turn. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and here we go. All 10 lines are available. We've opened them all up so you can get in easily. If you dial us at 866-WE-BE-BIG, the real Greg Burgess taking your phone calls right now. This is not time to chat with Greg. Just tell him what you want to talk about. Let him put you on hold. Our friend the buzzer will end your call at 30 seconds. No shameless plugs, no meaningless shout-outs. All of those will get a buzzer. We've taught you guys over the years. When did we start the phone show? Probably
early on.
When we realized some of you were saying, hey, I can never get in, and then I get in, and I'm on hold, and then you didn't get my call, and that person rambled on. Mm-hmm. So we said, well, let's try this. Let's see if we can get a lot of people in there. You make comments, you ask questions, here we go. And then every now and then a call might need expansion. I wouldn't count on that. Speedy has a timeout. He's indecisive. You never know. Bubba also has a timeout if he so desires to use it, but it's just one each. So don't think that's going to happen. Be ready in case it doesn't. And then the good news about being on hold is that when you get put on hold, you don't have to be there very long because it's only 30 seconds. See how barriers are? Boo! Barriers are a blessing. All right, so let's get started. Let's go to Bobby. Bobby is in Sweet Home, Alabama. Bobby, 30 seconds. Bobby, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering if you guys had heard or covered the story. I had recently heard on a news report that there was a lady at a Wells Fargo. I don't know if it was a corporate office or not, but they had found her after 4 days at her desk. They had found her dead.
Well, is this a corporate office or a bank? I mean,
I'm not sure. I didn't catch all of it, but it's pretty easy to find, I think.
I bet it will be.
She was there for 4 days, and they said that.
Wow. You hear
4 days.
You hear those stories from time to time, and some of them sound recycled. You always hear the one about somebody at the DMV that was found that way.
Oh,
and
that's a joke.
Well,
and I hope this wasn't the case.
Well, somebody said what happened was that there was a little person that walked into her office, and thought, no. So it says, woman clocked in for work at Wells Fargo on Friday at 7 a.m. 4 days later, found dead at her desk.
What's the source on that?
Is it a
Valley?
Is it a corporate office? Is it a branch? I think I need more details than that.
Yeah. NBC 12 News reporting it, and
we got a package.
Did y'all see Tempe? Did y'all say Tempe, Arizona?
No, we didn't know. We didn't know. Buzzer got the guy.
It looks legit.
Right.
Yeah.
You want to hear it? You want to hear the story?
Is it a whole story? Okay.
This is a verified.
Okay. All right.
I might have an ad here. Yeah, I've got an ad.
Let's just play it.
Okay, there you go. Let me get one more call.
Hey, never mind.
Yeah,
it's running now.
Is it all right?
Yeah.
All
right, here we go.
I think.
A Tempe Wells Fargo employee died at her desk, and 12 News is now confirming that it may have taken as many as 4 days for anyone in the office to notice. Good evening, and thanks so much for joining us for 12 News at 10. I'm Kariba Devine.
I'm Mark Curtis. It's a story we first reported yesterday. Tonight, Tempe police are confirming the timeline of when the woman clocked in to when her colleagues found the body. 12 News journalist Gabriela Becerra is in the studio with new details tonight. Gabby,
corporate
4
office.
days. I mean, this poor woman went 4 days undiscovered. It's hard to believe.
And that's a question many employees are asking themselves tonight. I spoke with an employee who said that she shared her perspective on the workplace environment, and they say it's a big building, but most people don't work there on a daily basis.
Okay.
Well, she didn't
But
set
you
off
got
any
to
motion
admit
sensors.
that had the
Still bad.
feeling. That had the feeling of the garden gnome stories, and the guy in the attic and all that.
Somebody said, you know what? There she is. There she is again. Look, I don't mean disrespect, but she's got zero personality. I mean, she just sits over like a lump on a log.
She didn't sign the birthday card. I don't know what her problem is.
Right. Never speaks to anyone.
That's not good.
Keeps her desk. I mean, how about that? How long is she going to leave that bottle of water there?
Good night.
We continue.
We're taking naps.
Yeah. Let's go to Josh in Alabama.
Yeah,
Josh, go ahead.
What's going on, fellas?
Bring it on, Josh. I'm being
remember when Waffle House was more smokier than a bar, and you can go in them and Huddle House and have the cigarette machines in there?
Yes, I do remember
Family
that.
restaurant now, though, Adler.
That's right. I do remember that.
That's right.
Colton, Birmingham, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Well, I'm just wondering if y'all are ready for another losing season with Sam Darnold at QB.
Is this a Viking comment? Is this a Viking?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I mean, are you?
Go Saints, who that nation?
Are you expecting something different? Look, you know why the Vikings are purple, don't you?
Why is that?
If you'd been choking that long, you'd be purple too.
I love it.
We continue. Jenny in Gadsden. Jenny, Z93. Go ahead. Jenny.
Hello.
Hello, Jenny. Surprised we did not get a Forrest Gump there out of the Man of 1,000 Voices on Jenny. Boy, that was
I hadn't done that in a while. You got tired of that.
There it is. There it is. Let's go to Crystal. Crystal, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Crystal.
Ailments. And I was just wondering if any of you had frozen shoulder and what you ended up having to do for it.
Any of us have frozen shoulder?
I have not.
No.
Somebody called about that one time.
Yeah,
I haven't.
I have never had frozen shoulder. No, I don't think anyone has. I'm sorry, Chris.
I'm rubbing my shoulder now, thinking about it.
Yeah, now mine feels frozen. Thanks for that, planting that seed.
Somebody called about it, and we made fun of him for it.
Did we?
Yeah, we did.
That sounds like us.
We would never do that.
Let's go to Preston in Delta. Preston, go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, Preston, you're up. Go ahead.
Oh, so y'all really influenced my faith in Jesus Christ a lot, thanks to the man church going on, and I just really, really love it.
Well, thank you, Preston. That's very kind of you to call and encourage us. And Speedy, I hope you feel bad now.
Yeah, I didn't say anything. I wanted so badly to, and then I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, Austin in Alabama. Austin, go ahead.
I got one question for you, Rick.
Okay.
If you can, who killed JFK or who killed John Bonet? If you could answer it, who would be?
I got to go with John Bonet right now. I'm so tired of not knowing that. I think I would rather have that answer.
Rick, he's the president.
Well, I can tell what happened to JFK. This other one really is perplexing. I mean, look at it. Like Bubba said 1,000 times, so have others. I can't believe there weren't more people shooting at JFK. He had so many enemies and so many people that wanted to kill him. But John Bonet doesn't make any sense. I got to know.
Yeah, that is bizarre.
I think I'd take that one. Let's go to Alan in Florida. Alan, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just had a story about, I used to live in San Antonio back in the mid-'90s, and back then I could smoke and everything. You go into restaurants, and I moved to Warner Robins, Georgia, and then about a year later went back to San Antonio and went into a restaurant that had a little bar, sat down, wanted a cigarette, so I looked at the bartender, asked for an ashtray. He kind of took back, took a step.
I'm afraid you are guilty of not being able to bring home the statement. To make a long story short,
and I didn't grant a timeout because I knew we had a
right, and I didn't do it because you'd have made fun of me.
Well, I didn't look at either one of you because at one point I started thinking about other things.
And I wanted to hear him talk about San Antonio, Texas.
Once we left San Antonio and we had to work our way back, I don't think I got in the truck. Dr. Lou is next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Still there. That is not on today, and it will be rescheduled for sometime at a later date. Dr. Bradley, part of the roast tonight. Dr. Bradley, how you doing?
Look at the comparison.
Great. How are you doing?
Look, they're showing
That ain't the same guy.
No, I told you, when they're showing a comparison of Saddam Hussein on TV of the guy.
CNN has got a great split screen on of a recent interview with Saddam and the taped message that aired on Iraqi TV after the attack. How about this? Side by side, that is not the same person.
No.
Not even close.
No.
The shape of his face is not even the same. Yeah.
So
we may have got him last night. Who knows?
I don't know. Something. Look, all right. How about this? We do know that the guy they're showing on TV is not him.
The guy who delivered the speech is not Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, and whatever that means.
And I'll credit CNN with analyzing that tape closely because hey, they had him right there.
Dr. Bradley, tonight, Vestavia Hills, everything, you, from what I'm seeing above your head here, it says it's still on.
Yes, Rick, we're definitely on tonight.
Will we have some TVs where we can watch the update if we begin to rain down tonight?
We'll try to provide some TV monitors. That's a good point.
Yeah.
But that's a good time for humor, and there's going to be a lot of it tonight, and I sure hope everybody can come out for it.
Yeah, a lot of people have already got their tickets, so, we hope to have a good time tonight, and we'll update anybody if anything new happens. It may be that we, again, tonight don't attack as we continue to let the will and the morale dwindle with the people that are in the Army, but for Iraq. But if we do decide to go at it tonight full force, we'll update you there on the stage.
Absolutely, and just a reminder, silent auction starts at 5:30 at the Vestavia Hills High School, and the program is at 7 o'clock.
Well, we're looking forward to it. Thanks for letting us be part of it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, buddy.
Appreciate it.
Bye-bye. All right, so that is still on tonight. Look, they continue to do the split screen on that. How about the guy is much older, it looks like, or he's aged worse than Saddam? Or what?
Could be Saddam's dad or something.
Yeah, one night of bad sleep would not make your mustache turn blonde.
No.
Somebody forgot to tell him to put the dye on before he hit the camera.
And
I mean, is that incredible to y'all or what? You see it side by side and you realize there's no way.
That's not
the whole shape. Granted, he is a dark-complected man with black hair. Well, kinda, but not even close. That's.
Well, what they did is they're trying to play the card of y'all think we all look alike, aren't they?
yeah, they really are. How about I've never seen Saddam with glasses on either?
No, that was kind of a bad move too. That the guy's got reading glasses on, or some kind of really big glasses, I might add. So whatever that means, we don't know. I don't know that means anything. He may just be in hiding, and so he's not going to make any public appearances. But we do know that's not him that just did the TV thing.
I will have to credit CNN with a good one on that.
Well, and Roxana's told us on a number of occasions they think there's more than even one lookalike. There's a number of somewhat lookalikes that they use to move him around. And General Strafer told us he was dressed as a woman when it got down to the Desert Storm deal when they were closing in on him, that he actually was walking around disguised as a woman with the drape over his face and everything.
I bet he's got ugly ankles.
Yeah, you would think so. You would think that would not be an attractive look.
You see those toes and sandals and you go, wow, ma'am, sorry about that.
Dressed as a woman, it means he had to shave that mustache off.
Well, he had to cover over his face. Yeah. So yeah, because they don't let women show their face there in that fine country. Wow. Back 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. It is a college football tradition. Time for our check-in with Dr. Lou.
Jeez Louise, Richard, and William, thank goodness for college football season because you pretty much ruined 2024 with your premature announcement of your breakup. Just want to let you know, you done ruined our year.
Took a little steam
Rick and Bubba, I think I speak for everyone in the audience when I say that it's been nothing but grief in 2024 since hearing about your divorce. But Rick, it's pretty obvious after your recent beach rendezvous with Rich Wingo, who came between you and Bubba. Defuniac Springs, more like Defuniac Springs. Rick, we all hope you enjoy your transition to being the woman in the relationship.
That was hard to deal with.
Yeah, Rick and Richie sitting in a tree, walking down the beach, K-A-I-S-S-I-N-G. That's not really how it goes, but that's how I did it.
Thank you, Lou. Thank you for that.
Kidding aside, guys, we sure are going to miss this radio marriage. Rick and Bubba, you two are a match made in Shoney's.
Thank you.
A combo straight from a Quincy's buffet, might I say.
Oh, Quincy's. The big fat Eastro.
Guys, the reality is, I'm not guaranteeing this, but this could be the last Dr. Lou appearance on the Rick and Bubba Show, and it's hard to believe that I've been sitting in these seats and spitting on these mics for 15 years.
That's hard to believe.
Guys, that's half of your career, Rick and Bubba. I've been here at this studio so many times. In fact, I did the math, and I've missed less days than Bubba over the last 15 years. Guys, it's Bubba. I'm gonna be out today. I gotta jam out with my ham out at Kalijah. Oh, me.
Hey, if you think it's been bad, hang on.
Oh, yeah.
November is coming.
Good gracious. Where, hey, he must be at Wells Fargo. Guys, enough.
I was on the fly.
Enough sadness. It's the best time of year. It's college football season. What's up, everybody? Go! I guess we should give a Man, goodness gracious, can you hear that pregame drumline cadence reverberating off the hallowed walls of your favorite stadium, guys? Can you smell that juicy hickory smoked barbecue being fetched off that grill after 12 hours on the big green egg? Can you taste that ice cold Dr. Pepper on your couch as you eagerly await the next episode of Fanville on the Tube? And can you feel that mosquito sucking the blood right out of your calf in that suffocating blanket of August humidity? Guys, it's Labor Day weekend, which means it's 5 consecutive days of college football kickoffs, the perfect time for a vasectomy, frozen peas, and football, please. Rick and Bubba, a whole lot has happened since we've been together. A lot of developments. And number one, the GOAT has left the building in Tuscaloosa.
Oh, I know.
Guys, Nick Saban has retired, and he has been replaced by a man with a woman's name. Isn't that weird to anybody else? Kalen? Oh, never mind. That wasn't supposed to be a big hitter anyway, so it's okay.
I forgot his name, to be honest.
I thought you were going to play off DeBoer.
Former Washington Huskies coach Kalen DeBoer, who had zero chemistry with Rick Burgess on air at the 2024 Regions Tradition.
You were trying for anything.
I was working hard.
Boy, I tell you what, I hadn't seen somebody work that hard in years. He takes the reins in Tuscaloosa, and old Kalen will look to do the impossible. He will look to keep Crimson Tide fans from sending death threats to his family for more than a week. That's the standard. That's the standard, guys.
That's the what?
That's the standard. And guys, in their defense, the Alabama Crimson Tide fan base is only tough to please because they're extremely intelligent. In fact, polls show 9 out of 10 Alabama fans believe Kalen DeBoer is a step up from Nick Saban, right? You know, because they're so intelligent. Roll Tide, everyone.
Right.
And he is a step up because he is about a foot taller. So that is true. But Rick and Bubba, the powers that be in Tuscaloosa know Nick Saban's value.
Oh, yeah.
They do. So much so, they'll be naming Bryant-Denny Stadium's field Saban Field here in the next couple of weeks.
Called?
It'll be called Saban Field.
What is it?
Listen to this. Former coach Mike Price heard about this recognition and has asked if they can at least name the flagpole after him. Oh, goodness gracious. Hey, Cinnamon and Veronica, can you ladies dance a little for me while you move that flag to half-mast?
You're terrible. You're terrible.
Guys,
Cinnamon.
Serious business. Nick Saban has had an absolutely incredible career. Aside from Deion Sanders, Nick Saban is arguably the greatest college football coach of this modern era. Would you not agree?
Absolutely, yes, no doubt.
But he needs to step up his sunglass game because legends are built by blenders, as Deion Sanders would say. Speaking of Deion Sanders, though, his son Shedeur Sanders Shedeur Sanders. It's a great name.
What's that name?
He's the starting quarterback and Heisman hopeful for the University of Colorado. Guys, he says the Buffaloes will be viewed as every opponent's Super Bowl this year.
Now, wait a minute. Who is it said
this
that?
This is Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur.
I wish you'd have gone to Syracuse.
And Shedeur's right because they're easily last year's best 4-8 team. Plus they built some huge momentum going into this season, winning one of their last 9 games. So keep an eye on them, guys.
They're on a roll.
Rick and Bubba, here's an interesting college football trivia fact for you.
Okay.
NFL legend and current Miami Dolphin Tyreek Hill was once on the University of West Alabama football roster.
That's
this
correct.
is true, and this is wild, and I did not know this. And boy, is he making our state proud, isn't he? You know, just this year, it was revealed that he's now fathered 10 kids with 4 different women.
How about
Good
that?
gracious.
How about that?
Tyreek says if you want to end up where he is, you just got to keep grinding, kids. You got to. You got to keep grinding.
You're terrible.
Let me tell you something. Tyreek Hill is not only a cheetah, he's a cheater.
Oh, my goodness.
Guys, it is ironic, though, that West Alabama knows that this is not getting. They're known for their outstanding rodeo program. Just a weird coincidence there. We're not even going to go there.
Yeah, that's it?
No, that's it. We're stopping. We stop right there.
Thank you, Lou.
Lou has grown up, so has Greg. We stop there. One more piece of NFL news here. Not sure if you guys heard about this, but the Buffalo Bills announced that they are launching a chapter of the NGFFL, the National Gay Flag Football League. This is true story. It's a true story.
That's not true.
It is true. Never has there been a more uncomfortable time for fans to get the explanation from the ref for illegal touching. We're careful there. It's just not good.
Boundaries, Lou.
You know, I did go up and catch up with some of the LGBTQ community about this, and Brittany Griner, she's actually spoken up. She says, I may be playing some football soon, yo. Go steamroll some of these mugs.
Just send the email directly to Dr. Lou. I don't know what his email address is, but you'll have to
just
find
like
it.
her. Oh, my goodness. Are you still using Speedy at rickandbubba.com?
Hey! Dylan Mulvaney is also fired up about the league, telling me, it's about dang time they paid us girls some attention. I can't wait to put some of those rainbow flags.
Okay. We're out of control. It's like no time on the clock.
Guys, transitioning to another topic here.
Thank you.
The greatest college football news in 11 years. EA's college football video game is back, and boy, is it beautiful. The sights, the sounds, the gameplay is spectacular on this latest generation of consoles. EA Sports absolutely outdid themselves. Rick and Bubba, I would like to, if you're okay with this, for those unfamiliar with this beloved video game, I'd like to highlight a few features in EA College Football 25, just show you how realistic it is. First, EA's designers nailed Bryant-Denny Stadium. If you zoom in on the crowd, every other Tide fan has 2 teeth, a wife beater, and a full-sleeve Bear Bryant tattoo.
rickandbubba.com.
Here's another incredibly
fans by the moment.
Realistic detail. If you play as Auburn versus New Mexico State at Jordan-Hare Stadium, every fan will file out of the stadium by the end of the third quarter. Another incredible detail feature of the game, the crowd at UAB's Protective Stadium fills up one section for most games, but listen to this. For big games, they fill up 4 sections. A unique touch EA added here. JSU's stadium already features the new B5 wing, the Bill Bubba Bussy broadcast booth, also known as Eli's boss's booth. And I just want to let Eli know, Eli, you've been demoted to the second most famous voice in the football program. Sorry about that, because there's a Bill Bubba Bussy in town, baby.
Yes. Thank y'all for that landmine. Thank you.
He's just throwing mines.
You know he loves stuff like that.
One last amazing feature here. If you play the Iron Bowl at Jordan-Hare, and there is a 4th and 31 play with the game on the line, you will be forced to run the dumbest defensive play call in the history of play calls. You will rush no one and let the opposing QB have 15 minutes to find an open receiver.
That's so true.
Guys, one last bit of real news. This is transitioning to real news here.
Right.
Down on the plains
Thank
of Auburn
goodness.
before we go to break here in a minute. Hugh Freeze leads the Tigers into his second season, and guys, he's very optimistic about the direction of their program. Although there is some concern with the kicking game. That's right. As preseason All-SEC kicker Alex McPherson is having some gastrointestinal issues. Have you heard this? This is a true story, guys. Apparently, he has been diagnosed with IBS, irritable bowel syndrome. And guys, after hearing this news, I think it's safe to say that Auburn will have the most explosive kicking game in the country.
Yeah, it's terrible.
You're awful, Lou.
But real talk. This puts Auburn in a serious conundrum.
what?
A serious conundrum because it's a major dilemma when your kicker always wants to go for two.
Dr. Lou.
That's awful.
That's awful.
That's pretty good.
And who's the quarterback at Colorado?
Oh, that's Shedeur Sanders, who does not have problems with irritable bowel syndrome.
Well, I tell you, you get all the big stories here.
Wow.
I got all of them, guys.
We'll come back. We'll
Tracking them down.
break down some individual games with Dr. Lou. And then coming up next hour, former intern Firestone Lance Ingram, who plays Dr. Lou, will reminisce over the last 15, 16 years, including internship with the show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Under his leadership. Yeah. And if you disagree with him, they'll hang you upside down. But, I mean, who are we to judge? All right, let's go to the phones. Freddie is in Alexander City. Freddie's listening to us on 97.3. What's up, Freddie?
I just called to say that I am a Democrat. I didn't vote for George Bush, but here's one thing we got to understand. Our National Guard left day before yesterday. And if we can't get behind our troops, our brothers and sisters, our sons and daughters that are over there now, you need to leave the country because they're putting their lives on the line as ordered by the commander-in-chief. And Bush is my president, too, now, and we got to stand behind these troops.
Well, the thing that I think a lot of people lose sight of, when you start going as far as McDermott and Daschle and some of these guys have gone, when you know, to rebel rouse discontent and dissent against them, you put them at danger. And I think they don't think that through.
Freddie, I appreciate your honesty in this too, and point out the fact in no way do we want to restrict anybody's First Amendment rights, but we had a debate. Our Congress voted. We went through the process as it's set up. The president was given authorization to do this. He had authorization from the world community based on previous UN votes and 1441, which was voted on in November, that said if Saddam Hussein, the burden of proof was on him, if he didn't bring these weapons to be destroyed, that we wasn't going to have an Easter egg hunt, it wasn't going to be peekaboo, that the burden of proof was on him, that he would have dire consequences. Now, anybody in their right mind in the world understood exactly what that meant. We're following through on it just as planned. The president is laid out a battle plan. We have troops to handle it. I appreciate your honesty, Freddie. There was a time to debate this, and there will be a time to debate it afterwards. But when our men and women are in harm's way is not the time. It is a careless and reckless abuse of the First Amendment. And I had a lady email me a minute ago and say, well, what do y'all do? And you're just, hey, we're supporting our troops who are in harm's way is exactly what we're doing. We just happen to agree why the reason they're there. But, there'll be plenty of time for dissension after this is over, and the majority of them are back home.
We were giving the same support when they were in Bosnia when President Clinton was the president.
Yes.
Let's go to Kenny in Gadsden. Kenny, how are you?
Oh, doing great. Monkey grass.
Welcome, sir. Kenny. Thank you very much.
I love the show, fellas.
Thanks.
Hey, how about this? Why don't we send a short and heavy Dixie chick, old Natalie, to Saddam's house wearing Speedy's fishy shirt? He'll surrender for sure then, won't he, fella?
Well, sure, yes. If Speedy could wear that shirt that he had not washed that smelled like fish and be eating his boiled eggs at the same time.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
And have Natalie with him, we could run him out, don't y'all think?
Oh, yeah. And how about this? Your scud's a dud, fella.
Thanks, Kenny.
Yeah.
Let's go to Stephanie in Sylacauga. Hey, Stephanie, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I was the angry American before listening to you guys. Y'all are so funny.
Thank you.
I would like to say the same thing the last fellow just said. Send them all over there to Saddam's house. Send them. Let's get together, buy these protesters and the people that are not supporting our troops. Let's get them a one-way ticket out of here. They don't need to be here to welcome these troops home and thank you for our freedom. Thank you for fighting for us. And then, but we didn't stand behind you. We threw the flag on the ground. The girl that turned her back on the flag. What is this?
I'm real close to a new Rick and Bubba promotion called Slap a Protester.
Yeah,
yes.
well,
I mean one of them good ones you bring from down about San Antonio up to Boston, right up,
To me, a protest
like David Justice used to do is bad.
Well, to me, a protest.
There's a name for it, and I'm gonna pass on it right now.
Yeah, if you have a good point, the thing that's bad is when you protest and your point's no good. It doesn't even make sense. Can you imagine these people covering their faces and saying they're going to wreck American towns to cause havoc, to make some kind of bizarre point? What if we just said, well, here, why don't y'all just go over there and live with them? Dr. Lou has gotten us ready for college football, no doubt about that. If you missed it, you can catch it on the archives today, and one of the ways you can do that is on those buyraycon.com/bigbox everyday earbuds. About half the price of the other premium audio brands, and because you listen to this show, listen to this. Get 20 to 40% off today, plus free shipping by going to buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's 20 to 40% off and free shipping. buyraycon.com/bigbox. They've added multi-point connectivity. You can do 2 devices at once. Active ergonomic design. Also, they have the active noise cancellation. These are all added to the features that we already love. And you will love these. Thank you for the email we get for those of you like us that love those everyday earbuds. The new colors are fantastic. So don't miss this opportunity. If you already have some, get some more. Gifts or whatever, or if you've never done it, now's the time. Buyraycon.com/bigbox for 20 to 40% off and free shipping. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Dr. Lou, you told us that you also had a dream, right?
Well, guys, it's a beautiful moment when I come in here and see you guys' faces every week. And I was just reminiscing and relaxing just last week, and I dozed off and just fell asleep there on the couch watching Rudy, thinking about you guys, as I love to do. But it was 7:30 p.m. long past my bedtime, and before I knew it, I had dozed off in my emerald green and gold recliner, and there I was. I saw it, riding my motorized scooter down the street of my retirement community.
Yes.
When out of nowhere, a leprechaun scampered in front of me, startling me by shouting, "Daddy!" causing me to lose control of my vehicle.
Yes.
Well, I toppled over on the asphalt, and the next thing I knew, I was lying on the scorching hot pavement, blinded by the radiant light in the sky overhead. I knew my time had come to exit this earth. But out of nowhere, the shadow of a giant, bearded leprechaun descended from a huge black Ram 1500 with a lift kit.
Oh, boy.
He wore a jersey that simply read, "Old 75.
Oh, my gosh.
And he shielded me from the sizzling sun's rays. His imposing silhouette offered relief from the heat. He carefully kept my body temperature as cool as possible until I passed away there on the asphalt.
What?
Rick and Bubba, it's time for me to say goodbye to this show. And for you to say goodbye to Daddy. Don't you just say that, Rick. Why don't you say bye-bye, Daddy?
Bye-bye, Daddy.
It's been quite the ride, but my scooter's headed off into the sunset. Rick, if you could shade me from the sun, I know that would make Bill Burgess proud. So long, sexy fat man.
Oh my gracious!
Thank you, Lou.
You got room for two on that scooter?
Oh my gosh!
Come on with me, Bubba. You can wrap your arms around my strong chest as we ride away.
Picture that.
Yeah. It would have to be.
It'd have some horsepower. Good wheels on it.
Some horsepower.
Guys, wait, sorry, this is such a big shift in the gears here to go from a funeral now to talking about college football season.
Well,
but I tell you what,
I thought you were going to make it.
I tell you what, the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers, the Chanticleers are coming in.
Yes,
they're gonna be playing the Jacksonville State Bussy Burgesses tonight. And we got a big one on CBS Sports Network. And I tell you what, I may be visiting that apothecary store next week. Looked like a fun time. I didn't get an invite from Bubba or even Hunter. Hunter didn't invite me either. So, but I may show up uninvited. Spoil the party and be there with you. Like go, baby, little bussy, get them talk football.
Absolutely,
it's gonna be a great time. It's going to be a great time, guys. I love looking at you in the eyes while I'm just sitting here talking about college football. I'm going to miss this. I'm going to take a mental snapshot of this moment right here. 15 years. Who cares about football? I love you too, 65. So, we got a good times coming tonight. And, I'll tell you this. I have used the Jacksonville State Gamecocks on EA College Football 25, and their quarterback, I forget his name, but he's really good.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go with the Jacksonville State Bussy Burgesses by 74.
Oh, wow.
It will be 70. And it will be the typical 76-2 game. 74 there. The Chanticleers will get a safety laid on to make it seem like it was closer.
Sloppy, It'll seem closer.
Cover the spread.
It'll seem closer.
Guys, big game. Clemson and Georgia on Saturday. I don't know why they're starting at 11 a.m. Could be a later day game and capture many people's attention. But I think this is going to be closer than the experts think because when you're sleeping on Dabo, he tends to wake you up.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to go with the Clemson Tigers over the Georgia Bulldogs.
What?
They're going to win 21-20. That's just what I came up with right there in my head.
21-20.
Just now.
I know. It's only 30 seconds left. You want your beloved Notre Dame at Texas A&M?
Oh, well, I mean, is there any point in talking about this? I mean, the University of Notre Dame Fighting Irish, Mark May can kiss it because guess what? They're going to win the national championship this year. It's going to be an ugly year. They're going to go 17-0 and they'll win the national championship.
Well, there you have it.
And they'll play South Carolina or William and Mary in the final game, or possibly Arkansas. We'll see.
All right, Dr. Lou, thank you.
There you have it.
Been an incredible run. If you're leaving us, have a big day. Don't forget Rick and Bubba archives so you can catch any part you missed. We come back, we'll talk with Lance Ingram, who plays Dr. Lou. I love looking on the text option, people saying, we thought this was Adler all these years. Today's my first day. I realized it's Lance Ingram.
It only took 15 years.
Rick, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With Saddam, if you want to. You like dictators, you want something like that, go right ahead.
Well,
now the first time you want to cover your head and protest against him, they're going to put you in the grinder.
Sure.
But that's all right.
Well, just keep it in San Francisco. I wouldn't come to our neighborhood. We might
John.
have a counter protest for you might not like.
John in High Point, North Carolina. Hey, John.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy, go ahead.
Back to the who's who for a moment. I think Interpol has a criminal identification system where they have been able to scan faces and get exact millimeter readings of how far they. We've seen that for the last couple of years
Right.
on police shows, and they could do a very quick ID on these fellas that are posing as Saddam Hussein. Having said that, I'm not so sure. I don't know how helpful that would be, except that we can tell who this guy isn't, obviously.
Yo, that guy's not Saddam Hussein. That split screen that CNN just did was so telling. That was really unbelievable.
The Defense Department saying they're highly skeptical of the tape, and if CNN is skeptical of it,
Well, it looks almost obvious. I mean, it looks intentional to me.
the guy didn't get his makeup on good. That's what was embarrassing.
Well, I think Saddam Hussein is good at playing games, and I think this may just be another guy. Listen, I hope he's dead.
Yeah.
This doesn't convince me that he is.
No, just because somebody's posing as him on Iraqi television doesn't mean he's dead. It may mean he's just hiding.
Absolute part of his
Got his
game.
dress out
Listen,
again.
to the battlefield real quickly.
We're running out of time. You got 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think people in Iraq have heard over the last 12 years what happened to their troops when they surrendered.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that information is real available to them now, so I think you'll see a lot of surrender.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
Actually got fed.
Thank you, Turner South. We'll have updates tomorrow right here on what's going on, Operation Iraqi Freedom. Have a great day.
We love you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the hour from the Big Boy Studios. We've got the bleeding edge of technology, both live and archived. We're here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we're in the vapors of Dr. Lou, and over the years, there's been all sorts of rumors. Who is Dr. Lou? Who plays Dr. Lou? We saw people.
Why does he play Dr.
We
Lou?
saw people on the text option thinking it was Adler,
thinking it was Speedy,
thinking it was Speedy. There, of course, some of those didn't know that Greg actually does it.
I've done it a couple times.
Yeah.
Lance couldn't get here.
Right. So Lance Ingram is actually the man who brings you Dr. Lou and has for 15 years. And Lance, you have a history with the show all the way back to an internship.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, my brother, who's sitting right over there, Rob Ingram. Rob was actually the one to tell me about this show probably 20 years ago. It was 2005, and he said, "Hey, I work with these guys. We were doing sales, right, Rob?" And he said, "I can get you an internship with this radio show." And to be honest, I didn't even know who y'all were at the time.
Understood.
But yeah.
You was so young.
Float your boat a little bit there.
There's moments where we wish that was still the case. But go ahead.
Probably. And many audience members agree, Rick. But he told me, "Hey, I can get you an internship with this awesome radio show that's, blowing up and reaching a lot of people." And I said, well, okay. At that time, all I cared about was, hanging out with friends and playing college football on the PlayStation in college. And so I said, yeah, let's do this. Let's do this internship. Came in, thought you were really tough to talk to actually at the time, which is so funny because now, I feel like you're a completely different person. But I liked Bubba more at the beginning. The bottom line is
most do.
Oh yeah,
most do.
So, but Rick
and then
I,
the years roll by.
Yeah. So they called me. They called me Firestone because the Soul Patrol had come in, Taylor Hicks Soul Patrol, while American Idol was going on. They had come in to visit in studio. They said, "You look kind of like the Bachelor Andrew Firestone."
Right.
They called me Firestone. Y'all said, "We're going with it." And so I interned on the show as Firestone, which was a great time, but really we didn't have too much of a relationship over the next couple years. And then I came in for a year-ender, and that's kind of where this Dr. Lou story began. It was year-ender 2009 when all the interns were crowding around the mic, getting their 2.5 seconds of on-air fame. And I said, you know what? Nobody cares about what Lance Ingram, a.k.a. Firestone, is doing. They barely knew me at the time anyway. And so I said, instead of getting up there and giving you 3 seconds of Lance Ingram, I'm going to do an impression, one that I had only done for a handful of people, my friends in college and my family on a couple occasions. And I got up in the mic and said, "Hey, guys, this is Lou Holtz over at ESPN, just working at ESPN doing college football commentary." And that moment, both of you guys, y'all probably don't remember this, but y'all were like, "Oh, my goodness. Firestone, you sound just like Lou Holtz." And right after, Speedy came to me and said, "Hey, will you do a college football kickoff segment with us in 2010, which was ironically the year that Cam Newton provided plenty of content for that season."
Yeah.
And so came in in 2010, did that segment with you guys, and the first one was a hit. And the irony that this guy over here is sitting here, Mark Garnett, because Mark Garnett was a part of the second segment. The first segment was a big hit, and everybody had asked that y'all do it again, so y'all reached out and said, "Hey, can y'all please do it again?" He was actually here for the second segment, which is when I really went into full suited Dr. Lou mode like he was on ESPN at the time at halftime. And I did like a full-on commentary instead of just some random jokes. I did a full-on commentary and did a motivational speech to the University of Alabama. That one blew up and ended up on the front page of Sports Illustrated's website. Oh. And that one was kind of the viral one. I think it was a couple 100,000 views in the first week. And y'all said, "Hey, let's come back, start doing this, and we'll pay you big time money, so much to where you can retire from everything else.
Yeah, I remember.
And so we came back, did it, and the audience enjoyed it, and it has been so much fun, and it's also given me a conversation starter with so many people. You reach so many people, and so now it's cool. I was telling my wife this morning how this silly segment, as honestly as dumb as it is, it has given me a great platform to connect with people, to then share the message of Jesus Christ with them, which is what my heart's all about. I know the character of Dr. Lou sometimes doesn't really shine that way.
Well, that's quite a connection.
Yes, it is. Quite a connection. But it's been such a fun journey of coming up with new college football. It's been a challenge. It is a brutal assignment to come up with 15 to 20 minutes of college football comedy over the duration of 15 years, and probably we're talking 50 segments. It's a lot of comedy, and the sports czars they can vouch for this. Coming up with funny stuff and filling airtime, it's a lot, but it's been an honor to be on the show for that long, and I'm just glad to hopefully provide some laughs for some people out there. And people always ask me, how did you come up with the leprechauns? Tell me about the leprechaun dreams. Well, I remember specifically, it was like the third or fourth week of doing this, and I'm like, my gosh, I've committed to doing this every week. And I got to come up with some content.
A lot of stuff.
And so I went and got some of the devil's lettuce. And no, I'm just kidding. I did not do that. I did not do that. People think I'm on some kind of drug when I'm coming up with these things. But I just stared at my computer screen and I said, you know what? Lou Holtz loves the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Oh yeah,
and they are connected to leprechauns. Oh yeah, it's time to pull out some leprechaun dreams.
God, I love the dream.
And they've been, funny enough, they've been kind of the hit over the years with people.
Yeah.
So
God, it's good.
And of course you were asking the question earlier, Bubba. So the timeline, does that agree with Patrick Campbell? What he just said about the time. So Rob Ingram is here. Rob, come.
Is there year ender in
So Rob Ingram,
09.
like we just heard, we knew Lance's brother first, Rob, because he was a salesperson. And you, Bubba, you were saying that you had some conversation with Rob about his brother doing Lou. Does Rob do Lou as well? Or did you do an impression of Rob?
I don't do Lou, guys.
Oh, so you did have.
He's always been the brothers that didn't have the list.
Okay, so you got him to be an
My list
intern.
was too strong to ever be on the radio.
so you're the one
I
that
think this is the stupidest. It's the stupidest segment on the radio. I don't know why anybody listens to this idiot.
Okay. So, but you were selling the show at the time, and you're the one that brought him through.
I was selling the show when the Cumulus Club was available. Do you remember this thing where we could bundle all the stations? But I actually sold exclusively at the time for Rock 99.5 and I guess it was 107.7 the X at the time, which then switched to 100.5. So I worked for Davis Hawkins and
Daddy D.
Yeah.
Lanier. What was Lanier's last name? Anyway, she was my first sales manager, but I had been in Montgomery at WLWI there before that. That was really my first job out of college. So that's how I.
But you did put this together. You brought him in as an intern.
Yeah, and I think I was the one that said, you need to really do this in front of them because I think you've got something here. He did it one day while we were at our lake house at Lake Martin, and man, we were just all like, wow, that's actually really good, and this could be something, and I guess I was right.
So yeah, you're right.
I remember.
This guy's the genius behind the genius.
That's right.
You know,
That's right.
Behind every genius is an older brother genius.
I'm just the guy that walks around and tells people Dr. Lou's my brother, and I get some like, oh, that's awesome. And I get some like, ooh.
I've been there. So
you're familiar with that response.
You're with a group that we work with quite a bit now. You're with Lifeline Children's Services, right?
Lifeline Children's Services.
Yeah, and so incredible organization. We've done a lot with them, and I did want to take a moment on September the 7th. You guys are going to be having a children's run for one, and it's going to be in the Birmingham market around in Homewood at Dawson, and you can register by going to lifelinechild.org/run. So this is just another fundraiser, and a lot of people don't know you guys help people with adoption and all that.
Right, and so this is our annual Run for One that benefits our Global Orphan Care Ministry. And so Global Orphan Care, there's 153 million orphans in the world. And this run, everyone that participates in our 5K, which is, adults, whoever wants to run 5K.
Greg, you
and
and
then we
Speedy.
also have the kids fun run. Adults can be a part of that too. And then we also do a run where you are. So for those that aren't in Birmingham, because we serve we serve all 50 states, but we have offices in 19 states. And so we encourage everybody that where they're at to run and just support our ministry that supports orphans all over the world through Global Orphan Care.
That's
at
great.
Lifeline.
Yeah.
And you can check it out at lifelinechild.org/run.
All right.
When we come back, I got to ask Rob where this tennis trip, how this all played on the timeline.
Yeah, so we got to get
Since
our timeline.
I didn't know who Speedy was today, I'll back down on my memory.
Right. Bubba didn't recognize Speedy, so it's not been a good day. We'll come back. The Ingram brothers are visiting with us. Dr. Lou has given his final performance here on the Rick and Bubba Show, and we're going through the history of that now. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
An app. Bubba, spell out the word and.com. As promised, comedian extraordinaire Killer Bees joins us.
Good morning.
Hey, brother, welcome back.
Good to see you guys again, man. This is way cool.
And I am digging the new Killer Bees shirt there.
That's pretty neat. I make all my own clothes.
Well,
and what I did, I tilled the ground, planted the little cotton seed, picked them by hand, then flew to Honduras and assembled the shirt myself because I can pay myself less by doing that. So,
or you could just got Kathy Lee to get them made for you.
Yeah, but she charges commission. As a matter of fact, there's lots of times there's cracker crumbs on them because she got in trouble and had to start sending food down to the cheering.
Now, your logo, what is that exactly?
Save
Killer?
Up. That's Save
no,
Up.
the
right
little
there.
patch there. What is that?
It's a bee?
Yeah, it's a little gangster bee with a machine gun.
Yeah.
And a stinger sort of poking out. I don't know what that signifies there. But that's a little gangster bee right there. That's not actually the official Killer Bees logo, yet in all, it does grace the front of a number of our custom-made T-shirts that we sell to our lucky audiences throughout this land. And when we had these shirts made, they embroidered that there bee over my aortic arch, as a matter of fact, to be.
Because it's near your heart. Is this
Correct.
freighter on 5?
Yes.
Okay. I was a little apprehensive about taking 5, but it will be Mark Prater joining us too. Let's get him in here. Well, it's time for the weather. Everybody, he got it all together. Sing the song, baby. If it's snow or tornado, hear Mark Prater. Come on in here. It's time for the weather. Ain't nobody better. Hear Mark Prater. Mark Prater. Hear Mark Prater. Oh, Mark Prater. Hear Mark Prater. What's up, player?
How you doing, gentlemen?
We're great.
Hey, Mark. Save Up, man. How you doing, buddy?
And I'm doing fantastic. Love the shirt.
Hey, thank you very much,
Can
man.
I get like 3 of them?
Yes, indeed. Because why? Because you gave me my start in showbiz, Mark. That's why. And I always remember those who have helped me rise to the top of this heap of slime we call show business, folks. Present company included, I might add.
Yeah, sure.
All of us.
I thought you picked up our sponsor, Yamaha, and then I saw the little logo there. But the black and yellow's nice.
Well, we will talk. We will speak with them then.
Yeah, well, we're working on them, too. I mean, we need them pretty bad.
Look, when it comes to those products, you don't want to have to save up.
No.
I'm sorry, Rick. You were going to say, my friend.
Well, I was thinking to myself,
I don't know who's worse. Is Killer Bees worse than JT with hawking for freebies?
Well, now Prater is really
Prater's coming on.
We may have to have a hawk off here and see.
But JT, I still think maybe the master, but Bees is.
I tell you what, all I have to say about that is hello to Will Jones up at the Epiphone plant up there at Epiphone in Nashville, Tennessee. Epiphone has that new elitist series of guitars out, really top level, high quality stuff. So hey, Will, hey y'all, thanks for them guitars we got signed over in Charlotte. Love y'all.
Sure.
So there you go.
It's strange. Bees is actually making his way to Miami, and I was asking him, I can't picture. No offense, but I mean, a boy from Mobile, Alabama being huge in Miami, which is basically now a foreign country.
They love me. They think my accent is French. They think I'm like, sacre bleu, it is killer, So I have a lot of fun there, man. My influences stretch all the way from Athens, Alabama, where my buddy Brett Kinser's up there. Hey, Brett, we love you. Brett got our shirts made for us. All the way down to Miami, way down yonder, down south where them people are playing baseball and stuff. So, I'm a heavy cat, Rick, as you know. And I think that is why you guys have... Oh, that's right. We got Mark on the phone. Hey, man.
Yankees up 2-1, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah. And, Killer, I know that when you deer hunt, you use Simmons broadheads, the land sharks there.
Of course I do. And what kind of...
Here we go. A brand new show is rolling. Tomorrow, a Best Of show hosted by the real Greg Burgess. Monday, on Labor Day, a Rick and Bubba replay, an entire show played back. Everybody off on Labor Day. So enjoy the Labor Day weekend. So, Bubba, we're working on timelines. Lance Ingram, former intern Firestone, and also the man who played Dr. Lou for 15 football seasons on the Rick and Bubba show, has just turned in his final performance, and now we've listened to him talk about how he came to the show and how that all worked out. But you had a timeline today you were trying to work out with his brother Rob, who's also here today.
Yeah, I'd have to
and has a tie to the show.
I'd have to go back and look at pictures to be sure.
Yeah.
But I remember, Rob, we were at a tennis tournament at Gulf Shores.
Ooh.
First time I heard you do the impersonation, and we all got to laughing, and you had to entertain everybody. And I thought then you said, my brother does this a lot better, and that's kind of when it spilled into all that. But I don't remember how it all played out time-wise. Really.
I think it was 2010 because we were playing on I guess it was the mixed, and it wasn't a mixed team, but it was what was the multi-level?
Yeah,
whatever.
tri-level.
Tri-level, that's
Yeah.
right. And I was playing with Patrick Mills' team with Heath Comer. He and I were the singles players because at the time, before all the heart cardiology issues that I've had, I could run a little bit. But yeah, I think we won that tournament. We actually ended up going to the Nationals, and Bubba was ranked higher than me at the time, and was a doubles player on our team.
You talking about the face of tennis?
Yeah.
Face. Well, I get a lot out of what I got.
Yeah. And so when you were,
but
it was hot. That was in
between when he actually did it on the show, and then when he actually started doing it officially as Dr.
I think
Lou.
this was right after, because this was during the Cam Newton season.
Right. Okay.
So when we were playing,
don't try to give him the credit for getting famous before me. Listen, Stu over there. Stu is he's a wannabe Lou.
I've never been able to get up to full speed, guys, because he's always been hanging on to my coattails.
Wow.
I'm kidding.
Let me tell you something, Rick. You and I got something in common with those two knuckleheads over there.
That's right.
No one has
Speaking
to
of
tell.
coattails.
We'll be down here on the coattail end of the desk.
Yes. Good to see you. But, you have an interesting...
You think you're hard to pull.
Oh, boy. When you look at the history, though, I keep forgetting that you were a salesperson in the early days when this product...
I keep trying to forget that too, Rick.
Well, but what I'm talking about, you have a unique perspective because we tell the stories to Greg even before he got here. Speedy experienced them. Is, when we came into Birmingham, in this new format that Bubba and I said has been named appropriately the cluster format, which means one company owns multiple radio stations and then puts all of us in the same building and says, now go try to beat each other, out of revenue and ratings. It doesn't always produce a wonderful atmosphere up and down the hall. And of course we came in, we were
a little rowdy back then.
We were guerrilla marketers, and we were out to destroy anyone who opposed us. And sometimes that led to discomfort from some of the other shows up and down the hall. And you were in the middle of some of that.
I was in the middle of that, and I was also, I'll tell you what, I remember Eve Hirsch and Crystal Bright. They were sharks. And they were good at what they did, and they worked for you guys, and there was a reason why y'all were where you were in the market, not just because of you, because of your sales team. And it was a different environment in those days.
You mean the ones that took off in September and toured Europe because they'd already made their quota for the year?
And this was before the internet
we were still working.
The internet wasn't really prominent at that point, so we weren't selling ads and banner ads and all the things that we do now. So it was just straight up going out.
Yeah, we knew we were a little bit undervalued when we kept looking, and the sales team had nicer houses and cars than we did.
Oh, buddy.
We were like, wait a minute.
Hey, that's the truth too. And we, I think that was when. When I came in there, I was given a few accounts, so like Alabama Power and, of all things, Blockbuster Video. So that kind of dates me. So Tony Diliberto was my guy in that, and I got an education real fast. And but those were fun days. But I don't miss them.
Well, and Rob also is a really, really good photographer. He's done some incredible work for all of us. I mean, throughout my house, I walk because you did all the, senior pictures of all the kids. You've done some wedding stuff, and as I walk through my house, it's like one picture that Rob took after another of various members of our family.
Rob and Winter with a Y, WYNTER, robandwinter.com. You got to check out his photography.
My wife is the more talented of the two of us.
Well, you guys do great work.
It's a good perspective that I get to have.
You've given us some pictures that we cherish. I mean, that one you took of Brody and Sherry hugging each other, and you just picked it up. You saw it on your own. I mean, I can't tell you how much she cherishes that. It's just you've caught some great moments.
We've got one picture of me. I think it's at a buffet, and I'm dipping. And we just cherished that picture. It was beans, and it was just pouring right the way they were on the plate.
I have a couple of great pictures
and the shine off of them. It was great.
I think that one's called My Turn.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of good pictures too that
stand back, Charlie.
Completely unrelated. I have none of Greg, but I do have some of Chandler and Lisa from the Dr. Dudney shoot.
Yes,
and we went to some random thrift store, and they were shopping around, and I took some pictures of them. So
that's funny.
And I think Lance did that website. So, but it's been really cool to see what has happened and what God's really done through Lance's life since he started with you guys so many years ago, and to see how he's taken Lou and made it something pretty enjoyable, even though I do joke about it, but he has really stewarded that lourd well, I think.
So did you see that, Greg? That was a brother complimenting another one.
Oh,
I
can
be
done.
I took notes.
So let's talk about the lost brother here. How's it
I was about to say, Mac, for some reason Mac didn't get an invite today, but it wasn't an invite thing. I thought he knew about it, so
and he's a former intern.
Yes,
thumbs and roses, because he was one time told that he was his personality test said that he would either be a top executive or a florist. and the thumbs comes from one day he was sanding my parents' deck, and he put his hand. Basically, as he was sanding, his thumb hit a splinter, and it went under his nail, out the top of his finger, and he fainted. Basically, and my dad had to take him to the emergency room. So.
We'll come back. Phone calls are next. Speedy's on the phones. We'll hear from you, America. If you have questions or comments, bring them in. 866-WE-BE-BIG as the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What kind of string things we use?
We're actually using a bow that, I don't want to start hawking here. But
No, I mean, it's a trick question.
Very lovely.
Look, somewhere JT is clawing to get here, but
sure.
he's thinking, how can
that's him on his straighted out cell phone.
Hey, Mark, what bow are we using?
Actually, we're using a PSE right now.
There you
Maybe
go.
switch over to Jennings.
Okay, well, either one is great. Whichever one I end up with, fine with me.
You got it.
Yeah.
I like to use just a limb with a string.
That's fishing.
A
That's the
limb?
difference.
You know, we're going to move to a spear one day. Watch me.
Look, I'm going to take up spear hunting next year. 'Cause
My bricklayer says
I
he
want
can.
to say that I've been spear hunting.
My bricklayer, the magical bricklayer Chief Trestan in Mobile, says he can throw a piece of rebar through a deer. That's what he told me the other day. He goes, man, he goes, that deer be hacked off because he'd pin him to the ground. He goes, he could try to run, but he'd be stuck. He'd just make a circle. Right.
JT is joining the Hawk-O-Matic. JT, how are you?
I'm good. How is everybody this morning? I was just wondering if Killer Bees uses the Browning rifle or if he goes with Winchester. I prefer a Zeiss scope myself.
I like the new SIG stuff that's out. That 6 Hour stuff. They're making some fine long arms now, as a matter of fact. Now, for my handguns, I like Don Hume holsters. And it's an equal toss-up between Smith & Wesson and Colt. For me. I like all that.
When you're in the tree stand,
Excalibur Shooting Center, Birmingham, Alabama. I'm sorry, what?
When you're in the tree stand, will you go ahead and use your Verizon wireless phone to call back?
No, I do not, as a matter of fact. I just use my GPS hookup. Who's that baby we got our GPS things from? I let them track me like that.
That stuff is incredible.
I don't have that. I decided not to get that in my Ford Expedition from Treadwell Ford, I-65 south to the airport under the big giant American flag, Mobile, Alabama.
I realize I'm not even in their league.
I'm not either.
I think y'all ought to just start wearing patches, all the time like the NASCAR
You know,
drivers
really,
do.
I thought about, but if we all really want to, if we want to pick up a little extra jack, we need to look at NASCAR. On the show, especially if you ever get on TV.
Absolutely. Well, the thing
you just sell your arms and sell.
Oh, I tell you, man, I've got to say.
Well, hold on. I could sell myself. Oh, well, we know that. We know that.
We know how you got through college.
What I'm thinking is I could sell my head. Okay, I've got a bald head, and we could paint her up, and I could make it. Yeah, I could make it look like a Moultrie feeder.
Sure.
That would be great, or something like that.
Moultrie feeder.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could do something like that, or I could,
For Buck Nelson.
Yeah, I could make it look like a Bowtech.
I'm getting Dodge trucks from Jasper Dodge for everybody.
Hey, let me tell y'all.
We're going to have Kawasaki's to ride.
Speaking of trucks, I got to say hello to Ricky Crawford, the driver of the Circle Bar Racing Strategic Air Command SaveUpKillerBees.com Ford F-150, who won Daytona this year, was second in the points last year in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Hello to Rick Crawford and his team out there.
Oh, my God.
Listen, as much as you're on the road, I'm sure you're running into some back trouble. Dr. Irma Palmer. That's incredible for relieving some back trouble.
Tell you what.
Yeah, listen.
But of course, my foot pain has raised up a lot since I've been using these gel inserts from Dr. Show. Because I am gelling like a felon right now, but I'm not smelling because I'm wearing the Obsession aftershave, the official aftershave of the Killer Bees World Tour, as a matter of fact. So.
And it's
Well, I'll
good
tell you
that
what, after a long day like that, you might enjoy a nice steak at the Village Tavern Restaurant.
Exactly. Exactly.
Can I tell you what?
Now, if you rank hawkers, do you count JT's above table deals or the below, or do you put them together?
It's all gross. It's gross.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I know
Killer Bees number one.
Well, I know you love your patio though, from Absco Fireplace and Patio, and all that, right?
Speaking of tables, Greenbrier Furniture is just an incredible line.
Well, as I was going to get my table, I ran by Smith Brothers where I bought my Kawasaki.
And you know what? I was running low on gas, so I stopped at my local neighborhood BP station and filled up and got some coffee and stuff.
Well, there's one right across the street from Mark's Outdoors.
There you go.
I will tell you, I've never been deemed speechless on this show. I can't even compete with this.
You might be making me hungry. I'd like some Bud's Best cookies.
Rick, you might as well be wearing mossy elk camouflage right now, because we can't even tell you.
Some lacrosse boots.
That's right.
All right, guys, thanks a lot.
It's time to talk to the people. Speedy's taking them. That number, 866-WE-BE-BIG, as you just heard Ken Osborne tell you. Your time to speak as we chat with you, America, and a lot has happened so far on the program. While you're dialing and we're getting ready to chat with you, I want to take you to mypillow.com/bigbox. Right now, if you are looking for a great deal on delicious 100% Arabica-grade coffee, my coffee is now 50% off. Grab that right now. And let me tell you something. If you're heading down to the local coffee shop, they're hitting you harder than that, I promise you. For probably an inferior coffee. Also, if you go to mypillow.com/bigbox right now, premium Queen My Pillows available for $19.98. This is the employee pricing sale. You don't want to miss that one. Socks are 25% off. Blankets as low as $25. A 6-piece kitchen or bath towel set, only $25. The bed sheets as low as $24.98. My slippers, Bubba and I love those. My sandals, you love them, $25. So if you want to go right now and take advantage of this, if your order exceeds $75, free shipping as well. MyPillow.com/BigVox, or just go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Robert, North Carolina. Robert, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
First of all, thank you for 30 years of great TV and radio.
You're welcome, brother.
And then y'all been showing on the flashbacks, Turn South flashbacks. They got killer bees on there this morning.
Yes, we could smell him through the TV.
Did you know that he is on the reality show Moonshiners?
I did. Yes, I did. I did know that.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, appreciate you calling, and thank you for the many years of support.
You know, that show, I've caught an episode or two of it when I was on vacation once. How do you do a show about doing illegal activity and not be arrested?
That is weird.
It seems like the show would be the evidence.
Yeah,
you know?
it's almost like somebody says, I was a comedian on the show, and I'm on a TV show now. Really, which one's that one? Cocaine dealers.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, wow, that's
you may remember the show I was on, Murder for Hire. I mean, how do you get away with that?
Don't they show even from the law enforcement's perspective, like they're filming them while they're looking, and then I'm like you think somehow that
isn't it against the law?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We continue, but I've never seen the show, but I did know he was on it. To Jack in Coleman, listening on ZZK. Jack, go ahead.
Morning, boys.
Hey.
Hey, one of my favorite memories of Dr. Lou doing his set is when he got up and started smashing the drums, and y'all didn't know that was coming.
Yeah.
I was wondering if he could do that with Adler, and since y'all ain't gonna be doing Rock and Roll City, see if Lance could play the drums while Adler does the axe.
Well, Dr. Lou, Lance Ingram, has 3 small kids, so the days of just kind of hanging around here after his bit, they're kind of gone.
Yeah.
Somebody's
got to be somewhere.
Yeah, he's already left, and so but he is actually a very good drummer. He is.
Y'all see him drive.
Oh yeah, boy, I mean something. Once he puts the phone book down.
Yeah.
Dave in Walker County, lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Dave, go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, gentlemen.
Dave.
I've been listening to you off and on for the last, I'll say, 10 years since I've been in Alabama, only because I didn't know about you before. But man, a lot of laughs.
Thank you.
Some deep discussion, some spiritual conversation, man. It's just been a good variety sports, and I've really enjoyed. I've never even seen your faces, but I've enjoyed your voices over the years, and I definitely didn't get started watching in '94 listening because I didn't get started till '88. But man, I appreciate y'all and what you've done and your stands you've took, and also looking forward to some football, Roll Tide, SEC, and I hate to hear you're leaving.
Hey,
when are y'all getting off the air?
December 13th, there'll be the final show, and then there'll be 2 weeks worth of the best moments in Rick and Bubba history.
Friday the 13th.
Yeah, on that. And
Wow.
Dave, as far as never seeing our face, I say this with zero hesitation. You haven't missed anything.
You're ahead of the game.
You are in good shape, my friend. We have lines available for you now as the others are clearing at 866-WE-BE-BIG if you desire to join us. John in Ozark, listening on 107.7. John, go ahead.
Price freezing. Does anybody remember that medical care costs are out of sight now because Nixon froze wages and prices back in '72, I think it was?
John,
he did freeze prices on food, and it caused prices to go up and shortages because food went to the black market. It was rescinded in 90 days.
Right. Yep, that's true. It didn't work.
Didn't work.
Won't work now.
It's never worked. Anywhere on the world stage.
Didn't work then. Won't work now.
Didn't work
then. Won't work now.
Didn't work in the Soviet Union. Didn't work in Venezuela. Didn't work in Cuba. Nowhere has it worked.
No. Jennifer in Sweet Home, Alabama. Jennifer, go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hello, Jennifer.
I've loved y'all's show my entire life. That all y'all been on. That was my best memories growing up was listening to Rick and Bubba first thing in the morning when y'all first came on.
Thank you.
Like 93 or 94, something like that?
94.
My uncle used to work at my uncle used to work at the same radio station.
Oh, really?
So you'd come on in the afternoon, Phil.
All right, so your uncle worked at Q104?
Yes, sir. I remember coming in and coming into the studio and be like, "Where's Rick and Bubba?" And, oh, he kept there in the mornings. They're in the mornings. But I remember seeing so many tapes in there. I had never seen that many tapes in my whole life. I mean, I was only like in 3rd or 4th grade, something like that. Fourth grade would be 94, so 4th or 5th grade.
Who was it?
Yeah, what was
his name?
What was his name?
His name was Phil. He would come on, and I want to say in the afternoons.
Phil, did you say?
Phil, yes, Phil.
Is that what he went
Phil
by on the
King.
air?
Yeah, Phil King?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
But
I take your word.
he would come on in the evenings. It's all right. I remember going and seeing him at the studio and seeing all those tapes and be like, I saw the Sheryl Crow and I'm like, I wonder if For Him is here. I wonder, because like we listen to a lot of Christian ones. I'm like, I wonder if some of these are here, and I wonder if they'll let me borrow some of these tapes. But I mean, I'd never seen that many tapes in my whole life.
A lot of tapes.
Yeah,
a lot of tapes.
The wall of tape.
Well, a lot of what you saw really were commercials. Every single commercial in those days had to be on a cart. That was a tape, and a lot of what you saw probably wasn't music. And because did they ever go to music on those carts? I know some people did. I don't remember
Some
that they
did.
ever did.
Yeah, how were we playing it at the time? Do you remember?
We were CDs.
Yeah, we'd go on CDs.
Yeah, we were CDs
because the turntables were out by then, right?
Yeah, they were. Sadly, Wayne in Alabama. Wayne, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning. Hey, guys. You guys do a great show. Appreciate you. Been a long time listening. My daughter, my son-in-law, my 2 grandchildren were on the show a couple weeks ago, the Yarbros. They loved it.
Well, I'm so glad.
On the golden tickets.
Oh,
hey, I want to say, have you talked about The Forge yet?
The movie?
The movie.
I have not talked about it much on the air. I'm actually interacting with the Kendrick brothers, their representatives, and everything about promoting the movie. They actually sent me a promotional kit just in the last few days, and so I've had some sneak looks at it. I know it's rolling. What, this week is it? It's coming out really quick.
Well, it came out to LA City last week. I'm going to tell you something.
Good movie.
That is it's the best movie they have made.
Do you think it is?
It is a fantastic movie. Yeah. And as a matter of fact, here in LA City, several people have gotten together. We're going to buy have a teen night at Playhouse Cinemas. See if we can't get as many people in there to see it.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if
it's fantastic.
I was going to ask you if you saw it at the Playhouse.
I saw it at Playhouse Cinema. Yeah.
How about that?
And you can't beat the Playhouse Cinema.
No, you can't.
It's cheaper.
You know how I love the 80s.
Yeah. The Forge. It's a great movie. If you haven't seen it, it's out right now. This is the same bunch. If you're not familiar, that did War Room. They did Courageous, I believe, and this is their latest. And Tony Evans' daughter Priscilla Shara is in it. And it's a good movie. Really good movie.
The Forge.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't know what you were saying.
Forge. Let's go to Justin. Justin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
We're good.
We're great.
Y'all sounded a little reminiscent this morning. I just want to call and let y'all know that I returned the drone last year. I was the one that I won the laptop and returned the drone.
The most honest listener of 2023.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely.
How
Thank
somebody
you, sir.
ends up with a drone and could have kept it, and you made sure it went to the right person, sir. You are building blessings in heaven.
Yep, he did.
Well, I just want to say I just did what I was supposed to do, you know.
Which means you already had a drone, but still,
yeah, that's right.
it was still very kind. Josh in Arizona. Josh, go ahead.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
We're great.
Two quick things. So I found out the hard way that the Phone Troll song is not Mr. Lucky. I always thought that it was just you guys.
No.
Didn't know that.
No. It's Sugar
And
Loaf.
then Greg, it should have been you guys. Greg, I got something for you. Tomorrow, can I get the guy that rough talked Bigfoot? I've been trying to get that clip for the longest. I cannot get it.
All right, I'll look for it.
It's one of my favorite things from you guys.
If I got it, I'll play it. I think we do have it.
All right.
I'll definitely look for it.
All right,
That or Hank from Henderson.
Oh yes.
Oh, that's another good
gold. Josh, this is
Either
just
one.
for you. This is just for you right here.
This thing was 10 foot tall. He had beautiful hair. I come out here and rough talked him and run him off. And I said, get away from here. Get. And he went right back out that path again. He looked like he had 6 fingers on each hand.
It's so hard to get. No wonder he wants it. That's as good as it gets.
Do you like him or Hank better?
I like him better.
Hank's
great. If I could
or
go,
as I like to say, old blue.
If I could go to a meet and three and both of them be sitting there, I'd be just fine with me. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's as good as it gets. It was the hot dog championship. I think we have to call it a draw. I mean, I don't know that there's a clear winner.
The belt remains in limbo.
You think, was it Bees?
Look, Killer Bees still number 1, JT number 2. Prater has come on. He wasn't even in the top 10. He's now number 3.
Don't you agree he's up for Rookie of the Year, though?
Sure.
No doubt about it. We'll be right back. More
That's
with
a great bout.
He's in the playoffs.
More with Killer Bees next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back, top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 877 We Be Big is the number. All in the middle of the CD. It is available, hitting stores today.
I believe it went in yesterday, as a matter of fact. Music stores and Walmarts. I know they're in the Walmarts and the FYE chain that's in the mall and other assorted music stores.
Also, Bees' website is a quick link off of rickandbubba.com, so check that out. You can now get Killer Bees' brand new CD at stores everywhere. As a matter of fact, he is with the same distributor we are with. And
that's neat, isn't it?
That is cool.
I thought that was great.
And our new CD will be in stores next Tuesday, and we'll have a CD signing that will let you know where it's going to be hopefully before the week's out.
I believe the first one is in Leeds, but I'll double check.
At the Walmart there?
Yes.
Okay.
We
think Leeds, Alabama will be the first.
When we first met, we even said, man, it'd be neat to have our records in the same place. I remember that about 4 or 5 years ago.
And it happened.
And it happened. So that's kind of cool.
Except yours starts with K and ours starts with R, but really in the same section.
But you know, I haven't went to see if they put it under B for Bees or K for Killer. I know I've got my own little plastic thing with my name on it.
We don't have that usually, but I love going to the record stores and just being sure that it's in there.
Oh, you got one of those plastic things?
Can we get somebody to check and see?
Yeah, find out if it's in K.
And they can call us.
Or if it's in R.
In B.
Also, Bees, with this week, we don't like to talk about hunting very much, and
Alabama.
Barnett Lawley was on, and he asked me to clarify something, okay? And I appreciate him saying, hey, I was just wrong about this, because there's a lot of rules to keep up with, which is kind of one of my points. Hey, if you guys can't keep up with it, how can we?
Yeah, maybe you've exasperated the public just a little.
And I think he would agree with that. We had a caller from Georgia asking the question. Of course, he made it clear he's over Alabama, and the rules vary state to state.
And we told all of you how to find out your own rules in your own state. And
he said that, somebody had called in and asked about, do you have to have a hunting license to hunt on your own land? He said after going back and looking at it that there is an exemption
in the law for landowners and their immediate family, as well as tenants who actually physically live on the land. This exemption applies to residents of the state of Alabama. Plainly stated, if you're a resident of the state, you or your immediate family resides, or a tenant resides on the property, you do not have to have a license to hunt on your own land. However, he says he would encourage landowners and others to buy a license to help support the wildlife and fisheries, freshwater fisheries program, which provide biological services and enforcement protection for all privately owned land as well as public land. So he just wants to set the record straight, and I appreciate him doing that.
Yes.
Well, good deal.
Yeah, so that was very important.
That's neat. I'm doing a show for the National Wild Turkey Federation in February, speaking of hunting.
Now, is that where they have to call you out on stage and you come out there and then you do your arms up in the air?
That is going to be one of the things. I'm doing 2 days for them. I'll be doing the regular Killer Bee show on one night, and then the next night,
a turkey show?
I will be hosting the turkey gobbling competition.
Oh,
not the calling competition. Now, the calling competition is serious stuff. That's where they get out and they really compete, and it's such a finesse thing, turkey calling. But the gobbling competition, that's let's see, what's the word? Stupid. Anyway,
so they
dress up like big giant turkeys.
No,
oh yeah, and put big bellies and have a beard coming out their chest and stuff, and they get out and gobble real loud. And part of the judging for that is entertainment value. So that tells you right there that that's kind of a.
There's a side of me would like to see that.
Well, I've got a tape of it from last year, and it's hard to watch.
Top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Our number 866 We Be Big. Kamala Harris update. Kamala Harris update is next. As we all are perplexed about she's trying to fix the problems that she's now causing. If you'll elect me, I'll solve the problems this current administration's causing. You're part of that. We all know that. I'm a man without conviction. Kamala, Vice President. Here we are. We have Kamala. She's about to explain what teamwork means. It's a group of high schoolers.
High schoolers.
High schoolers. We're not talking about kindergarten kids. These are high schoolers. Most of them have gone through puberty. So here is
they blocked it.
The vice president that for some reason has pretended she's not vice president. She's just some random candidate. She's not currently serving and causing any of the issues that we have right now. But here she is. If you're wondering about teamwork and you're a high school student, here is the vice president explaining it to you.
Our country is counting on you. All of you. You are leaders. By the very fact that you all are here in this room, doing what you do at this incredible school, doing it as one big team, understanding all of the different parts that fit together to create a team.
Now get your mats out. It's nap time.
Please look at the vice presidential candidate and him shaking his head.
I was about to say the same thing.
He's the dedicated yes man.
But I'm watching him. He tries to be the yes man, but his eyes cannot hide the fact that he's going, what in the world have I done? What have I done? Why am I here? Did I have an ounce of credibility left? He can't believe. All he can think to himself is, if we can get her elected, it won't be long till I'll be president for sure.
Yeah.
Well, now you know she has now come out and said she is for fracking.
Oh, yeah.
She is for building a wall.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of expect her to come out with a MAGA hat anytime.
That
soon.
is correct. Yes. She's now saying, if you like what Donald Trump's going to do, what about a girl doing it instead?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like that. J.D. Vance is not happy.
No.
He is very upset because the Harris campaign criticized Trump for going to Arlington National Cemetery and to honor 13 service members who died in Afghanistan. That, of course, lying at the feet of the current administration. And J.D. Vance is not happy about this criticism, and he makes that pretty clear.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
But to have those 13 Americans lose their lives and not fire a single person is disgraceful. Kamala Harris is disgraceful. We're going to talk about a story out of those 13 brave, innocent Americans who lost their lives. It's that Kamala Harris is so asleep at the wheel that she won't even do an investigation into what happened, and she wants to yell at Donald Trump because he showed up. She can go to hell.
That's gonna, oh my goodness.
That's pretty clear.
I saw him stop, and then he decided he would go ahead with it.
Well, maybe he cleaned it up to do that.
Yeah. That was the edited. That was the edited version.
Right.
Yeah. It's not like either one of them had a conflict to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Biden's at the beach with his toes in his sand.
Yeah. Have you seen the video one? Have you seen
PBR in his
Joe
hand.
Biden chilling again on Delaware Beach during another marathon vacation?
He's not chilling. That's just where they
Who
put
else
him.
could get
That's
away
just where
with
they
this?
dropped him off.
Well, let me tell you something.
No, he is waving.
He's just kind of hanging out. Look at him. There he is.
He's still president, right?
He does not know that, Greg,
Shouldn't
but yes,
he
he
be at work?
is.
Shouldn't he be at work?
Well, who is president? Who is running things?
In all
Who's in the water?
In all fairness to him, he has no idea what the problem is with him being there. He's
takes him a while to get that back in.
Okay.
Toes in the sand.
Yeah, there he is.
That's it. Keep singing it, Alex.
Do you
Toes in the water.
As bad as it is what J.D. Vance said, do you think that the left, though, the current state of the Democrat Party, they're so godless that they look at each other and go, I don't get it.
Yeah, what's he talking about?
Yeah. What does he mean? What is this hell he speaks of? So anyway, we have Joe Kernan on CNBC cannot keep a straight face talking to Harris's economic advisor. Here we go.
Sorry, I was queuing up the beach thing.
That's okay. That's fine.
Stalled out on that. Here it is.
Okay, here it is.
Unrealized gains, taxing unrealized gains just doesn't seem fair in any sense of the word. In the very best sense, if you are taxing unrealized gains, all you're doing is pulling forward the taxes that would be paid later when someone actually sells the stock.
I think that this reaction to unrealized gains is a little funny, given that I bet that the majority of people watching right now are already paying a tax on unrealized gains. It's called a property tax. When the value of your home goes up,
It's a use tax.
When the value of your home goes up, you pay higher taxes, even if you don't sell your home.
Your value of your home never moves the way a stock moves, the way something else moves.
That's always the go-to answer.
It's also, property tax is a use tax. You're paying for the schools, you're paying for emergency services. Those are things that make absolute sense.
And sure, and all the revenue that comes in from these unrealized gains taxes and the other taxes in the Harris plan are going to go to creating what she calls more opportunity. It's to make sure that every newborn born in this country gets $6,000.
Using the services.
Well, look, you're arguing that this is some sort of foreign concept that's completely unknown in the U.S. tax code.
It's probably unconstitutional. It's probably, and it was never in anyone's intent to tax.
It's not an income tax,
and it's never going to happen. Probably.
Y'all,
I'm not going to say my lifetime.
I wouldn't say that.
Not in Becky's lifetime.
They're literally laughing and rolling their eyes at him.
That's CNBC. Yeah, that's not Newsmax.
Well, that's what I watched his mouth, and he looked at his handler and says, "Is this not CNBC? What do y'all do? Am I on Fox News?"
Come back. Let's talk about what he's talking about.
Rick and Bubba.
I
would think it would be.
It's grown people doing stuff on stage that
Well,
grown
we've heard
people
about
doing.
dressing up like animals.
You
but
know,
I don't know.
the calling competition. I don't think I'm in charge of that, but that's the good one. That's where they really have to bear down, because the calling, you know, when you hunt turkeys, you don't gobble.
Right.
You call as the hen does.
We actually had one of the calling champions here on the show that we carried to a drive-through and tried to have him order breakfast, gobbling like a turkey.
You know, really, if you think about it,
they had to
Now,
leave
was
the
he
parking lot.
or was calling?
You know, he was doing the clucking, you know,
Okay.
you know, thing, and
You know
I
what
guess
brand
he was calling.
call he used?
He had something, I don't know, but you know, they had to leave the area kind of quickly after the manager came running at them with a broom. But it was quite a little adventure.
You know, really, when you think about it, when you're turkey hunting, you're actually a turkey transvestite.
Exactly. You're dressed like a girl turkey. Well, actually, dressed like a bush, but you're making sounds.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, "Hey, big boy, come here," in turkey language. Is what you're doing.
You're talking up a male turkey.
Yeah.
And you're a guy.
And you try not to think about that, because here you are in the woods with a gun, and you're acting girly. You know, it's hard not to press as you walk to where you're setting up.
Dressed as a bush.
Because you got to get the man, you got to get the mindset.
Yes. You go as senior or junior president.
You know, speaking of that, have you heard this thing we were talking about today? The guy that just went over Niagara Falls.
Yeah, with nothing but the clothes on his back.
Hey, and they had him on the news yesterday, and when they picked him up, he didn't have a scratch on him.
Isn't that weird?
He went over like 180-foot drop into that water. Yeah, and they pulled him out without a scratch on him.
The only one other person has survived going over those falls, and that was, I think, in like 1960. A 7-year-old child in a life vest fell out of a boat in a boating accident and went over the falls.
Yeah, it was not by design.
Correct.
And how about this? Even stranger, I heard him mention on the news last night, he is now a doctor that lives in Alabama, but he doesn't want to talk about it.
Did you know
the
that?
The guy that went over the falls?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Look, if you're that guy, call us, would you?
Because I'm going to
We want to talk to you.
Did you see the tape? You could actually see his mouth going, "Hey, y'all, watch this."
Yeah.
Just where he...
But, you know, but if I went over Niagara Falls as a 7-year-old kid and lived for him, and I know everybody...
I'm going on a speaking tour.
I talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
Because somebody go, one time...
Yeah, but Rick, it was a bad memory.
Yeah, one time I crashed on my bicycle. Is that right, on your little ramp? Okay.
Yeah.
You finished? I got a story for you.
I had some bees get after me one time.
I got stung by 3 wasps at one time.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool, but listen to this.
Okay.
I smashed my finger in the door one time.
Yeah.
Anybody
had a root canal?
Yeah.
Hey, one time I fell off the pier and my meemaw had to pull me in. Okay. Are you finished? All right, now, let me tell you what happened to me. I was 7. I fell out of a boat, had a life jacket on, and went over Niagara Falls.
It seems like...
That's hard to top.
It seems like the Lord would give you your own drum roll sound.
Yeah.
If you were starting that story.
Oh, sure.
When I was 6, we put on the life jacket.
Oh, yeah.
How about I would do, speaking of hawking, commercials for life vest,
yes,
for boating safety,
yes,
and for people who go, "Hey, God's trying to get my attention. I still have a purpose on this planet. It ain't my time yet."
Oh, yeah, because I would go, but then another guy comes up. Just think, if you're a
What was that doctor's name?
If you're a barrel person, now this guy has shamed you. You know, all this time you walked around, I went over in the barrel and also said, well, you heard about that guy just went over on his own with nothing?
Yeah.
But do you realize how many people made, you know, it's against the law now, but it used to be a big thing. They would make these homemade barrels and and you realize, I mean, a bunch of them, like 50 or so died doing it.
There was a guy that had a failing circus. Y'all know about this? He had a circus that was not making money, and he charged people to watch them send the entire circus over Niagara Falls. They put, like, the entire circus, the wagons, all the animals on an old schooner, and it went over the falls. As a matter of fact, a monkey escaped off the boat and made it to shore, and they shot him and threw him over the falls.
You know who I'd like to see go over the falls?
And they charged tickets for people to watch the circus go over the falls.
I'd like to see Peter Jennings try it.
I would, too.
Since he is a Canadian, now he's become an American after much criticism.
Yes.
And his love for the Canadian healthcare system.
Speaking of going over the falls.
That's a question for more listeners. Who would you like to see go over Niagara Falls in just the clothes on their back?
Look, how about I would rather them let me go over the falls to fix my foot than have one of their doctors work on it.
I'd like to see you shooting JT with a paintball gun as he goes over the falls.
And as he's in there, pop, 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 pop.
What brand paintball gun? Speedy?
So we don't know enough about it to even tell you.
So you missed that. It's been our highest rated moment television-wise.
A paintball shooting?
We took our program director, who theoretically should be our boss in most cases, but it certainly doesn't apply here.
Yes.
But he is a financial disaster. He has lived beyond his means.
Yes.
And he's always in financial, straight.
Well, here's the footage.
Oh, look at that.
So what we did, we put money on
him.
trees, and we're shooting him with a paintball gun.
Look at that. Look,
Get him run. Now, you notice he missed an envelope back there.
Right.
I don't want to...
Now, well, here's what you love, Bees, you being someone who loves
Watch
guns.
him start waving because he thinks he's got them all, and he's wanting us to quit shooting.
All right, now watch. And I hit him.
No, he's got to come back. He's coming back and get the one he missed, but he missed two.
Now, watch this, Bees. In a minute, he thinks it's over. 6 minutes past the hour. Here we are at the Big Boy Studio. Glad you're here. Rick and Bubba Best Of Show tomorrow, hosted by the real Greg Burgess. Rick and Bubba replay on Labor Day. Enjoy the weekend. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler here this hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Doesn't seem like too much, given you have 24.
Plenty. It's just a smidge of the pie that we're asking for. So we went to the break last hour. If you missed that, catch the archives today. We were doing a Kamala Harris update, and her economic advisor caused the financial experts on CNBC to make fun of him, to roll their eyes at him, to laugh at him.
I've never seen them be that, I don't want to say disrespectful, but that in that much disagreeing with a host that they had about something they had brought up.
Well, I think they just realize, if they know anything about economics, what they're talking about is absurd. As one of them said, I don't even think it's constitutional, what you're trying to do. It isn't the same thing as property taxes and so on.
Which, that's a whole nother topic. I don't know that we should have those. But the vice president's campaign recently confirmed that she supports all of the nearly $5 trillion in tax increases. These are new taxes that President Biden has in his 2025 budget. Among the long list of tax hikes is a novel proposal to tax the unrealized gains of some wealthy Americans.
Here we go.
As many commentators have noted, such a tax would be economically destructive, but the anger over this one bad idea has distracted from other more wide-reaching and even more economically damaging proposals. For example, Harris's 28% federal corporate tax rate and 44.6% top capital gains and dividend tax rate would give the United States the highest total tax rate on corporate income in the developed world. Now, you got that?
That's not
good. So why would a company that could locate in Mexico or Canada or China or anywhere else come to the United States and open a business when they're going to be taxed into oblivion, when they can get away with half or a fourth of that in other parts of the world? And you wonder why your jobs are going overseas.
Yeah, and remember, even those who lecture us on how horrible companies are for doing that also do it. Apple, run the numbers. You know why they go there? Because financially it's a better deal.
And particularly, Rick, this unrealized gains is that they're going to look at your stock portfolio, and let's just say you have Walmart in your 401k or whatever, and it's sitting there and you buy it at $50 and it goes up to $70, but you're still holding it. Now, normally when you sell it, that would be a realized gain or loss, and you would have taxes correspond to that. If you made money, you would pay tax. If not, you might even get a refund if you lost, depending on your situation.
Yeah.
Because we all know the code is so simple and straightforward. But now if that price goes up and you're just holding it, they want to tax you on the money you would make in advance. Now, that's why the commentator was saying you're only stealing from the future to fund today, because then when you sell it, you won't have that tax to pay on it because they've already collected it. But here's the problem. What if you pay that tax and it goes down? What happens?
Right.
Has anybody ever got a refund on their property tax?
Never.
Because their neighborhood went downhill?
No.
And you ain't going to get it on this either?
No.
It is absolutely going to destroy people wanting to invest in the stock market. Again, there's so many whys in the road when you come to a decision, yes, no, left, right. I don't know of a bunch that can bat 0% on doing the right thing. Everything they do destroys the free market,
right,
destroys the economy, destroys a business's ability to hire people, jobs. I don't. It's almost like they think it's just going to come out of thin air. But these companies won't do this. They won't pay that. Not only that, the top federal income tax rate, combined with state, local, and other taxes that everybody pays, would put most Americans on the wrong side of the Laffer curve. 36 states, as a matter of fact, and Washington, D.C., to the point at which higher tax rates would create so much economic distortion that they will no longer bring in tax revenue. And that's the point. You'll actually get less.
Right.
Because people will go, I ain't doing that.
Right.
I'll just sit at home and sit on my money as opposed to investing it.
It's like these states.
And
that the
everybody
wealthy,
loses. Everybody loses then.
It's like the states we have now that they think they can just tax the top 1% into oblivion, and the top 1% just takes their luggage and goes move somewhere else.
Yeah.
And then you don't have tax revenue because the people you were taxing left, or like you said, won't participate.
And look at New York State. They've had this. We've had stories on it. Their tax revenue has gone down, even though they have increased the rate they're charging millionaires. Just to your point, the millionaires picked up and headed out. Said, we're not going to do it. We're not playing. And they'll do the same thing. They'll go overseas. They'll do whatever. They're not going to do that. Americans do not mind paying their fair share. They just don't want to be robbed.
Right.
And there's a big difference in the two.
Yep. Well, and then you look at the other end that you mentioned. You'll see the left talking to the hardworking men and women of the country, the blue-collar people, and they'll be going, manufacturing is leaving our country and all these other countries, and then they create the very environment in which this has happened. And when you say, well, let's make it, you just said, let's make it be a good idea for people to do manufacturing in America. Let's give them a chance to do well, and the workers to do well, and the salaries to do well. Capitalism and the free market, when people are successful, that does more to make people's lives better than anything else. And what we do is demonize the very plan that will elevate the standard of living quicker than anything else. And the reason why they do that is because the ruling class wants to be put in a position that you can't do anything without them, and they'll live one way, and everybody else will live in equal mediocrity. Capitalism, when you take it and you trash it, or you put, it's rusty and it's not running like with this, then people who know how to make a profit just simply go make a profit somewhere else. The reason why they leave here is because you treat them like they're criminals. You treat them like they're enemies. You treat them like they're evil. And then you just conveniently forget all the jobs they provide. You forget all the benefit packages they provide. And then you just, when they leave, then you whine and demonize them again for leaving when you're the one that caused them to leave.
Yeah,
and then you keep doing the same old stupid ideas again.
Those workers by themselves, okay, union or not, cannot create a business.
No.
It has to be a bigger entity that comes in, sets that up, has a plan, has the capital to do it, and then hires workers. That's who you've got to grow that relationship, not demonize it.
Has anybody ever heard the old term, don't bite the hand that feeds you?
Yeah. And keep in mind, this also, let's not overlook her threat of price control on food.
Yeah.
Which has never worked.
Never.
Didn't work in the Soviet Union, didn't work in the Roman Empire, didn't work in Cuba, didn't work in Venezuela, did not work in the United States when tried by a Republican president, Richard M. Nixon. He had to rescind it in 90 days. It was a disaster.
We'll be right back. But let's try it again.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look, he is a financial disaster. He has lived beyond his means.
Yes.
And he's always in financial, straight.
Look, here's the footage.
Oh,
so,
look at that.
So what we did, we put money on trees, and we're shooting him with a paintball gun.
Look at that.
Look, get him run. Now, you notice he missed an envelope back there.
Yeah.
I don't want to...
Now, well, here's what you love, Bees, you being someone who loves
Watch
guns.
him start waving because he thinks he's got them all, and he's wanting us to quit shooting.
All right, now watch. And I hit him.
No, he's got to come back. He's coming back and get the one he missed, but he missed two.
Now, watch this, Bees. In a minute, he thinks it's over, and he starts headed for the truck, and I start shooting him in the head because he's missed an envelope.
See, he thinks it's over right now. And look at the paint. Look at him, pal. Look, he's waving. I've got it.
Look, headshots here. There's headshots. Look at
Oh, getting fouled dead.
Because there's still one out there.
And look at Rick. He's just unloading on him. He doesn't.
And this was my birthday present. This was my birthday present.
Smoke.
Look,
wow.
Look at Rick. Look a little happy, Rick.
Is that a happy birthday boy? Is that a happy birthday boy right there?
That was like the Zapruder tape.
Yeah,
unreal.
Oh, we've looked at there is
eerie similarity.
A theory that one of those shots to the back of the head came from an angle that could only be in the woods.
See? The grassy knoll.
Can we run it back, Chris?
To the right.
Because we're into slow-mo today.
11 minutes past. We'll come back. We'll take some of your phone calls here, too. Somebody says they know the name of the person who went over the falls in Niagara Falls when he was 7. Are we going to freak him out by talking about it?
Well, let's just find out who it is. Maybe he'll call us.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Killer Bees with us. His CD, it's a very exciting. We were talking about it, how exciting it is for his CDs now be available in most everywhere you pick up CDs now. They should be there across the country. Came out yesterday. Killer Bees' new CD. Look for it wherever you shop. This was actually recorded in Alabama, up in Sheffield, Alabama, in the Shoals.
Yep,
and
at the Ritz Theater.
And we're on up there, and of course you can hear on the CD. B says more than once people screaming, "Stay in it!" So a lot of
that was a nice transition.
Yeah,
CD to Turner Coffee Cup. I like
that. You like that? That was well done.
And we don't want to dwell on this because we got some other topics to look at. But Killer Bees was enjoying the running of the Goobs footage.
Yes,
that's what we call the contest.
I like that.
So much that we were looking at it, and I hate to draw this comparison, okay, because it's a foul, okay? But anytime you look slow motion at things flying at somebody, the Zapruder film is going to be brought up in the JFK thing, okay? And that, it's just part of it. But look at this, because we were looking at it during the break, and and I know this has been a big slow-mo day for us, and I don't mean to wear everybody out with that.
And I know some of you on radio, it makes you miserable, but listen.
Let me paint this picture for you. Okay, look at this footage. Now, Rick, you are standing kind of where we're looking toward JT, okay?
Yes, let me hit
Judy is to the left of you, okay?
Right.
So you both are kind of shooting at the same angle the camera's looking at.
Yeah, should have been.
Let's look at where a couple of these paintballs come in from, okay?
Warning. This program may be found offensive by pencil-pushing, bean-counting, research-loving program directors and radio consultants.
Right there, that shot to the back of the head. Look at this. Look, right there. Now, it is possible that shot came from this angle, but you see the way the pieces are bouncing off. It looks like that could have come from the woods behind JT. Look at that, right there.
You're saying a different shooter that we had hit out.
Yeah, I hate to call grassy knoll, but in this case, the woods next door.
He's using some of the theories used in splatter dynamics by crime scene investigators.
Yes. Now look, go ahead, and that was a critical shot right there. That hurt because we see a reaction from JT. Right on the back of the head.
Well, he can't believe he's being shot in the head at this point.
Still, you'll see an occasional paintball fly through here. But now he's waving. Look,
Bam!
Another shot to the head.
That's a good one there.
Now, see, that
Where did that come from? Okay, that is a top shot, and it almost looks like it can't. Okay, now look to the left of the screen. You will see another paintball come with.
All right, here we go. 20 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. Enjoy a Best of Rick and Bubba tomorrow. A Rick and Bubba replay coming up on Monday as we get into the weekend. If you missed Dr. Lou today, he kicked off college football season for the 15th season in a row. You can catch that on the archives today, either on the YouTube channel or the podcast channel. So, Bubba, also, with it being Labor Day weekend, lake folks everywhere are putting together boat parades, and I think one of the biggest, and this is a Trump, right?
Yeah,
Trump boat parade.
Yeah,
down there where you're
not going
from.
to see a lot of Harris boats parades in our part of the world.
No.
Probably not.
No. Where we live, if you see someone with a Harris bumper sticker on, you know they ain't from around here.
Yeah. Usually try to take a picture of them.
Right.
Because they're passing through. Rick, I understand that we are going to have a big Trump boat parade at Lake Martin, where I reside now.
Yes.
From 10 to 12 Saturday.
Uh-oh.
Starting at the Ridge Marina, making its way down under the 63 bridge, and then ending at Parker Creek.
What a beaut. What a beaut.
I got caught out in that a few years ago, so I can tell you it's much better to be in the parade than going against it.
Say the wake is tough.
Yeah, it's something else. So
it's its own January 6th.
Oh, buddy, it is. The number of people, the number of people with giant Trump flags is incredible. So,
what year was it that it might have been last year? You had the damaged pontoon boat, and you were trying to get it fixed, and you had the cover, and you ordered the wrong piece, or it wouldn't fit. And Betty was like, "We can't be out there looking like this," or something. And it had something to do with this parade, I thought, or a parade, or something.
The cover I initially got was blue.
Right. Oh, that's what it was.
Betty thought looked like a tarp, and it did. It did match the ones on our roof at the house. So I thought it went to weather, but I had to order another one that was a little more tan and kind of went with the general color of the boat.
Oh, right, that's what it was.
And I don't know for sure, but I think Perry Hooper Jr. is actually going to be the grand marshal of that parade. So
my boy Perry.
Need
what's
to
up,
check
Perry?
with him on that.
Look, I've seen boats with Trump banners. I didn't know that size even existed.
Yeah, I don't know where you get some of those.
I saw one that had a full-size blow-up of Trump himself riding on the back of the boat, standing on the back of the boat with a big flag over.
Well, I told you on my way I go home, there's one of these places that sells these concrete animals and stuff you put out in your yard. And they had some Trumps. He's standing there like this.
No, he is not.
And listen, they started out about 6. I think they've sold everyone.
Of course they have. Of course they have.
They've got one now. He's holding his ear.
Oh, that's good. They call that one duck.
Yeah.
Also, Bubba, this weekend too, is if you don't have enough patriotism already,
it's just rolling in it.
The Reagan movie.
Yeah,
Dennis Quaid in the Reagan movie.
Ooh, is this going?
Here he goes. Go ahead and rain on that, Greg.
What kind of slant you think
release the Kraken?
Are they going to be?
That'd be a good finish up to the Trump parade.
That's what I'm saying.
Over at Herb's place is to show that movie.
So you go over to Herb's place. Everybody's just beat down from the sun. Right. They get in some shade. They order a great meal, and y'all just roll the Reagan movie.
Oh, that'd be perfect. That'd be the perfect day.
Do you have the Carson Reagan
about
thing?
96.
On the list, I couldn't see the list.
Are the people that made the movie, are they pro-Reagan or negative? You know
how you're saying how's he being portrayed?
I think Dennis Quaid in his current state to take the job, I don't think it's going to be negative on Reagan. Because I don't think Quaid would have done it.
I don't think it's negative. Yeah.
Do y'all remember this clip? It's probably too long.
That's
y'all
it's like 3 minutes.
Y'all don't want to do it.
That's all I just said.
It's funny. It's funny, but y'all, I know Rick. It's probably too long.
Yeah. Well,
but y'all just brought up Reagan, and the movie's coming out and everything.
Yeah.
Else.
So will you try to see the movie?
Oh yeah.
I will too.
I do. Definitely.
Will you go theater or wait for streaming?
I'll probably watch it at the end of the boat parade.
Okay, that would be good.
It really would.
Speedy's going to buy it like he did Twisters.
We were discussing when I mentioned that I thought most people were not apathetic. I think they're confused, basically, because you hear intelligent people from both political parties are in the middle, conservatives and liberals, and they all seem to have different answers as to what is going wrong in the country. Some people say, well, let's let the government spend billions of dollars, and then some other people say, no more federal spending. Let's give the tax rebates. And the other intelligent people say, no tax rebates. We've got to do this and do that. So everybody is confused. How do you see the thing? How are we going to get out of this?
Well, Johnny, I think that one of the things is that people keep looking to government for the answer, and government's the problem.
There you go.
A moment ago, you asked, about people and feeling not only confused, but low and down in America. First of all, the American people, if they would just take a little inventory and look around, you triple our troubles, and we're better off than any other people on earth. And we've asked so much of government, and we've gotten in the habit over the last 40 years of thinking that government has the answers. There's very little that government can do as efficiently and as economically as the people can do themselves. And if government would shut the doors and sneak away for about 3 weeks, we'd never miss them.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah. If the people want to be
Anybody you had in mind particularly?
No, I said this while I was in government.
Okay.
Our biggest problem is that we have built a permanent structure of government, federal, state, and local. The permanent employees, and they've come to the place that they actually determine policy in this country more than does the Congress of the United States. Mm-hmm. There are 14.5 million public employees in the United States. That's quite a voting bloc. And the bureaus and agencies, not in Washington, I heard you talking earlier about some of the research programs. Mm-hmm. Well, there was a senator the other day, and he took up some pages of the congressional record. He was doing the same thing you were, listing all these crazy research programs and how much they were costing, and wound up his speech by introducing his own. He wants a study and a research of transcendental meditation. So, there's a state senator in Michigan, and he just found out the other day they got a $93,000 study on whether chitlins are bad for you. And he said that as a fourth-generation chitlin eater, he figured that he could tell you how for 93 cents you could find out the answer to that.
We laugh at those things, but they do happen, I guess.
Oh, listen, you had some beauties and there's some others. What would you say if I told you about a study in which this was called the demography of happiness? And in this study, the government found out that young people are happier than old people. They found out that people that earn more are happier than people that earn less. And they found out that well people are happier than sick people.
That's good. Well,
this was $249,000 to find out it's better to be rich, young, and healthy than old, poor, and sick.
I missed the Gipper.
Oh, Gip.
Oh, Gip.
Gip.
There he is, right there.
Maybe going to see the movie this weekend will just make me sad.
Was that Joe Biden, or who was that?
All right. He's on the beach.
Yeah, well.
That was the guy who, in a U.S. presidential election, won 49 states.
49.
Which one did he lose, Bob?
That'd be Minnesota.
Wasn't tough to count them votes.
And you know what? Oddly enough, he only lost it like by 3,000 votes.
Right.
So he almost had a sweep.
Well,
Can you imagine a day where New York and California overwhelmingly votes Republican for a conservative Republican who had put a lot of money back in their pockets?
Well, if you look at just logic, it ought to be this election. We ought to see it again, but we won't. But we won't. It'll get down to just.
You know why the Vikings are purple, don't you?
Why's that, Bob?
Why's that, Bob?
If you've been choking for 50 years, you'd be purple too.
That's good. Works every time.
How many times have you that one? You gonna carry that around?
I'm gonna put that right up there with a long face. I'm gonna keep those. Close
Oh gosh, that's so good. So anyway, so Reagan movie this weekend, a Trump boat parade this weekend, and don't you just kind of wish? Don't you like sometimes when like leftists from some of these other states are like visiting our state and something like a Trump boat parade goes by?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You need that Vikings horn on your pontoon.
You do.
And here comes Baba.
I might put horns on the front of it.
There you go. When we come back, we go to Los Angeles. Shohei Ohtani. Is it Ohtani? Ohtani.
You almost had it, buddy.
I'll tell you what, if you get
close.
If you get one of his bobbleheads, you in business.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
whizzing in here from dead in front of JT, which they are no shooters in front of JT.
Where?
Through here. But now he's waving. Look,
Bam!
Another shot
That's
to the
a
head.
good one there.
Now, see that? Where did that come from? Okay, that is a top shot, and it almost looks like it can't. Okay, now look to the left of the screen. You will see another paintball come whizzing in here from dead in front of JT, which they are no shooters in front of JT.
Where?
Watch, just keep watching. He's going to go under the rope. Now, he's left the course at this point, and this is a
the
foul.
Ground is it?
Now, Rick is still shooting.
I
You
see that right there.
Okay, look at this coming in. See, that is from his front.
Where?
You
I don't
see that
see
go
it.
by?
It's
I don't see
headed
it.
toward
Look,
his chest.
look right here, Rick. Look. See that? See this piece right here?
It's about head high and
it's coming in at a 45-degree angle, right at his chest. Boom, right there.
I still don't see it.
Look, make it a bigger picture. Look, Rick, look at this.
There you
Look
go.
at this. Look right here at me. Look here. Watch this piece right here. See that streak? See that streak coming in?
All right, yeah.
And and look, and there's another piece coming in after it. It looks like. It looks like JT that you're being shot from the cliff too. Was there somebody over there?
It looks like somebody's on top of Mabd at that angle.
I mean, it looks like you're getting shot from every angle imaginable. Now, we didn't schedule those people. I don't know where that came from.
That couldn't have been.
And it could have just be, strange
phenomenon.
angles again. Right.
But it could be rods, like they find out at Roswell, them little flying insects they think go too fast to see.
Yeah.
You seen those?
Yeah.
They're like drinking straws with little wings on them.
Mm.
Well, I'm gonna tell you the paintball thing. I mean, that is fun.
Y'all need to do that again.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm thinking there's a number of people I would like to shoot, and I think there's more people that might agree to let it. We had listeners calling saying they would do it.
To
let us shoot at them.
Well, I think it has to have some meaning to it,
does.
Rick. Shooting JT was a special thing. Of course, next time I'm getting in on it. But
yeah, you really should, because I'm going to tell you,
we shot a radio.
When's your birthday?
A radio goob, and the thing is, I know John Perry's been pretty good with his money, or we could shoot him.
I would like to fire. There's a number of people, and I would think anybody out there that's trying to earn something, they ought to earn it, and that would be a good way.
No pain, no gain.
That's right.
We've had to go through it our whole careers.
How about it? It hurts a lot more than you want it to get shot with one of those. You ever been shot with one?
No, I haven't. But I've seen some of the wounds left by. Man, those things hit hard.
Now, JT had all kind of padding on, but you still getting stung pretty good there, wasn't you?
Well, see, the problem
is fake that reaction when you see one hit and that hand jump up there.
There's a panic about it. He had him flying at him like a...
And the apprehension of not knowing what this was all going to... I've never been in a paintball competition, so I didn't know, is this really going to sting? I heard horror stories about welts and...
If it hits bare skin, buddy.
So the anxiety rush was there.
Look at that shot. Look.
I was loaded down with about, 60 pounds of, camo and padding, and, I started getting hot. I couldn't get oxygen, so I started waving my arms.
You couldn't run that far anyway, without anything.
Oh, no, I've been working out at Fitness Together. They've got 5 locations.
That doesn't have anything to do with your wind, unless you've been doing cardio.
Yeah, I've been doing cardio.
But I'm talking about, did you notice?
But I'm going to tell you, there's still a difference in that treadmill and having to hoof it.
Well, yeah, especially when you're running scared. Look, go back. Look over here. Look at this.
That's a return trip, Killer, when he's trying to get back. Now, watch the end of this.
Yeah, that's what hurts right there.
Boy.
Look, now he's walking so he can't breathe. Because you'd be... Look, I got one more shot in on him. But,
still firing.
Well, I had to be sure it was over. You got to make sure. So we'll have to do that again.
Yes.
Yeah, there
My birthday's in March, but first of the year. Who's against that?
So is mine.
Did you notice JT though when they showed the shot of him behind there how he was working on that hand? That hand got lit up pretty good.
Well, that glove is not a very good pad on the back of the hand.
I know. I'm 3, but mine's coming up on December 6th.
That's real close.
It could be a day that lives in infamy.
Right.
Okay.
Would anybody like to have speedy fire on them?
Well, mine's November 10th. So we can get somebody quick.
What if you go trick or treat?
Look at working on that hand. Look at it. Yeah, that hand took some. See, I knew that he would be reaching for the money, so I fired on the envelopes. So he get that.
You seem to be shooting good groups too.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty.
I thought you was going to go to auto there for a minute and go ahead and unload.
I should have, but looking back, I don't think I understood exactly how you could do that on the gun. David is in Shelbyville. David, welcome to the program. David?
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy. Go.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Speaking of voting blocks, as Ronald Reagan was talking years ago on the Johnny Carson Show, here's one, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Are you familiar with this now? We've tried to be sure you're well-versed on this. If you're like us, when you started to age a little bit, you probably started getting the AARP stuff in the mail. And you're like, well, here's some things. This might be fun, some travel discounts and restaurants and all this. And then you started looking into how they vote, and you're like, wait a minute, this is a lobby for the left. And it is. So you go out, can't be part of that. So I guess I won't have all these things. Well, yeah, you can. How about this? The Association of Mature American Citizens. People are joining by the millions. And I'll tell you why. Because we love the discounts. We like having an organization that gets us discounts at restaurants and travel, and also they help us with discounts on insurance. So they give us free advice on Social Security and Medicare. But at the same time, they also lobby Washington from a conservative point of view. There you go. Over 100 discounts, by the way, with companies that actually share the same values that you and us do. Right now, did you know that you can try it for 1 year for $1? Yeah, and you get the magazine, too. Your voice matters, and together we can make a real impact. So get with AMAC now by going to amac.us/bigbox. That's 1 year for $1, or just check that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we said it going to the break, Shohei Ohtani. It's so weird to look into the highest level of baseball and see a player that looks like that kid on our Little League team that no one could stop.
Yeah, everybody had this kid on your Bronco team, 10, 11, 12. He was the biggest guy out there.
Yep.
He hit more home runs and was the best pitcher.
Yeah, he did both. Yeah. He had a no-hitter, and the 2 runs he needed, he actually pulled that off as well. So he hit 2 home runs and won the game 2-0 after shutting out the opponent pitching.
Right. Now, I'm just going to Greg alert here. This bothers him. So I just want you to know that.
What does?
It's not first pitch.
Well,
it's first fetch.
I thought you were talking about the bobblehead thing.
We got 2 things. It's all the same day.
I was doing them ABC.
Talking about the first fetch?
I was doing them ABC. First of all, we have people in line for over 7 hours.
What? Look at this line.
That's ridiculous.
To get a Shohei Ohtani bobblehead.
It looks like the line at the border to get in.
Oh,
do y'all see
I can't think of anyone's bobblehead that I would stand in line that
Nobody?
long.
Not one person?
Not one.
Ever?
I'm not that into bobbleheads.
I'm trying to think if there something
still going.
Did you say 7 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Rick.
What if Jesco White was there? A Jesco White bobblehead.
Well,
okay.
I would consider it, but I couldn't do it.
1,000-pound
I got to feel
1,000-pound sisters.
Peggy,
two bobbleheads.
Yeah, one that lost weight and one that didn't.
Bobblehead and a little bit of sugar.
Look at this line.
I'm sorry, guys. As big a
Bill
fan
Bubba
as I am,
Bussy, look at this
I
line.
can't stand that.
It's
line.
like the Stones are in town.
I'd like to know how many bobbleheads they had. When did it run out?
40,000.
The story says 40,000, and it holds 53, I think, the stadium.
So if you're the guy that said, I think we need about 40,000 of them, and everybody scoffs at you, they ain't going to give out that many. And he looks around and goes, see?
Told you.
You hadn't listened to me.
Well, this guy.
Hey, y'all, he's kind of a big deal.
He is.
Yeah, but 7 hours, Bubba?
You're talking about a team in L.A. that has had so many struggles since, when we were kids, Steve Garvey and all of them played when they were really a powerhouse. Mm-hmm. And, wow.
Yeah.
He's been the missing piece of the puzzle, hasn't he?
Yeah.
They're good now, right? Aren't they really good?
Oh, yeah. They've been good for a
All
while.
right, so now this is the part where Greg, of course, becomes
cute trick, but not first pitch.
Okay.
Shohei Ohtani's dog.
Yeah, decoy.
Delivers.
This dog's even good.
Now, who put this under here? The best first pitch ever.
That was
one
the
of
post.
one of the
That's all I'm
best
saying.
pitches ever.
That was the post.
Hey,
Did you hear
technically
Greg?
it wasn't a pitch.
He said it was the best first fetch ever.
Well,
When
now
he
that-
fetches, it's just like he's playing fetch.
Yeah.
Here we go. The ball's on the mound.
We have a new entry for best first pitch ever. Watch this. Decoy, Shohei's dog delivers the ball to Shohei.
That's not a pitch.
Do you think the dog speaks Japanese?
Greg, do you think he dropped the ball and it rolled over home plate?
Now, if he would have stopped about 4 foot and slung it with his head, I'd give him that.
Right.
How he's running.
Well, what
got a little jersey
That's
on,
like
too.
that. Y'all thought y'all had that sharp stat about the guy playing in the same game for 2 teams.
Here we
Come
go.
Find out it was over a 60-day period.
That's not our stat. That's Major League Baseball, Greg. Take
Look,
it up with him.
y'all.
There's the bobblehead,
So
Greg.
he's holding the dog with the bobblehead.
Yeah, they're saying they're going to put.
That's funny. That's funny. Now I may stand in line for it.
They're saying they're going to put that dog in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, they might as well. They got a little jersey for it.
Greg said he wouldn't stand in line for a bobblehead, but if somehow Shohei Ohtani's dog had puppies that they couldn't feed, he would
He'd be there day and night with a bottle.
He would stay up all night, but he's not standing in a line.
That's a good point.
What about 1,000-pound sisters like beanbag chair, Greg? Would you wait in line for that?
How about this? 1,000-pound sisters, same theme. Do you remember those puffy wrestlers? They were pillows.
Yeah.
And it was all the wrestlers.
Yeah.
What if you had 2-ton sisters? Those.
That's tempting.
And Greg could take a little nap, snuggled up on one of them.
That's tempting.
Greg, I know they got to take seats out of the car to get in and all that. But,
Not now.
But would you drive, like, let's say, from here to Chicago with them in that car?
No.
You wouldn't?
No, I wouldn't.
Can we hear their message again?
If you ever
do
see
we
them
still
around,
have that to
I forgot all about that.
Amy left me a message.
Amy left Greg one message.
Somebody told her I was breeding dogs.
Now, I was on vacation when this happened, but he told me about it, but I haven't.
You haven't seen
She
this yet?
completely messes
I
up and refuses to
he
start
missed
over.
that and Helm's last day.
Right.
Yeah.
You did.
I think they happened on the same
As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, Helms actually zoomed Speedy to tell him bye.
Yeah.
Just like she's
I
done.
think he did.
All right,
I'm searching for Fat Amy right now.
Okay.
I'm looking
you're
right
going to get a
now.
lot too much on that.
Who we doing that? What?
No, that was actually the actress.
Fat Amy since you won?
Well, the sister's name's
Is her name Amy?
Yeah.
2-ton Amy?
1,000-pound sister Amy.
Okay.
All right.
So
don't just do Fat Amy. That'll give me something.
I thought
that's from the
I thought
movie.
the production value on her bit.
She completely messed up. Instead of stopping and starting over, she just
Well, see, you've told me about it, but I've never seen it.
Greg, we
I haven't
never do
seen it.
that.
No, never. We've never said good enough.
That's good enough.
So anyway, somebody got her to do one of those. What is it called?
Cameos
for Greg.
It was our former intern.
It's like when we used to do William Hung. Gave Bubba some. And him and old God.
It's
not that again.
What's on green?
Because that'll get on. You'll be doing it all day.
That was one of my
It's about to start. I'm about to start doing it.
I love your roots red.
All right, should we move on to the next clip then, or we're not going to be able to find this?
I'm searching so hard.
It came from Greg, right?
It was an email.
Bubba sent it to me.
Bubba, could you resend it to him?
Never mind it here. Let me
Just
nobody gives a mess.
Nobody
Let's
cares.
Just go
Don't
on.
say that, Speedy. People give a mess.
Let's move on.
Hey, we've seen the Nick Saban commercial. Everybody, calm down.
Greg, we've seen it. We played it.
He's the greatest.
We celebrate it.
Even somebody on the phone stroll. They're asking.
Go. All right, so
Ooh, that's hot.
it's over. We're off and running. All right, do you want to do the Yankees turn an 8-6-2-3-2-5-4 double play?
Was the dog involved?
There's no dog involved.
Okay.
Not really.
All right, so here it is. Our Major League Baseball update today.
That's to get us in jail.
The 0-2. Lined in the air to center.
What a play
Judge
here.
racing back. It's over his head.
Justice.
Arm.
Gallo
From the fence.
is going to be held up, but there's two runners there. Now Gallo's caught. They have a runner caught between second and third. Gallo is watching it. Now he's headed home. The throw home.
Look at that.
The other runner goes
Wow.
back.
I've never seen that
This
before.
is like the T-ball league,
The
doesn't
other
it?
runner in a rundown. Nobody covering second, though.
It's like
Two
Little
runners.
League.
Now we're over here.
Up an inexplicable double play.
Guys, that's
An
crazy.
inexplicable double play.
You know, hey, by the way, they turned into little kids doing
Yes.
that.
Yes.
But they pulled it off.
The poor guy keeping the scorebook. That thing had to look
Oh,
like
my goodness.
somebody had scratched it out.
It looked like that was spaghetti thing they do with hurricanes.
I think if I had the book and they looked over at me, I'd just go, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But they're claiming it was 8-6-2-3-2-5-4.
That's pretty good.
That's it.
That's funny.
That's crazy.
Just to hear you say it.
That's crazy. All right, we'll come back. Phone calls to wrap up the hour.
Hello. Yo, double play. Time for a break. 866, we be big. What kind of cold?
So we'll
Last segment. Fuck up the joint. Wait, stay cocky.
We'll take your phone calls next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, I just want to let y'all know that I was scanning through the TV one day and just happened to run across your show and been watching it ever since.
Thanks.
And y'all look great.
I really appreciate that.
All right, now, on that run of the goobs with JT, maybe y'all take a big deer stand, get up there, and let him slip through the woods.
That would be fun.
And try to outfox y'all.
Hey, there was a guy who called me, and I lost your number. Please call me back. He said he had a two-man deer costume that would look like a real deer, and I would sit in the big man, or any of them, and we could go out there. That one could be just both of us, sit in a tree stand out there and let woods and see if we could get some.
I like
shots.
the war game version where we're up in the tree stand and JT's trying to make it through for money. Like an obstacle course.
Yeah, that would be. And you got stuff to hide behind and all that. And we got to make good shots.
You could dress him like a deer and have the salt lick of cash. You see what I'm saying? Just hunt over the salt lick, man.
That would be good. Which is legal to do unless there's,
if it's your property or you're a tenant.
Ginger, Mobile, Alabama. A question for Killer. Go ahead.
Yeah, I heard him talk about he was going to be at one of the turkey things, but isn't he going to be in Mobile soon for the LPGA?
Yes. Am I indeed? Yes. As a matter of fact, I am, my dear.
Yeah, hometown. Let's give him a plug.
Hey,
here.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good deal.
Oh, well, it's great. We love you here. You're famous.
Well, bless your heart.
I mean, and we can't wait for the LPGA, and mostly because you're going to be there.
Well, how about that?
Well, bless your heart, Ginger. Thanks, darling. We'll see you soon.
So
you're welcome. Bye-bye.
All righty.
So you're going home?
Now, that's the Cornelius Bennett Celebrity Golf Tournament.
Yeah, so you'll be there when?
Yep. On my birthday, as a matter of fact.
No, on November the 10th?
That's the 10th and the 11th, yeah.
Robbie in Calhoun, Georgia.
Tell him Rick said hey, would you?
I will.
Please do.
Oh, really? Okay. He'll remember you?
Yeah, sure. Bees, this is for you. Robbie in Calhoun, Georgia. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Miss Robbie.
Hey, I just wondered whether or not, or how you felt about the new reality TV shows, and whether you had seen Joe Millionaire Monday night.
Well, I have not seen the new one, and I know a lot of people have fun with these reality shows and stuff, but I work nights, so I don't get to see them real often. And when I'm not actively out touring and being funny for money and making the world a better place for all kinds of people like you and me, then I'm hanging out with my children and doing stuff with them. So,
as a matter of fact, other than promoting your nighttime job, you wish TV wasn't even around.
No,
really, because it could take away from your nighttime job. You don't want anybody.
Don't want to say that.
Well, you know the old days when everybody used to go down to the show. I mean, that's where
there's
you used
nothing
to have
to do.
Yeah, except have more kids and
Dale is in East Flat Rock, as opposed to West Flat Rock.
Fine. How you doing?
Great.
Monkey grass.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Question for Killer.
All right.
Yes, sir.
First thing I ever heard you do was Betty Crocker.
Oh, that's right, man.
I heard pieces of it in your new song, but I want to know if you got a CD that has the original Betty Crocker on it.
As a matter of fact, it does. We have included that in the stand-up portion.
Oh, great.
Because that is such a fun bit about putting grease on the bottom of the pan that we do have it on there, brother.
Okie doke. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for calling, man.
Yeah, and it should be everywhere today. So look for that. Jane and Coleman, question for Bubba. Jane, go ahead.
Bubba.
Hey.
Monkey grass.
Hey. What's up?
You know what monkey grass rhymes with?
Yes, we do. And as a matter of fact, sometimes we'll say that just for a little fun in the breaks. Which is
monkey glass.
Monkey glass.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
That is what you're talking about.
I like your T-shirt.
Thank you.
I'd like to know where you got your T-shirt.
You like that? Rick, what's it say? You have to read
now there's even more junk.
Yeah. Like that.
And this is from the Turner South Original series, Junkin'.
Okay.
Yeah.
I never miss it.
That's a fun
show.
That's a fun show.
It really
I've
is.
asked to be. I want to be a guest on there and go too. But I want to go to Collinsville.
They've got one where they're actually going to come to Killer Bee's garage, I think. Is that one coming up?
Yeah.
And swing over the moat and come on in.
Yeah.
We'll have to step past the Ryobi tools.
I've had a lot of people ask. I guess I don't know if they're available widespread or not.
What, those shirts?
Yeah. John Perry, let me know.
I don't know. Beast, good to see.
10 minutes to the top. Thank you for being with us today. Rick and Bubba Best of Show tomorrow. A replay coming up on Labor Day. No Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, so go back and grab any podcast you may have missed. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study archive is available to you to catch over the weekend or today if you so desire. Person texting, it's actually, apparently you're probably about as big a Major League Baseball fan as me, apparently. Rick and Bubba, the Angels are dead last in the AL West. Why did Bubba call them good? Well, Shohei Ohtani doesn't play for the Angels. He plays for the Dodgers. Right? He's no longer with the Angels.
He left the Angels.
Yeah.
And now it's with
the
Dodgers.
When we talk about Shohei Ohtani, he actually plays for the Dodgers, who are doing quite well. So he's not with the Angels. I think that's his second or third season now with the Dodgers. Second maybe?
Second.
Yeah, second.
I can't remember.
Yeah. So there you go. So that's why. So you probably follow it, Texter, about as much as I do. All right. So also Adler for Speedy has found two-ton sister Amy in her cameo for Greg Burgess.
Oh boy, Ad.
So here it is.
Oh my gracious.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
She's in her car.
That's what happens when you take a vacation.
Listen.
Hey Greg, it's Amy with the 1,000 Pound Sisters. I heard you just opened a dog breeding business.
What?
That was a mouthful. But congratulations, that is a huge accomplishment to you. And I hope you the best in everything. I got a golden doodle if you want him. He's a jerk. He's 13 weeks. He's a puppy. I'm just playing. But anyway, yeah, so I have a golden doodle. But congratulations, and I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
See what happens when you leave?
Oh my gosh.
You're welcome.
There's so much. I don't know where to start.
So much.
There's so much there. First of all, what's the background noise? She got the window down?
I don't know. She seems to be riding gun because she's not driving, I hope.
Yeah.
And as Greg pointed out, she made a mistake and never corrected it. Just went right
You
on.
just kept on going. And was she looking to the right, or does that one just...
Speedy.
No, I didn't know because she was reading off something. You could tell because I
She
think
has
when
something
you
on her phone or
when you
something. I
send a
guess you send
cameo,
this
don't
thing.
you send
You
like, hey,
send
this is
stuff.
what you
Here's
say?
the copy points.
I
yeah.
wasn't sure where it was. It looked like it was to the right.
Yeah,
Just looking a couple directions.
And I see purple hair.
I
now,
was
too.
Rick, I was so hoping that she would mention her golden doodle and look around and look down and go, uh-oh.
Yeah. And it was in her belly. She pulled it out. Like, oh, it's sitting right.
She sit on.
That's one of the best Far Sides ever.
Yep.
To the phones we go. An update, Bubba, on the mobile assault broadcast vehicle. She had been in retirement, kind of sitting out there, not a lot of life, out in the parking lot. And a couple of listeners said, could we have it for our ministry? We said yes, and they have that baby running again. Ryan, what's going on with Mavda?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to give you an update. I got to say, Bones was correct. New batteries, new gas, started right up, and drove down the road.
Wow.
How are the tires?
So the tires made it to Scottsboro, but definitely going to have to be replaced, getting a quote on that, and going to throw some new tires on there, get some brake work done. And, of course, the AC's got to be fixed.
Yes.
And but other than that, everything works great. And that's what I wanted to throw it out there to Bubba. Listen, I'm loving the speakers that were in the back that Bones overlooked. But you're right about those shock-mounted cases. Hey, if you want those back, we will gladly drive the redone mobile assault broadcast vehicle down for the big year-ender or the week of the big year-ender and bring the wireless antennas you were talking about and the shock-mounted cases. If you want all that back in light of your new job, we'll gladly bring those back to you.
Well, if you don't want them, we'll take them. You don't have to drive it back down here. I'm afraid it might break down. You won't get back.
Yes.
But
Yes.
if you're going to take all that out and not use it, we'll gladly take it.
What if it broke down here and
And
we got stuck with it again?
I started saying, that's what I'm worried about. And I've got some more stuff for you. I found another key, and I've still got to get you some paperwork. I've got your address on my desk, so I'll get that to you. The first time I slow down.
And I've got to say too, y'all. You always talk about Bubba being an only child, and everything that he has is immaculate.
Oh, yes.
I've never seen a more immaculate key ring.
Oh, yeah.
With all the designated keys, and I'll be honest, it was a little hard to take those from Bubba's hand. I think he held on to them a little bit.
Well, it's a lonely child, and that was his, and he had it just like he liked it, and he felt like there was still some ownership there
Well, if you keep up with as many keys as I have, you have to be organized.
Yes.
Because you'll spend a lot of time going, what does that go to?
Then there's the other end of the spectrum, bones, and you think to yourself, I can't imagine. I'm glad he was never a medical doctor. I don't think the word thorough would be used. So how am I looking? I guess you look okay. I gave it a once over. You're fine.
Did you look at the scan?
Nah.
You look fine.
Did you take any blood? Nah.
See, I color code everything too.
Yeah.
So now it's
You being
easier for me to
colorblind,
tell
how's
what-
that work?
Well, I can see those colors.
Can you?
The
You can?
colorblind thing is just if there's dots on a piece of paper. It ain't in real life.
Yeah. Well, I've often said.
I've never understood that.
Yeah, I've often said I don't think you're colorblind. I'm just not sure you know your colors.
Yeah. See, I have red, I have yellow, and I have green. And then the vehicle is over here by itself.
Look right there, Bubba. Look at that chart.
Oh, don't look at that stuff.
See, I see 12 in the top left-hand corner, and that's about it.
What?
Yeah, I don't see in the rest of them.
Let's go to Mark in Cape Girardeau,
Well, I see 8 on one of them.
Missouri. Mark says he knows how the moonshiners get away with being on a TV show. Mark, go ahead.
Hey Rick, how you doing, buddy?
Good. I hope you're okay.
Yeah, I had that same question about how they got away with that on live TV or tape, and my brother retired the DEA agent, so I asked him how they got away with that. And he said they're not really making moonshine; it's all just an act. So they're not even. It's not even really happening. They're just filming it like it's a movie. But they're not really making any moonshine. That's all just all just water. So,
we had another emailer say that basically what you're seeing on TV is a reenactment of what moonshiners have told them happened.
Right, and so these are these are reenactments. They're not really happening.
According
What?
to
That
them,
is correct.
and
Yes,
it's
sir.
in the fine print of the show, but you don't really notice it.
I'm so shocked.
Yes.
that it's not real.
Yes. Well, that answers the question. From the text line, what restaurant did Rick talk about you must eat at when in Charleston, South Carolina? It's called Hyman's, HYMAN''S. Have the flounder. We continue. Let's go to Andrew. Andrew, go right ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hope y'all doing well.
Thank you.
Hey, all right, so I want to start this off. I was calling about the Kamala Harris plan on the taxation of unrealized gains.
Her name is
so
Kamala.
I'm a
Don't be racist. Kamala.
Hey,
Kamala.
Kamala. I forgot. Yeah, Kamala. So I'm a financial planner in Tuscaloosa, down here in Titletown.
Right.
And so and I am no way supportive of Kamala Harris.
Yep.
But I will say this, that the taxation on the unrealized gains so far only applies to individuals who have a net worth of $100 million or more. It's not for if I just opened up a brokerage account and bought Walmart stock or Coca-Cola stock, it's not geared for us right now. If I put $1,000 into that stock and it grows to $2,000, without me touching it, it's not geared for that now. But when it comes to...
But we have seen this ploy before with the Clintons.
Yes, we have.
You remember they were going to
Absolutely.
tax. They were only going to taxes was only going up for people who made 200,000 or more, and they got that number from polling. What people thought made you rich if you made 200,000 or more. They got it passed, and then in the middle of the night, they shifted the scale down to 40,000.
Right. It's back to that lie that they tell us that somehow 1% of the population can fund the federal government without the rest of us getting involved.
Yeah.
It's stupid to even believe that. There's not enough people. If they took 100% of the top 1%, you couldn't fund the government for a couple of
If
weeks.
they really wanted to get the money from the mega wealthy, the 100 million people and above, simply cut out these ridiculous tax breaks and go to a flat tax. They'll have more money than they know what to do with.
They won't do that, though.
But
'cause
the
they-
problem is it will affect them and their buddies and their donors, and they won't have outs and ways to get around it.
And you can't politicize a flat tax.
Yep.
You can't play people against each other.
Wouldn't that be nice?
We can't get any votes out of that other than everybody who's glad they got more of their money.
That is the one reason we ought to have one.
And also, I'm against it because it's taxation without representation. I don't care who they're trying to tax. It's
Yep.
unconstitutional. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.